der Livestream der Nürburgring Langstrecken Serie. Präsentiert von Falkenreifen.
Herzlich willkommen zur Nürburgring Langstrecken Serie.
Welcome to the Nürburgring for the NLS, the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series.
Und jetzt ist das Rennen freigegeben. The red lights are out now.
Viele Zuschauer unterwegs.
I would think that's very, very close.
Jetzt kommt er ran, zieht sich ran.
Very, very good morning to you. I can't believe it. This is the final round of the 2025 Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, and in at the start, out at the end, Bruce Jones and Peter Snowden all set for 4 hours of racing. And I've been looking up and down the entry list to see if Franz Herrmann is listed again. Is it Max Verstappen coming back for a third attempt? That certainly gave us a real stir of the pot last time out, and certainly in terms of bragging rights, when he turned up at the next Grand Prix, a few other drivers were a little bit snippy, but he didn't just turn up here. He had an enormous amount of fun, got more racing than you get in 2 Grand Prix around a far better circuit than they'd have all season. There must be others thinking, you know what, I quite fancy doing that now. No, not quite fancy, really fancy. But unfortunately, Max set the bar so high, he didn't just win it, he waltzed it. So maybe they wouldn't want to reflect against that. But for me, and I know I'm fairly sure for you as well, Snowy, we just want all the drivers to do as many types of racing as they can. It's great to have that cross-pollination, and brilliant for the eyes of the world that had never seen the Nürburgring Nordschleife to find out what it's all about.
Morning, Bruce, and everyone else. Yes, it is. That's the era we grew up in, isn't it? With people driving multiple disciplines of cars, and even at a Grand Prix weekend, driving a Formula 3 car or a British saloon car, as it was in the UK, British touring cars now, and in other countries as well. Same here in Germany. But I think one of the things that I just like about that, the Verstappen thing, is that the reigning world champion comes across and does this race and brings us a load of PR. I do feel a little bit sorry that the person that didn't get enough attention was his teammate, Chris Lullum, who did a great job, and not to underestimate it. Verstappen didn't choose him per chance. It wasn't a lottery. So, great that Verstappen gets all the headlines, but there's that. Like to see him out in some other stuff with some stiffer competition. That would be good. But you mentioned about the bragging rights going to the next Grand Prix. It reminds me of Nico Hülkenberg when he won Le Mans. And the next Grand Prix weekend, he happened to be part of the media interview, and there were the 3 of them. And he just breezed in with the trophy. And it was Hamilton, and I can't remember who the third driver was, but basically he walked in, parked it on the table and just said, what did you do with your weekend off, boys? And Hamilton just creased up laughing and just round of applause and touche, that's quite cool, coming back with the Le Mans 24-hour trophy. Point is, going off and doing other disciplines. And we forget, drivers, we see all this media attention, especially in the hyperbole of Formula 1, where it's such a goldfish bowl. And to see somebody so young, already 4-time world champion in Formula 1, still embracing it and enjoying and loving racing. And also it was very much a Verstappen start, wasn't it? P3 to P1 with the first corner and bye.
No biggie.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I do.
But also, the fact of the matter is that Chris Lullum, you talked about him, Max has known him through sim racing for a handful of years, did a bit of radical racing in 2024, but fully exploded in GT3. He is very, very fast.
Championship 3rd or 2nd, and World Championship, he was 2nd and 3rd each of those titles in karting. So no slouch on 4 wheels when he's got 4 wheels underneath him.
No, exactly. And to come to a circuit like this, it's great. But also, it's not just racing against this circuit, which we still think is the ultimate challenge in motor racing. 172 corners, 170, who cares? Yeah. Mixed weather. In fact, they got off lightly because it was dry throughout. But multi-class racing as well. That's another element you have to net in. So many drivers never get to do multi-class racing. But here, this morning, it was also about quick-fire qualifying. And taking a look back at the highlights, when the cars went out, it really was not very light indeed. But that's so often the case. And it's so quick-fire because, of course, you've got a lap that's going to take you more than 3 minutes, we'd say. And so really, it's all about just getting a feel for the car for this weekend. And okay, the last round was only 2 weekends ago, but it's about just slightly different track temperatures, The conditions very different. Actually, this time we had a few people mixing in. We always have the alternative fuels class. It's always been an element of the NLS. And today, car number 22, Max Cruz Racing, actually went out and qualified third fastest. So mixing with the regular GT3 runners. But it was the two Hout Racing Team Ford Mustangs bringing, their brilliant meaty rumble to the Nordschleife that went out and worked their way to the front of the queue. Not everybody made it around without damage. I'm afraid that's a feature of the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and one of the BMW class cars, kind of a 653, will take more than a bit of polishing to get it going. But come the end, it was the number 9, the blue and yellow Hout Racing Team Mustang that went to the top. Fabio Scherer setting the time in that, and he took pole position. 7 minutes 48, but in so many times it's really, the timing is slightly inconsequential. As long as you're near the front of the grid, you've got a very good chance. But anyhow, 2 Ford Mustangs, first and second. The first one, car number 9, chaired by Dennis Vetzer, Patrick Assenheimer and Fabio Scherer. 3 seconds faster than the sister car number 6, driven this weekend by Vincent Kolb and Frank Stippler. Frank Stippler's also in the car that qualified 4th fastest. Get down to that in a second. But the alternative fuel Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo 2, to give it its full title. That's 2 Fugels and a Benjamin Leuchter, their 3rd fastest. And then Veremenko, Selv and Stippler, again, driving a Ford and an Audi this weekend, king of the Nürburgring. So he's 4th fastest in that. And then we've got a couple of the 2 Falcon Motorsport cars qualifying, their 2 Porsches, 5th and 7th. But really it's about just preparing yourself for what lies ahead. What track conditions have we got today? Well, the skies hopefully will clear a little bit, but I think we can chalk this one up as a grey day on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. But again, you get the job done in qualifying. We had 100 cars on the entry list, 96 cars went out to qualifying. And as we saw, car number 653 was one of the fallen. I don't know if that's going to make it into the race. Another car just out on circuit has not made it around. A Renault Clio has just pulled to the edge. Hopefully that something could be sorted. 653, by the way, from the giant Adrenaline Motorsport stable. It's the M240i Racing Cup class. So that's Salerno, Mao and Engelmann. Again, you look down the entry list, an extraordinary entry list. So many nationalities coming out to play, coming to experience this circuit. It's all about the circuit. The racing is always fantastic in the NLS. What they know for these races, though, grids are thinner than they are in the first part of the season, where we often have, 150 cars snowy, don't we? This time 100. It's been thinned down by 2 or 3 or maybe 4. So let's call it 95, 96 cars coming out to start. But we've got the battle at the front. Ford Mustangs. They've, second season of the Ford Mustang GT3, and it's just such a wonderful sounding car. And Hubert Hout and his team from just across the road in Moyspach, they've been working really, really hard to get it to work very well. And seemingly, as the season comes towards an end, it's very much at the front. 1 win already for them in the bag. Let's see if they can do it today, first and second.
Nice to see both of the Falcon Porsches out. They weren't the last round when you had Franz Hermann in the race. Good to see those cars out. Always contenders, Falcon car, either 1, 3 or 4. Not forgetting, of course, that Mr. Stippler is driving 2 cars this weekend in the same race, which slightly confused me for a moment, or just caught me out off guard, having missed the last couple of rounds with you. It was Kolb that obviously put the Mustang into second, number 6. But it was Stippler that recorded the time for the Audi R8 in 4th place. In 4th place. Yeah. And I also think, of course, I forget he does this sometimes and does drives both cars, and that is a testimony to your ability then of jumping from a Mustang, which is a big heavy front engine car, under development still, very much under development, and a great program with Ford Performance there, but also the Audi mid-engined car on different tyres. And mid-race, you just jump from one to the other, and both are front runners. So you've got a chance of winning the race in 1 of 2 cars. I mean, spread your bets.
Well, we talked earlier about how in the 60s and 70s, but particularly the 60s, drivers did multiple races per weekend. He can get 2 in 1 here. 2 starting fees. It's the way to go. The car that was in trouble, by the way, is the SFG Schernau Racing Club Renault Clio in a class of just 2, the H2 class, and that's Roman Schiermentz and Matthias Varsel having its problems. Right, final round of the championship, and of course we have so many classes to consider, but let's just talk about the overall title battle. It's split between cars from 3 different classes, and you only get points according to the number of cars that start in your class. And I did some little maths here. The one that's leading with a 4-point advantage is Ranko Mijatovic and Nick Vustenhagen. They're in an FK Performance M4 GT4 BMW. Their class has 8 starters. The crew in second place, Arnie Hoffmeister and Tim Scherbart. They're driving a Mullers Motorsport Cup 2 Porsche. They've got 11 starters. They've got a chance to, if they win their class, gain 3 more points, and if the points leaders leave them 1 point short, I'll keep you on tenterhooks. And the car in third place overall, runs from the VT2 rear-wheel drive class, Adrenaline Motorsport BMW 330i. They're on 104 points, and that's Philip Lyson, serial winner in this championship, Daniel Zils likewise, and Philip Stahlschmidt. So very, very close. They've just, basically their job, keep things simple for the driver. What they got to do, win your class, bank the maximum number of points to see where you end up. And bearing in mind, the Cup 2 Porsche qualified 10th, so that'll be quite visible for the start of the race. The car from SP8T, which is the FK Performance BMW M4, that's 21st. We have to look back to 62nd on the grid for the third of our outright championship challenges. So we'll try and keep an eye on that in the race, but hopefully so will the director as well. We will pick them out through the course and see how those battles are unfurling as we get through the day. But
and it's very easy to overlook that it is, we love working together, we love covering NLS, and we've mentioned the highlights of different quality drivers or different standard drivers coming into the last round, etc. But for us regulars, this is championship finals day. And
yeah,
it matters to them that, great. I'm sure they loved having Verstappen on board and all the press it brought to it. I did hear a figure of 50,000 extra spectators, and it even built an extra grandstand for when Verstappen did the race. Sorry, Franz Hermann.
No, he was officially Verstappen last weekend, 2 weekends ago,
yes.
Whenever it was.
Yes.
No, entirely. It's not that far from the Netherlands, so you can imagine more people coming over and getting a love, and it spreads because obviously the NLS runs through the course of the year, March through to October, sometimes dipping it almost into November, but that's the one that's always going to be a bit sketchy weather-wise. I mean, right now it's battleship grey, thick clouds, almost such low clouds, they almost feel like mist, but they're not quite. But again, if you're viewing the cars at the top of the circuit, it really is the top of the circuit, the start of the circuit. It does dip a lot lower, and that does help you get away a little bit from some of the hanging cloud. But certainly it's a very grey day here. But, we go through the course of the year, and a lot of drivers come at the start of the season. I mean, the ever greater ascent to stardom of the Nürburgring 24 Hours. It's now absolutely right up there in the pantheon of GT racers, part of the Intercontinental GT Challenge, and the sheer quality at the front end of the grid. I mean, but drivers can't just come and play here, can they? They've got to get the qualifications so they can then take part in the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Explain how it happens for a driver. Might be someone who's really highly ranked, racing at a very high thing, but they still have to come and show their skills here, don't they?
100%, because you have FIA governs motorsport across the world, then you have your own ASN individually, ADAC here in Germany. To do the Nürburgring, you have to get what they call the ring permit, the ring license, and there's a very set procedure, because we run here with no safety cars. It's under code 60s, so there's slow zones. You can have a 120 down to a 60. You have yellow flag before that, and then it clears and green. You can't overtake. You must obey it, and there are penalties, and some of them quite draconian if you break those rules for obvious reasons, because code 60s are not for clearing up the mess. Well, they are for clearing up the mess, or whatever may have happened. It might just be a spin and gravel and detritus on the track. But there are marshals and officials on track doing that work, and they have a right to be protected. That's why we have to slow them down. That's the biggest thing, and that's what all organising governing bodies across the world will be absolutely draconian on. You don't speed through those zones. So we run it a very different way here at the Nürburgring. You can have an international racing licence, you can have a super licence, Formula One, and you've won world championships or not, or whatever. You cannot turn up here and just come racing and say, oh, I fancy that the weekend. You have to get your permit, and what you have to do there is you have to start in a lower class car, lower powered. Now, the most obvious example is obviously Verstappen did it a few weeks ago. He did his first race in a Cayman with 100 horse of power taken off that Cayman for standard. To basically, you have to do two 2-hour stints. So he did the double header weekend, so he did a 2-hour race 2 hours of each day. You have to complete that with no anomalies, no chats with the clerk of the course, that type of stuff, or the stewards or the officials, and basically show that you can race at that and understand the system.
Understand the system, understand the circuit.
Correct.
And the vagaries
and
thereof.
understand the rules and all the vagaries, all the nuances of how it works. When you've done that to their satisfaction, you'll get your permit B, which is what Verstappen did. So he did his 2 races, did his 2 1-hour races, did his 2 2-hour races. You have to have 4 hours on your clock. A bit like a pilot's license, basically. You've got to have your hours at a certain level and prove that you're capable before you can get the full license, as it were, and go solo.
And what you always need to do through the course of the season, particularly in the early season races, is look not just at the cars in the top class, SP9 on the entry list. Oh, by the way, the entry list, you go to vln.de and you can grab yourself an entry list there. They get live timing on that
And
as well.
everything else.
And everything else. And some
garage
news stories.
allocations and all sorts.
You get the works. There's a way of staying in touch. And it just enriches. But you look down, you think, oh, they're all the top runners. You just happen to be flicking down to entry number 140. You go, oh, really? Okay. They're planning to do the Nürburgring 24 hours this year or perhaps next. And for a lot of drivers, I mean, particularly for Formula One drivers, bear in mind they're busy another 24 weekends a year. So trying to even find a gap in their diary to be able to nail one down. I'm sure Max was thinking about it, probably a year before and just trying to make it work. But it's good. Tell you what's not so good. The thick cloud I was talking about is actually apparently now starting to drizzle at various of the higher points on the circuit. So when the drivers go around, obviously it's a very, very long formation lap, well, the same length as the other laps they'll be racing, but the fact that it's 25 kilometres round means they've got a chance to appraise things, haven't they?
I love what you said. I thought, of course it's a long lap. It's a long time is what you meant.
Yes,
It's a slower
I wasn't specifying distance or anything like that.
The age-old categorise it under, listen to what I mean, not what I say.
Watch my eyebrows. Works well in radio. Now, I was just having a quick look down through those 3 championship challenges, and in the championship leading car, it's car number 187. This is the one we talked about, Nick Wustenhagen and Ranko Mishvetovic. It's also got Reinhold Renger on board. He's a driver who crops up a lot in the Far East. He was actually Asia GT4 champion quite a while ago, 19, I think not, 2018. Very, very handy driver to have on board. It's amazing when you see across the course of the season people who drop in and drop out of crews. So I'd say that's a very safe pair of hands, Reinhold. And I also discovered when I was out in the Far East that he races under a pseudonym of Randy Walls. But maybe not every round. He's down just as Reinhold Renger this weekend. Reinhold Renger with an apostrophe, so who knows?
That's not his code, rather, the apostrophe.
No, not at all. But yes, do if you want to just, and also if you go to live timing, you can get even little sort of tracker map where the little dots move around the circuit. That's Snowy always has it set up on his right-hand side, and when a car goes missing, quickly sort of zooms in. It's really good. I can't have one next to me because I'd be all consumed by it and fail to do any commentary whatsoever. But this is it, the 10th and final round of the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series for 2025. Drizzle just before the start. And of course, you start the circuit. You don't do all of the Grand Prix circuit. You don't go the whole way down the hill. You go to the start complex, the very sharp turn 1, turn 2. It's what we used to call the Mercedes complex. And then you only go a little way down after that and turn right. And then you use the rest of the Grand Prix circuit. Then you go into the unknown. Well, this is on your first time round. You go onto the Nordschleife. And this is something that time after time, people, if it's on their first race, they go, hey, there's so much space into the first corner of the Nürburgring. It's the last time you'll have any space. And 2 weekends ago, there was a move coming down into the first corner, and a driver gained a couple of positions, then speared sharply across the front of the pack to the left and tumbled down. So hero zero interface. But
that first corner can literally sort of suck you in. It's especially at the start of a race, because it's a rolling start. You know, we've got our 3 start groups, so we get our SP9 GT3 cars and GT4 going first. But you do get drawn into that because it's slightly downhill, and there's this visual look for a driver. And don't forget, vision in a car is very limited anyway. You've got a helmet on, a visor, probably a visor strip, a banner strip on the windscreen. Very little peripheral vision, so you're very, very focused. I know drivers do tend to be pretty self-minded and focused anyway, but you've got a very small bit of working space around you with other cars, and you get drawn into this this sort of nugget of the apex, and your peripheral vision, whatever it may be, is a little bit to the left-hand side. You think, oh, look, there's lovely big bits of tarmac and space over there, so I can go in a bit quicker. And what happens is you've got all this intention of diving down the inside, taking a nice tight line and getting it nice and controlled and not messing it up at the first corner of a 4-hour race. Always good with the team, that. And then you get drawn into something that happens with drivers, that somebody blocks you on the right, you can't get over to the right, so you won't acquiesce, you have to try and go around the outside, so you get drawn into this space, and all of a sudden you run out of road, tarmac and talent, usually simultaneously, and if you're lucky, you just run wide and cost yourself 4, 5, 6, 7 places. At worst, you T-bone and spear into somebody else, which is not popular, and shunting race cars is never popular with a team. Doing it at the first corner of an endurance race, trust me, it's exponential. They're usually very unhappy.
So unreasonable, aren't they?
I know.
But it is that thing, that's what I wanted you to touch on, which is the fact it's also slightly downhill, gives you a little bit of extra momentum in the way, but it's that moment on a greasy surface when suddenly you get a little bit of gap that's opened, and it's magnetic, isn't it? There's a gap, I can fit my car in. I should have done.
It's standard driver psyche that what you should do is acquiesce and back out of it and just say, let's go. It doesn't matter if it's 2 or 3 places. It's the early part of the race. You know, there's that dreaded phrase in endurance racing. There's a long way to go. But drivers wouldn't be drivers if they did that.
No.
So they always want to. If you've got a door handle next to you, you don't want that door handle to be going backwards. Well, you do. So you don't want to be going forward. You want to be alongside it, and it just happens. And I'm sure jockeys and things are in other sports, you know, horse racing are just the same. Something clicks in the brain where they just go, I can do this. I'm really good at this. And then you find out that you're not.
No, exactly. But also, there is definitely this other element that you know that once you get onto the Nordschleife, you get off the Grand Prix circuit, getting past is much, much harder. Many more corners on which to do it, but suddenly those barriers aren't way back, they're alongside. And if it's the first time, if you joined us to listen this weekend to the racing action, because maybe you were inspired by hearing that Max Verstappen did it, what you have to understand is once you get onto the Nordschleife part, which is the original circuit through the Eifel forest, is uphill, down dale, and either side of the track is narrower. Go beyond the track and there's very seldom more than 1 car width of grass and then barriers, and so the consequences of going off, they're there, and you do need to build a bit of a margin. So getting past, you've got to know you're getting past. However, what we do get, Peter touched on it, 3 groups of cars starting there. There are 3 individual grids, all rolling starts, and it does mean our front runners at the head of this race will be catching the tail enders who are in far, far slower cars, doing their very best. They try and stay out of the way, but it's up to them. It's not up to them to stay out of the way. It's up to the faster cars coming through to find a way past. But that's the moment where the battle can really yo-yo forwards and backs. You know, do I go past now? Max Verstappen, it was interesting. He did have to learn caution, because it's not something he has to really do in Formula 1 that often, because, you know, it is what it is. But here, coming across the car, he's 60 kph faster at any given point on the circuit. And then when you get to the long return straight, even more than that. Has that driver seen me? Because he doesn't know the other drivers. In fact, it could take you years to learn the other drivers, but you just sort of have to understand how a car with far inferior performance is going to handle around the corner. How fast would it be on the exit? Will it need more road, etc., etc.? So there is that element. You have to sort of back it off a little bit.
The point you're making, of course, about the first part of the circuit is it's a current Grand Prix status circuit. So it's wide, it has runoff areas, etc., etc., which we're not permitted to run Grand Prix anymore. So the jeopardy there for the drivers in that first start group, and all 3 start groups, the same thing, is that all those drivers have their best opportunity because they're just with their peers, not racing with others, so the speed differentials are pretty comparable, but they get that first bit of the lap, the Grand Prix circuit, where the opportunities to overtake are better because the track is wider. If it does go wrong on cold tyres, you've possibly got a bit of a runoff area. So your risk reward ratio is slightly better for you. You will try and capitalise on that first bit, but without going over and making a complete fool of yourself. And as you say, you go onto the Nordschleife, and the bit that I always say is the absolute best barometer is that basically at the end of that Grand Prix circuit, you turn right to rejoin, go in the pits, and there is a loop there for cars to do that if you need to, and continue on GP circuit, or you go left onto the Nordschleife, the Sabine-Schmitz curve, couldn't be named more appropriately. And that doesn't have a runoff area. It doesn't have any grass. It doesn't have any tarmac. It has a white line, and next to the white line, there's a metal Armco barrier. No conveyor belting, no rubber, nothing to soften it, not sugar-coated. It is end of that circuit, start of this one. It is that massive metaphor of this is the Nordschleife. If you don't get it right here, it's almost calm yourself, get ready for the next bit.
Well, it's the ultimate funnel. It's actually a bridge over a road that goes underneath, so it can't have any more width. But it is right, yeah. We're not mucking around now. Now, to talk for 5 minutes as we have about the perils of the Nordschleife, you might think, oh, we're scaremongering. Not at all. And on a morning like this, it's battleship grey clouds. There's a light layer of drizzle on the start-finish straight, a few umbrellas up from the lightweights. Come on, live the weather. But it's once you go out onto the circuit, they don't yet know what it's going to be. It may well be that the rest of the circuit is completely without rain, but that doesn't mean it won't be coming in. But this is an event of peril, and that is such a part of the attraction. If you make motor racing entirely bland, I mean, bear in mind, when this reopened in the mid-1980s as a Grand Prix circuit, people were horrified because up until 1976, the German Grand Prix had been held here. Of course, 1976 nearly lost the reigning world champion Niki Lauda to a fiery accident out at the far side of the circuit. And was it Bergwerk? I think it was.
Bergwerk,
yeah.
yes.
And
3rd of August 1976.
Very good, very good. Just before the summer break, they didn't have. They didn't need to. It's just 16 Grand Prix or whatever it was that year. But it is such an incredible challenge, this, and that is why people do it. And I think you get the thrills, and of course everything breaks down, and particularly at this final round where we're trying to sort the ultimate championship from across all of the classes combined. Whoever has sort of the most points wins the championship. But obviously if your class, you score your points according to how many cars are in your class. So if you race all year and do well in a class that has many cars in it, you're likely to be at the very front end.
I was just looking out of the window, Bruce, and we've had this a couple of times earlier this year and indeed last year of fog and drizzle on the pit straight. The rest of the circuit absolutely fine. We can't then run because you can start the race, and it sounds really odd, but one of the main barometers what we can run or not is if the medical helicopter, which is based at the end of the pit lane, can take off. If the conditions are that it cannot take off, you can't run the race. Today, having a little look around, we're having almost the opposite. Do you remember the 24-hour last year where we sat there for ages, and I think it was the shortest 24-hour on record, actually. We sat in the Dorint Hotel drinking endless cups of espresso, trying to keep ourselves awake and not fill our bladders too much, whilst the fog outside just didn't go away. But we had spectators messaging in saying, what's going on? It's perfectly clear. It's lovely and sunny out here. We're having bacon, eggs and suntan. So I'm just like, yes, but we can't do this bit because they can't take the helicopter off. Looking out now, it's almost the opposite way round. The pit straight is okay, but it's looking a bit miserly on the rest of the circuit.
Right, in fact,
we're about to find out. We're starting our formation lap.
Yeah, the formation laps. So these will be the pioneers. Of course, it's a very long lap, 25 kilometres, and just getting reports.
Probably about 25 laps, actually.
Yeah, slight drizzle at Arenberg, and if you wonder where that is, it's about probably a third of the way around the lap. You've had the really fast run when you've exited Hatzenbach, you've gone through Kittelbacher, Hurt, but at Arenberg, it's a flick to the right. To say it's a very tricky corner, well, that doesn't really separate it from the others. They're almost, at least half the corners are very tricky, again, because the track is so narrow. And the other place where drizzle's been reported is at Schwalbenschwanz, which is very much towards the last bit of the twisty section of the circuit before you get into that massive blast on the dotting corner to bring it back. Yeah.
The big thing about Arenberg as well is it's the top of the Foxhole, which is that sudden, if you talk about roller coasters, I always think there's two main roller coasters here, Hatzenbach and Foxhole. And those are the two where you suddenly descend and it looks like this ribbon of tarmac through, but you've got to place the car absolutely precisely, even more so on slightly colder tyres, yet more so on the first lap and drizzly, and get out at the end of it in one piece, because it's a lot quicker than you think, and it really is. Roller coaster just absolutely sums it up. They're going to be there fairly shortly, so we can look on our little track, and we're still at only halfway around the GP circuit at the moment, so haven't even got on to the Nordschleife itself. Have we got is that one of the Audis going off already? I think it is, you know.
Yeah, you know what? That's the alternative fuel car. And
Max
that,
Cruz racing car.
Max Cruz racing car, Dominic Fugel on board. Well, that would be the wake-up call that he maybe didn't have earlier. So anyhow, that's a save because that is on the Grand Prix circuit.
Yeah.
So he wasn't sliding across the grass and clanging into a barrier. He only got a couple of wheels on the grass and had space to breathe in. Now he's going to pick his way past the cars that went past him. Must have been thinking, well, that's one down. Alas, not from their point of view. But so back into third place. Dominic Fugel, that will definitely get the heart racing. He must be going, God, I was nearly a hero there.
I'd love to
or
hear,
the opposite.
I'd love to hear the radio message between himself and the team on that one. I've just spun it and dropped it on the warm-up lap. And it did rotate and just connect, went across the grass into the barriers. At that point, there are tyres and conveyor belting, so hopefully it's a soft impact. But you just never know what's been done. It can be the back of those Audis just after the rear wheels on R8 is all venting and ducting, which they're prone to coming off in any kind of contact, leaving light contact. We've seen those bits come off quite a lot over the last few seasons. So you've just got to hope that, and it now puts into your mind, have I damaged it? You know, the driver will be undoubtedly going, I've got away with it. And the team will be going, but have you?
Yes, really.
It's not a 10 lap of this is 4 hours.
4 hours of up and down Dale. Right, the second grid of cars are going to have the same experience. Maybe the track would have been very slightly dry. They're working their way around the Grand Prix loop before they head out onto the Nordschleife. So that was as I said earlier, it's when you look at qualifying, it's all really about just a familiarisation, and this is even more so, but then you don't have a chance to adjust the cars or anything else. If you decided to go out on rain tyres, you'd be going, it's not slippery enough for those, so everyone will be on slicks. You can be sure of that, those who run at the front. But a few windscreen wipers going on, and that's on the Grand Prix loop, so they're not yet in the country. It's very, very grey. But as we heard just before the cars went out, at opposite ends of the circuit, there is drizzle. But then again, how much drizzle makes a track wet? Is there any wind? Not notably. And also, an awful lot of the Nordschleife, you spend your time running between trees, so it's not. There are various points where you'll be exposed, but I'd say once you get onto the Nordschleife, 70% of it, you're pretty much surrounded by trees on one side or the other. And someone else had a little spin on the Grand Prix circuit from the second group of cars. It's a BMW facing backwards, so classic case, I think. The track bit's not too bad with drizzle on it, but the white curbing on the outside can be a little bit slippery if you hit that. So again, that was just after the cut through. After they'd done the Mercedes arena, the first few corners, then you cut through sharply to the right, and it was just on the exit of that when you're doubling back towards sort of halfway point around the Grand Prix loop. The cloud is getting lower, even as the second group of cars goes into the dip and then comes up to the Vidal chicane. So in their mind, they're already thinking, I'm about to go onto the Nordschleife. I've got the chicane, then I don't turn right, I turn left, the double left at Sabine Schmidt's curve. And if you're asking who Sabine Schmitz is, by the way, double winner, two-time winner of the Nürburgring 24 Hours, but became famous she became very much part of the Furniture at Top Gear program. I think her first run on the programme was driving someone around the circuit in a transit van, wasn't it? Blowing their socks off. I think it was Clarkson. She claimed she could beat Clarkson time in a transit van, to which, of course, challenge accepted. And just that first statement you made, a two-time 24-hour winner. To take part in the 24-hour here is not a privilege, but it's a heck of an event. It's one of the blue ribbon sports car events of the world. To finish it is something else. To win it, let alone win it twice, is quite extraordinary. And she was entirely capable, and VLN champion once as well, since in '96, I think she was, in Porsche. But yes, could hustle a transit van around here and have a conversation like you and I are now, with so much mental spare capacity to just drive the van and just chat and just make it look easy. Well, she literally lived on the Nordschleife. Of course, you can come around with your road car, report to a ticket booth, effectively, and you're set off one at a time, and you can go and drive this circuit. I mean, how many great circuits can you drive? This isn't just a great circuit, it's a superlative circuit, but caution is required, because whatever you're driving, there's probably someone driving, or even more importantly, riding something a whole lot faster. So you do need to look out.
Traum vieler Rennfans, der für die allermeisten nie Realität wird.
What have we got?
Mit dem neuen Gran Turismo 7 aber ein ganzes Stück realistischer. Mit der neuesten Auflage des Kultspiels für die Konsole fahren wir zu den wichtigsten Streckenabschnitten der grünen Hölle. Die AMG Arena. Erstes Nadelöhr nach dem Start. und durch die unterschiedlichen Linien ein toller Ort für Positionskämpfe auf der Grand Prix-Strecke. Auffahrt Nordschleife. Nach der Vidol-Schikane biegen wir ab vom Grand Prix-Kurs. Hier beginnt der 20 Kilometer lange Ritt durch die grüne Hölle so richtig. Fuchsröhre. Mit Vollgas bergab, durch die Kompression und den Berg wieder rauf. Wie so oft auf der Nordschleife, kein Platz für Fehler. Breitscheid. Der tiefste Punkt der Nordschleife. Die Brücke über die Hauptstraße von Adenau ist ein Zuschauermagnet. Das Karussell. Benannt nach Rudolf Caracciola, einem der ersten Heroen des Rings. Die alten Betonplatten der Stallkurve sind Kult. Brünnchen. Der Zuschauer-Hotspot. Ob beim Rennen oder bei Touristenfahrten, ob bei brütender Hitze oder im strömenden Regen, hier ist immer etwas los. Die Döttinger Höhe. Windschattenschlacht bei 270 km/h und die Überholmöglichkeit schlechthin am Ende der Nordschleifenrunde mit dem neuen Gran Turismo 7. Und damit von der virtuellen wieder zur realen Nordschleife.
Sie sagen, es ist nur ein Auto, aber wir sagen, es ist Herzblut, Schweiß und Perfektion. Denn wenn du schraubst, dann zählt jeder Millimeter. Dann bist du in deinem Element. Du willst mehr als nur fahren. Du willst es fühlen. Die volle Kontrolle. Eine optimale Straßenlage. Wir wissen genau, was dich antreibt. Denn wir teilen die gleiche Leidenschaft. Egal ob auf der Straße oder auf der Rennstrecke. Wir sind immer an deiner Seite. Wir sind H&R. Offizieller Partner der Nürburgring Langstrecken Serie.
Falkenreifen.
Hol dir jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans.
besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen, follow us,
Auf Facebook, Instagram.
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
4 hours of racing line up ahead. Ford Racing, as it's now called. 2 cars in this race, 2 cars on the front row of the grid, 2 of their Mustang GT3s. And we're kicking off with Fabio Scherer driving the car on pole position. He's showing that, that's car number 9, showing that with Patrick Assenheimer and Dennis Fetzer. And the sister car number 6, the inimitable expert of the ring, Frank Stippler, will start and hand that over to Vincent Kolb. And then Frank will sidle his way down to the pit lane and is providing the Audi. It had a little spin very early on the formation lap. He's still in the battle. He'll get in that and take it through to the finish. So greedy in some sort of way. He's running cars starting 2nd and 4th on the grid. So he's going to split himself. But right now he'll be wearing his Ford performance hat, doing the first part of this race. Presumably the first half. It's a 4-hour race. And we will see how it unfolds. The last time of the year. And I'm sure we're going to pick up some phenomenal action today. Back half of the circuit, track looks a little bit darker than it would normally. Not just because the sky is dark, because there clearly has been a little bit of drizzle that's just settling on the surface. But as the cars go around, not too much spray coming up. Of course, on the formation lap, they're not running at full racing pace. However, any high point in the circuit, it's always quite handy to use an onboard camera and look across the trees and what are you seeing out ahead? If you're seeing anything, that's good. That means you've got a view. If you're not seeing much, it means the fog. It's not fog. It's thick cloud. It's getting worse. But actually, in the space of the last 30 seconds, moving around the circuit, suddenly go to an area with slightly less dark grey tarmac. So it's just what the drivers don't want. They'd like to have uniform race surface, and they're not getting that. Greasy in parts, marginally less greasy in others. What fun.
We do get, as you say, I mentioned onboards there. We do have some onboards now. There's a pit board being held out for a Ford already and a change of tyres.
Okay, they can rain tyres coming out.
Wet tyres already for one of the Ford Mustangs. We don't know which one it is that's going to be coming in. I'm going to guess and risk it, maybe Stippler. Because he knows the place so well, maybe he's going to say, let's go on to those to start with.
You can flip it around and say that Stippler knows this circuit so well that he reckons anyone can push on slick tyres. It may be him.
Do you see what I did there?
I did. You set me up, didn't you? And
No, it's a joint thing.
Yeah.
I knew it would work, yes. Two sides of the coin.
Yeah, have it covered from all directions.
Yeah. When it lands on its side is the problem.
And then falls through the drain cover.
Exactly.
Into the sewer below.
There are no winners.
No, indeed.
So one of our Mustangs is going to pit for tyres almost straight away. We've seen this before.
Not.
Well, we have seen this before, just prepared. It might also be mind games, psychologically, of let's bring these out and get the other teams immediately thinking, well, why are they doing that? Which car are they bringing in? Which one is it? Why not? And it might be that it doesn't. But Dottinger Hoa is now looking very, very misty and foggy.
Cars coming out of the final corner, not of the circuit, but the final corner of the bit before you get to the Dottinger, which is the long straight, the run with the kink in it at Antonia Bucher, where you're still flat on it, up towards Tiergarten, Hohenrhein to complete the lap. But the long view taken from high above Hohenrhein, you can see the glare of the front-running cars, their headlights coming towards us, the cars moving from side to side, but it's chopping and it's changing. And so the final sector of the circuit, the final 5 kilometres in pretty thick cloud.
Now, just before we get our race underway with Start Group 1, we have lost the 906 911 GT3 from the Cup 2 class already. That's Peter Rolf Bonk out at Schwalbenschwanz. That's stopped. So it's a yellow flag there, and that can be put to one side. Provided there's no damage to the circuit, they can start the race, and Start Group 2 and 3 will go through there. But that's a car that hasn't even got to the start grid.
Right, news coming through. It's great to get all information in the commentary box. Drivers are reporting, bearing in mind those wet tyres, the rain tyres are out for one of those Fords that fill the front row of the grid. Drivers are reporting back to their various teams they cannot get temperature into the tyres. So maybe if you really can't do that, maybe going onto treaded tyres is actually not such a big compromise, but it may give you a bonus. But from where I've seen as the cars go around the circuit so far, it doesn't look that wet. Yes, there's a sheen on this, not a sheen, a darkness to the racing surface, but only the drivers can tell. Also snowy. As a man who's raced around the Nordschleife, you also get that feeling through the seat of your pants, through your hands as well. How much grip is there, or more to the point, how little
And when you report that back to the team, and the worst response is always, but can you continue? Can you cope? Because their view is always, we'll advise and we'll give you as much information as possible, and we'll tell you what's correct engineering-wise, strategy-wise, etc. But, as I've been told many a time, you're driving the car, it's under you, tell us. And that's where's your skill set? Can you get this to the end of a lap? Is it worth getting through? Is it a time deficit to come and change and go onto a tyre that then overheats too quickly and it's the wrong decision? What do you do?
And it's not going around another 4 kilometre lap. If you get it wrong, it's 25Ks, and it's not just any 25Ks. It's incredibly difficult 25Ks where everything is stacked against you. But the first couple of cars, the blue Mustang from Hout Racing Team, that's car number 9, comes around, waiting for the sister car, the white one with the blue stripes, much more American racing colours there. To pull up alongside, and they can just about through the mist see the red lights on the starting gantry, waiting, and who peels in? Neither the Mustangs, but the Audi from the back of the top 10 has peeled in. But right, the lights go to green and the Mustang's blasting, rumbling down towards the first corner. One of the Falco Motorsport Porsches, car number 4, moving from side to side, but it looks as though our pole starting car with Fabio Scherer will lead down to the first corner, covered off from behind, almost being attacked now the inside from the sister car. That's Frank Stippler just having a little bit of a play, a little bit of a look. He banks out
around the outside into second place, Bruce. I'm sure that's Menzel and number 3 Falcon, is it not?
Yep.
Straight up into second, split the 2 Fords directly, and the other Falcon now into 4th place. Now, the Porsche losing, and the Mustang losing out a little bit there. It's almost going to drop down to P4 if he doesn't look out. That's the number 6 car of Frank Stippler.
But let's factor in the fact the drivers have all been reporting they can't get any temperature into their tyres, and that's why Frank's being maybe slightly cautious there. And this is a point where you can just risk too much, and Boccolacci trying to go through the cut around the outside of Frank Stippler. Frank gets a wobble, forces the number 4 Porsche up over the curbing, get back to terra firma, and tucked in behind Tim Scheerbart, 9th. He started the race from 10th, but he is a championship challenger. He's 2nd overall in the outright ranking, he keeps it 3 abreast. Stippler just cannot. He can't get the power down. He's got a couple of cut 2 Porsches going around either side of him. This is Frank being cautious. But you know what? Doesn't come here with this much experience and just takes silly risks.
Yeah, the turn-in's okay. It's from the mid-corner out to the exit where you just can't get the power. He's just losing it. It's understeering and then oversteering on power coming out, which is why he's dropped a handful of places. I think 3 or 4 places already for Frank Stippler. But neither of those cars came in for changing tyres, so they decided not to. And I think he's going to drive around the problem and see if the track can dry out. Whilst the start group 1 get onto the Hatzenbach, onto Nordschleife, or onto start group 2 coming up to Tiergarten, ready for the race start.
I just identified one of the cars that I think 4 of the lead group came in, and car number 50 was the best place on the grid, 11th at the start. That's the Equipe Vitesse AM class SP9 Audi. So we saw the Audi come in, followed by 3 others, but at least we can identify car number 50. Right. Second starting group, same drill. Look at the lights on the starting gantry as the cars pass the pit entry, and a couple of one of the Porsche Caymans has dived in from that class, followed by one of the BMWs. But the leaders in the class, nice and neat and tidy. It really is a dark, dark day. It's like you're looking out through tinted windows as you head down towards the first corner. The track seems wide, it dips down into the first corner, but the first 3 Caymans, all nice and clear. Oh, the one in second place is still in second place, but nose wriggling to the left, to the right, touching the white line on the outside edge of the circuit, somehow just getting the braking done. Of course, there's a huge tarmac runoff area straight in front, so all would not be lost. Places would be lost, but not the race. But anyhow, the driver there doing precisely what Peter and I were talking about before the start of the race. Just a little bit too much of a hero into the first corner. Could have been a full, could have been a 0, got away with it. But again, just showing Snow just how little how little grip they have, just trying to get temperature on a coolish morning, but it's super, super great. And that little sheen of moisture, clearly very tricky indeed.
Well, P2 in this start group is lucky to be in P2 still. He tippy-toed all the way around the outside, as I said, into that, drawn into that bit of runoff area, and he's still having issues with the back of that car, snapping away in oversteer, and he's run wide again. So he is absolutely massive. Oh, there's nearly run into 3 of each other there, almost got away. Their braking distances are obviously compromised on a damp track as well, and on the short bits of straight they're still, as you say, doing a little bit of weaving, trying to get to heat into those sidewalls of the tyre, and that's what you need to do. You need to get the sidewall compliant and get it soft and working. That's the bit, otherwise the tyre just doesn't work.
I'm going to name names. It's Heiko Hammel who's had all those moments. Renazzo Motorsport team, of course, they run a Lamborghini in the top class, but running in Cup 3, which is the Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 class, absolutely packed with runners, but he was nearly not one of them. And so, again, you know, you have a moment in the first corner, you somehow collect it, you haven't taken anyone else out, you still press on, just where is the grip level? And for the next few corners through the Mercedes arena, certainly Heiko Hammel was pushing a little too hard, but he kept it together, still at the front end of that group, but he could so easily have been off. But again, your races, you've got to push, find out where the limit is. Take the Gilles Villeneuve hits Formula 1 routine as he turned up at the British Grand Prix in, what was it, 1977, racing for McLaren, and he spun at pretty much every corner and then wound it back a little bit. Right, that's the spinning point, let's come back a little bit. So, slightly riskier place to try that here.
I understand it was 26 spins in his qualifying session to establish where that breakaway point was. I mean, that's a gift, isn't it? Start Group 3 comes out of Tiergarten and onto our pit straight.
Same pack drill, different batch of cars, different performance level. These, the tail end cars in this group with Supras, Caymans of different specifications, millions of BMWs, again, of different specifications, different classes. These will be the cars that will be caught first by our front runners when they come through. And at the moment, it's Fabio Scirea from, well, at the start of the lap, it was Frank Stifler, but Frank's obviously fallen back a little bit with the Falcon Motorsports cars from 5th and 7th. Nico Menzel and Dorian Boccolacci moving into 2nd and 3rd positions. Right, third group down to the first corner. Again, neat, tidy, a few drivers running a little bit wide, but there is tarmac there, so they can do that. But again, it's that moment where you're not on your formation lap, you're on your racing, and it's easy to get it wrong. Into the second corner, out of the second corner, into the third, and then the flick to the right, tight flick to the right, turn 4 on this circuit. Unusual to see an Alfa Romeo in this little group back there. We're so used to seeing this class full of BMWs, the odd Toyota Supra, but great to have at the front end of the class, an Alfa providing something just a little bit different. And that's always been a feature of the Nordschleife races, of the long distance races, that you have very, very different groups of cars. And it's, you know, the more the merrier, I say.
So of the first group, the ones that pitted, the note was the number 50 Max Cruz Racing R8. That came in and had its tyre change. It did have the first sector quite quick, but sector 3 actually. That's Daniel Fugel, wasn't it?
Dominic Fugel, yeah. He had his little flick, but that's sort of going okay, running. Well, it started the race in 5th, but it nearly didn't start the race, as you've highlighted. Conditions still tricky. It's not a wet track, it's a mildly damp track, or the curbing around the outside of the circuit certainly is. And we've had a few little moments. Right, halfway around the opening lap, and it's proper windscreen wiper action. And it's tippy toes, isn't it? And we've had a change up front because the yellow and blue pole starting Fabio Scirea driven Mustang has had a moment. I'll tell you what's had a moment though. The number 4 Porsche, in the blink of an eye, has damaged itself. There's an Audi sitting sideways across the track, and I think that's car number 22. I think that's the one that was started by Dominic Fugel, the one that had to spin on the outlap, and it gained various places, and then lost some. And a Porsche has had front end damage. Can't work out which one that is at the moment, I'm afraid. So what they've done, they've got to about 2/3 of the way around the lap, and suddenly the track's got a whole, well, maybe just a few percentage more slippery, and suddenly an incident, and it really throws it into perspective. What happens if you come around one of the many corners? There's a car sitting sideways across the track, as we had with that stricken Mercedes. So certainly something has affected Dorian Boccolacci's number 4 Falcon Motorsport Porsche. That had moved itself up into 3rd place by the time they went through Hatzenbach. Lost what happened after that. But bear in mind, all the cars, the front end of this field, were just pushing very hard to find how fast they could go into corners, what level of grip they had, and it would have changed in the sort of effectively 15 minutes since they were last at this point on the circuit, because I remember they had the formation lap and then they come around, but definitely the second half of the lap there is more drizzle in the sky, and how hard you push, and certainly It's a big, big question. But also, you don't want to back off, because this could be the point where you could squander 20 seconds, which could be night and day in this race. But you have to be so aware of what could be around the next corner. So looking at what flags the marshals may be showing is absolutely crucial. Slow zone upgraded to code 60 at Hedvigshøe. That's quite a long way around the lap.
You're right about, absolutely right about the number 22 car. That's now stationary at Wipperman. So that's become a code 60 at that point already early into our race. And it's what else was involved in that. I thought I saw from the very quick onboard we witnessed on the number 4 Falcon, which is Boccolacci and Menzel, isn't it? So I thought it was Menzel in the car, so it's actually Boccolacci, isn't it?
Yeah.
I thought I saw, yes I did, the slippery surface flags being displayed, so yellow and red stripes. They are indeed. You can see them dotting her. Now he can get a headshot. It's Boccolacci's Porsche.
It's Boccolacci's. Menzel's in both of them. That's why it's slightly confusing.
So
but he's still ahead of the sister car with Menzel on board.
Minus the front right wing.
So in fact, the car that's first one around to the end of the lap is clearly so fast because it's lighter than it was before. But it's the number 4 Porsche.
Now, has he got to pit? Because if the tracking and all that, it's sliding there through the tier garden, is he going to have to pit this Boccolacci? Yes, he is. He's diving to the right-hand side. So there's some bodywork damage. So the front wing is obviously kind of cosmetic, if you like. Basically, it's a very expensive, shapely headlamp carrier. That's what it does. It's not structural to the car. That's gone. But it depends what else has happened to it underneath. So you've got to have the car come and check. So it looks like it was the number 4 Porsche that had a collision with the number 9 Haupt Racing Mustang of Fabio Scherer.
Yeah, they were very close together. Number 4 into the pits, and I'm afraid he started a bit of a trend. Loads of other cars are likely to be diving in. 948 is in. That's from the Cup 2 class. For those that continue, the track is probably in slightly better condition as they see it for the second time. Just remember that Frank Stippler fell back. His car qualified. The number 6 Mustang qualified second, but on that opening part of the first racing lap, he seemed to have no grip whatsoever, particularly through the Mercedes arena, turns 1, 2, 3 and 4. However, settling down, a little bit of caution. Clearly he's used his caution to good effect. But what we are having is a change of the order with several cars in the pit lane, most notably the number 4 Porsche that was the first one round, and it's the first time I've seen a damaged car, missing one of its front wings, get round ahead of all the others. But clearly a moment, and he's got away with it.
Yeah, and the PU as well. But what's important is that the splitter and all that is intact underneath. So that's all there. You've got all your front bumper with your air intakes and anti-dive planes, which are really, really important there. Pit crew are in the pit lane already. That wing has already been what's left it's been removed. The fresh one is going on. They'll be constructed in a way to do this. The front bumper is on. It's going to go out looking pristine again in a matter of minutes. I'm sure they can't service a road going Porsche this quickly and make it look that pretty. But mind, I wouldn't like to see the invoice for this work either. I gather the contact was at the carousel as well. I think we've got a Cayman. Was that a GT2? It is a Cayman Pro 4 number 95. That has just retired on the beginning of the circuit, actually turn 1. That's into the box on the right, the dotted box there that you can take a penalty on.
Yeah, other cars.
Something else slow coming in the Dottinghoe with damage to its front right as well, by the look of it.
Well, it is a Porsche. It was a Porsche. But it's definitely it's on the right-hand side of the circuit.
We know it.
No. So, problems for a lot of runners on the opening lap of the race. There may be some more fallers. Some people may have decided they're coming in to get wet by the tyres. I don't think many have really gone for it. Maybe 3 from each group. But certainly what we're gathering is that the collision, number 4 into the back of number 9. When I say that, I mean Boccolacci in the Falco Motorsport Porsche into the back of the number 9 pole-starting Mustang. The damage was done there, but it became a lot worse because Boccolacci went over a curb, and that, whatever damage was done, the fracture was there, and then that front section came up in front of him. Snow.
Yeah, it's number 30 Hankook Competition 911 that's slowly returning to the pits. If I read my time screen correctly, and I just want to add this just in case, but because of everything going on at the front, our race leader at the moment is Harley Horton overall, in a 959, not a Porsche 95, but car number 959, which of course is a Porsche number, in the SRS Team Rank Sport 718 Cayman, because of all the confusion going on. That is, he'll be happy about a little bit. I'd say that, won't he?
Well, what I want to know is how much the people were delayed. Talking of Harley Horton, he's actually very well placed in the Junior Cup. He's 1 point down off Noah Nagelsdijk. in the junior trophy, which is one of the many elements, but really the front of the race, it's all about Nico Menzel. He's supposed to be driving 3 and 4, not at the same time, obviously, and the sister car number 4 is the one that's been damaged, but he's being pushed and absolutely harried by car number 948, which is a Cup 2 class Porsche 911 GT3 Cup class car, and that is being driven by Tobias Muller, and he's all over the tail of the SP9 class car and going alongside and down. It's almost as though it's like the SP9 cars just can't get heat into their tyres, and the Porsche Cup cars seem to be rather better on their rubber at the moment.
Well, the top 3 cars are Cup 3 cars, Horton, Stegman and Schmickler.
That's extraordinary, isn't it? Yeah, so
bodywork on the track, left-hand side there. I've just caught out to the side of the number 3 Falcon on board for us. I'll try and identify. I guess that's off the number 30 Porsche because it was white.
You'd think so.
Yeah.
You'd think so. So what we have, sometimes the Porsche Cup 2 class cars, they can make their first pit stop slightly later than the front-running SP9 class cars. Sometimes we have them take the lead of the race at that point, but we seem to have had them taking the lead on this slippery circuit when the SP9 cars just can't get the heat in the rubber. When you see Frank Stippler struggling in any GT3 class car, you know there's something a bit of a problem. He started second, he's tumbled down the order. Don't discount him, but certainly for him, he's fought at the end of the opening lap, he was in 14th position. Don't forget though, there was a bit of a sort out with the front-running cars. We had Dorian Boccolacci in the number 4 Falcon Motorsport car clipping the back of the number 9 of the Stippler Mustang, and that would have delayed those around them, and the number 4 car had to report in for new bodywork. But just fancy as waved yellow flags at quite a few corners around the circuit. I think the track will begin to dry out, then we'll see the the cars that should be at the front working their way back, and they're the ones in the SP9 class. But for a lot of drivers, that first lap in any of the 3 groups would have been very, very tricky indeed.
Well, again, a GT3 Cup 992 car just overtaking a SP9 category. That yellow flag you just saw was at the beginning, or Engelbert Bergwerk, going up into really fast part of the circuit, Kastelchen, etc., up to Klosttertal and into the Caracciolo Carousel. And that Porsche, I think that's a Müller motorsport car, has just come back past again because it's on sheer grunt. But it's we've seen this before, haven't we? That these SP9 cars, GT3s as we call them, they're slightly different for this series. Hence we call them SP9. It is a GT3 car, but on a few things slightly different for this series. But they're not all. Alpha's just running to the back of a Hyundai. Just give a little love tap there to push him on, just demonstrating where he thought the braking point was for the Alpha, not for the Hyundai. Yeah, these GT3s, unless they're in optimal conditions, are perfectly dry. They don't have that much of an advantage. These are the worst possible conditions because it's neither wet nor dry. It's just greasy. It's unpredictable, and the circuit is evolving one way or the other, and you don't know which way it's evolving. That's the point. It's literally rolling the dice. So we'll wait to see a bit of a yellow flag there. Go on, the green flag again there. Sorry, Bruce.
No, I was just going to say one thing the drivers will be aware of. Clearly, it's very slippery. It's very, very tricky. However, it's also the fact that you have incidents around the corners. Now we're starting to get the field almost all melded because our front runners are going to catch the tail of the 3rd group very soon indeed, and that will make things super, super tricky for them. I'll tell you what, I would like to apologise. I've been squinting somewhat. I've been talking about an Alfa Romeo in the field, and I looked very carefully. Just it's red. It's an Audi.
It's an Audi. I mean, maybe exactly the same mistake. You see, I trusted you implicitly.
I thought it was an Alfa 156.
I did exactly. The problem is that, Bruce, in Bruce we trust. Because you'd said it, I took it as gospel and read it as being exactly that. I went back to British touring car days for about 30 years ago. And Gabriele Tarquini in a 156 Alfa, or Gary Ailes or somebody, and I was just like, oh yeah, there's an Alfa. I've just gone with it. And exactly as you said it, I'm thinking,
how lovely.
That's an Alfa with an Audi badge on the front. Yes, it's not my first gig, this, you know.
Seems like it might be mine.
Car ID. We know what we need to work on homework over the winter, don't we?
Yeah, well, it is in full Audi red, in Alfa Romeo red, just to Audi red.
Audi red. Just making it worse, aren't we?
So, tricky conditions, and the main faller on the opening lap of the race started brilliantly from 7th up to 3rd place, went Dorian Boccolacci, the number 4 Falcon Motorsport Porsche, but contact with the tail end of Frank Stippler's white and blue Ford Mustang led to problems. And certainly, even though it was it got around the lap sooner, the opening lap, ahead of the Mustang, it had to dive into the pit lane for body work repairs. So that has tumbled out of the top 50. We started with 96 cars on the entry list, well, 100 on the entry list, 96 starters, but there have been a few little fallers. But very, very tricky conditions. The long view along the Döttinger slightly better than it was when they completed their formation lap, but there is still a low-hanging cloud. It's enough that when the cars approach, their lights diffract through the mists and the drizzle, but it's still a very, very fast part of the circuit. Still cars slipstreaming each other. But really, the story of the race so far is just the fact that the SB9, the top-class cars, at the moment, they're starting to move their way forward. The two Mustangs nose to tail, and then a whole group of others behind, and they're starting to build their pace up again.
Well, they are, but they're struggling to get by. I'm just watching there to an absolute treat of Nico Menzel.
Right, we talked about the number 9 Mustang having been given a little shove up the back by Dorian Boccolacci's car. And there's a little bit of bodywork damage on the left rear corner, but it is just bodywork, flapping in the breeze and a few stickers slightly loose. I think that's a technical term.
Yeah, the danger of that, of course, is whether the officials decide it's something that's dangerous and may come off. There's actually quite a bit of bodywork and quite a bit of aero and carbon involved in there on the left rear, as you say. And if that's going to fly off and cause damage, that can be black flagged and brought in to be removed. The quick thing I was going to say about Nico Menzel was, Bruce, he was having an absolutely fantastic battle with one of the Schmickels in front in the number 950 entry. It's either Stefan or Marcus Schmickel. I'm not sure which one's in it. But Nico Menzel in an SB9 car couldn't get past the car in front, and it's a Cup 3 car.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
But again, just think about that. And I just want to correct myself. It was not Stippler's car that was just up the back. It was the pole starting car, and that's the one Fabio Scherer. That's the yellow and blue Ford Mustang from the Hout Racing team, not the white one with the blue American Racing livery, the stripes, nose to tail. But it's the simple fact that Nico Menzel is still stuck behind Tobias Muller. Tobias, as Snowy just pointed out, is in a Cup 3 car, but they've got plenty of poke. But if you put them around the course of a circuit, they have inferior lap times on a normal surface because they don't have as much downforce. But at the moment, going across the Sabine Schmitz over the bridge, it's left and then left again and down the drop. Still, the race is being led by Tobias Muller. He won't be laughing his head off, he'll be concentrating too much. But here he is leading the race in the early stages in a Cup 3 Porsche. Now, you are, Snowy, suddenly transported out of the commentary booth into the wheel of the number 3 Falco Motorsports Porsche. I know it's a miracle, but focus on the job in hand. How are you going to get past this Cup 2 Porsche in front of you? Take the lead of the race. Where's your advantage coming?
Well, it's not this part of the circuit, that's for sure, and it's not my problem to make happen. It's actually it's Muller that's got the issue because he's the one under pressure, and you're just going to pressurize him. And what you're going to probably start doing is placing the car in his mirrors a lot and making him watch the mirrors, not concentrate on the road, and try and force him into an error. It's basically just that little gap where he catches it a bit wide or just gets on the throttle or has to get out of the throttle and cost you a bit of time. But you've got to watch it like a hawk as well and find your spot without running into him as well. And it's, as you say, it's that 0 to 0 thing. Because in your head, you know you should be ahead of that car. But the track conditions say you're not. And how do you process that? So you've got to just take your time and remember it's, what are we in? We're 3 hours 37 to go. So there's no point in trying to do it now at this point, but what you don't want to get is delayed, as you say, and lose 10, 15, 20 seconds behind a car for a stint or a couple of laps, or in this case we've seen now 4 or 5 cars bunched together, and that's 20 seconds that you can't get back. So as the driver, you want to get ahead but want to be cautious, but the team don't want to lose out on the time because of the strategy, and they might sort of suddenly come on the radio and say, push on, and you just like, push on. I've got no front end, I've got no grip, I've got no power, I can't get it down. And where do I push on? And that's where they'll just turn to you basically and they won't even say it. It'll just be assumed, well, that's your job.
That is your job, entirely so. Just to give you an idea, we've had various, actually at the moment it's largely, I think it might be green the whole way round, so we could have a quicker lap time, but the previous couple of laps have been yellow flags at a lot of the corners as the drivers had their moments, and a lot of the field, even in the SP9 class cars, were lapping about 1.5 minutes and more slower than qualifying. Now we've just had a move at the front, and we've suddenly had a Mustang moving through. Stippler, isn't it? Stippler leads at the Nürburgring. Well, there you go. He's worked his way not just past the number 3 Falco Motorsports 911, similar class car, but also the 948 Cup 2 Porsche that's been leading the race. He took just one and then the other in no time at all. This is Stippler now going, okay, I've assessed the situation. Maybe I've got some heat in my tyres, or maybe I still haven't. He should do at this point in the race, but also I've assessed what the track conditions are. So he chose his moment, picked off one, picked off another, through Adenauer Bridge and up, and he's already going away. Stippler at his best.
But Menzel's quicker than Muller. He just can't get past him. Now's a bit of an opportunity, if he can, to get a little look down the side. He's filling the mirrors there, not quite onto it, not just yet. Can he look down the inside? No, to there. That's what you want. You want Muller just to run a little bit deep. He hasn't. He's got that absolutely right. Beautiful placing of the car by Muller. I've got to say, Sven Muller driving this beautifully. This is down to Bergwerk into the really fast part, Kastelchen, Kossetol, up to the carousel. This is, I would say, where Nico Menzel may just pounce, because you'll have the extra little bit of power in that SB9 GT3 car, and you can just reel him in. But I'm not sure he's close enough. In the meantime, Muller's is not catching up. Obviously, he's pulling away. Frank Stippler's pulling away. This is now Menzel is in striking distance. He might get the job done. Can he go up the right-hand side? That's a very brave move down the right-hand side. He's got to turn in there. Muller's left in the room. Menzel hasn't quite gone for it. It's a right going into a left. So Muller's on the correct side of the track, and I think he's done it, yes, just at the very end of it there. Kastelchen has got himself ahead of the Muller Porsche, which now means that Menzel's up a place and can start the pursuit into the carousel as Frank Stippler comes out of the carousel.
That was a fantastic sequence of action. What you have to understand is the fact, as Snowy was talking, the track was moving from, it wasn't moving anywhere, but as you look ahead from the drivers trying to make their moves, there's a kink to the right, there's a kink to the left, you're still absolutely flat. You know it's going to the corner at the bottom of the hill, just Klostertal about before you're about to climb up to the famous Caracciola carousel. And the moment where the number 4 Porsche hit the back of the number 9 pole-starting Mustang, you couldn't see if there was any damage, and then clattering the curb a few corners later, suddenly the front right, the bodywork above the headlight back to the tail end of the bonnet suddenly flat back on itself. So big shot there, and that is why number 4 Porsche with Boccalacci on board had to report to the pits at the end of the opening lap. But he didn't hang around, because once that bodywork had flown off, he then pressed on and was actually ahead of some of the front runners. As he brought the field round at the end of the opening lap, dived straight to the pits. And just to report, the Audi that went off on the opening lap has now been put onto a flatbed.
Is that the 22 car?
It was indeed. Yeah. That was the one from Max Cruz Racing, the alternative fuel car, started by Dominic Fugel, driver who started, like a lot of young German drivers, in TCR a few decades ago. Well, about a decade ago, really. But TCR had its sort of moment. It sort of rather ebbed and flowed away. But actually, in a few years ago, we used to have loads of TCR class cars. They're the silhouette touring cars, if you will. They used to be really popular, but they seem to have waned in terms of the VLN and the series that it's begat, which is this one, the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, just a renaming. But used to have half a dozen of them. They always provide fantastic racing, but you know, that's racing and it's different fashion. So it's interesting.
Nico Menzel's now caught up with Frank Stippler, hasn't he?
Yeah, various points.
In really short order.
Yeah, Stippler got clear of that number 948 Tobias Muller driven Cup 2 Porsche, and we saw the struggle and the move made just before the climb up to the carousel by Nico Menzel. But now he's alongside. You're not coming past me, Squire, thinks Stippler, but he got alongside the white and blue Mustang and then had to back off because he was on the outside of the corner and another corner was coming up where he'd be even more on the outside. So he tucked in behind, but what's he want to do? He wants to get a run. Where does he want to do it? Along the Dottinger Herd. Did he make a good exit from Gaukenkopf onto the long return straight? Not really, not quite close enough to use the toe. So Frank Stippler can heave a sigh of relief, but it was remarkable how much the number 3 Porsche closed in.
Not quite yet it is, but it's not quite yet because there's traffic in front of Stippler. They're coming up to the fast part of the circuit, and that's where they come through the kink. It's job done, isn't it? It's not going to quite get to do it. I thought that Menzel will have a bit more of an opportunity on the second part there, but obviously Stippler's read the traffic well. Funny that, isn't it?
Well, he has. Okay, yeah. They're just approaching the final couple of corners of lap 3 of this race. They've started lapping the tail enders from the third of the start groups. If you look at live timing, it does suggest we've got 3 Porsche Cup 2 class cars at the head of the race. It doesn't anymore. A couple of those, of course, the 948 has been demoted. That's Tobias Muller. But a couple of the others were sort of listed up there by dint of their starting time, starting somewhat later because they were in the second starting group. No, they weren't. What am I talking about? Sorry, the next starting group, we've got a couple of artificially high-placed cars. Just realised I've put myself in a cul-de-sac there. It was cars from Cup 3 that started in the second starting group. So a couple of those were listed at the front, but they're now falling down the order. What's happened with the SB9 class are going up. I want to sort of just mention, if I may, very good run by Christoph Breuer, 786. It's bright yellow, little black flashes on it. It's the Renazzo racing team Lamborghini. We do like a Lamborghini in these races. For years they used to flirt with glory and sort of come away with nothing, but this is a team that's been competing all season. Kiki Saknana, one of the drivers, the Thai racer who absolutely adores the ring, sharing with Christoph Breuer and Dieter Schmidtmann, in inverted commas.
Now I'm going to say at this point, as they're onto the Grand Prix circuit, about to come up to the Nordschleife, Nico Menzel's significantly quicker, but not opportunity to get past Frank Stippler in the Mustang. So if he hasn't done it on this part of the circuit, he's going to have to settle down for a little bit. And Stippler, nobody knows, Menzel knows the Nordschleife, but Stippler knows it just as well, if not more. So that's going to be hard work for him now. But I think the Porsche just looks a little bit quicker. Maybe it's the dynamics of it being a Porsche as opposed to a Mustang, big heavy GT front engine car. But they've got this Mustang really sorted, and there's one leading and one in third place with Fabio Scherer at the wheel. These are the two Haupt Racing Car HRT Mustangs in first and third currently. I'm not sure for how much longer though. No, gut feeling.
It was a case of just hang on and wait for the track to come back to you. A really interesting opening couple of laps, but Nico Menzel's definitely got his tail up. Mind you, he knows he's going to have a bit of a wait when he wants to take over the sister car, because he's racing 3 and 4, and the sister car number 4 was damaged when it hit the other Mustang halfway around the opening lap. But the pace with which Boccolacci brought it back to the pit certainly stemmed some. I don't think it caused any further damage, because that bodywork, that front right wing, must have just departed at some point, having bent it back over the curbing.
Is that you've got that curve of the wheel arch, and it just, the weak spot is the top, it's just folded and popped it out, hasn't it, basically? And provided it hasn't done much damage to the brackets, which it didn't appear to do, it's damaged the wing and that's gone, so somebody will recover that, or somebody's got a souvenir for the winter. Great over the mantelpiece, that, wouldn't it? Just put a battery on it, you've got a light as well.
Yeah, there you go. Right, I just want to point out that the end of the third lap of racing, the top 5 cars were covered by 4.5 seconds. That's Frank Stippler leading in the Haupt Racing Team number 6 Mustang. Nico Menzel, the number 3 Volker Motorsport Porsche, first and second. He was just 0.7 of a second down. 2.6 seconds down, the second of the Mustangs. That's Fabio Scherer's car, the one that got hit up the back, has a little bit of bodywork damage. Tobias Muller, best of the Cup 2 Porsches, in 4th overall, in 3.2 seconds down on the race lead. And Renazzo Motorsport Team, just mentioned Christoph Breuer, going very nicely in their bright yellow Lamborghini Huracan, 5th overall. That's not bad, is it, on a really slippery, tricky circuit, to be right at the sharp end of the field like that. Now, I did say that through the course of the race we keep an eye out for what's happening in the championship battle, and it's being led by car number 187. That's from the SP8T class, and just looking to see where that is in its own class position. 4th in class, Reinhold Renger, who I think is almost a secret weapon in that car, brought on board to share with the 2 drivers who were the regulars. That's Branko Mijatovic and Nick Wustenhagen. And you can be sure that Reinhold will be pressing on. He doesn't want anyone around him to cause him any trouble, so he's just being a little bit cautious, and that's no bad thing. His job is to press on, maybe move them up from 4th to 3rd to 2nd into the class lead. That'd be very nice, thank you. But they are sitting on a 4-point championship lead. It's slender, but it may be enough if they continue as they are. However, plenty of racing still to come. Conditions in the pit lane doesn't appear to be drizzling anymore, but certainly the sky is low, I think we could say, Snow.
It is. We've got our intrepid pit reporter, who I know can speak fluent English, is Lukas Gajewski in the pit lane. He's pointing to some wet tyres now, some Eagles, Goodyear Eagles, with great enthusiasm. But we need Lukas to talk to us in English as well, which we know he can do very, very coherently.
He certainly can. Fantastic communicator. Look like good Eagles, not bald Eagles. That's a good thing, I suppose. Right, running down through The orders, what you always have to do in the field is just work your way down. There are so many different class battles to celebrate, and car that's been delayed, but it does go well. I'm delighted they're showing it to us now, because it's car number 144. We haven't really talked too much about the effectively the GT4 class cars, and that's one that's had a visit to the pits. And with rising German star JMO Hartling at the wheel, that's picking its way back up. But it's obviously made the call, pitted, presumably for wet weather tyres.
Correct. That was one of the 5 that pitted at the end of the first lap and dived in. And that was one of them, and went from slicks to wets, which is proved to be the wise move for their car at the moment.
Yeah, I know, it's a gamble, isn't it? It's not an easy thing. So that's drop them down the order, but they will reap what they've sown. And actually, I tell you what, I thought as much. It has just come out of the pits again. They've made 2 pit stops in that car. That's why it's so far down. I didn't think it would have dropped below outside the top 30 if it had that 1 pit stop and then 2 subsequent laps. But we'll keep an eye out. Why did it come in the next time around? Maybe it came in the first time for bodywork to be repaired, because it certainly was having a few moments on the opening lap. When, don't forget, a lot of cars were having their moments 2/3 the way around the lap, cars sitting sideways in the track, and when you're at the head of the pack and you're sitting sideways, A, you start breathing and praying, and B, everyone else coming around the corner will be hoping that they've understood what the messages were from the flagging marshals. A lot of points around the Nordschleife. You don't have much of a, let's say, line of sight in advance.
So this battle rages at the front still with Stippler and Nico Menzel, and
I think Menzel's moved ahead.
I think Menzel's got ahead, yes. I've got a slight delay on one bit of footage I'm seeing here, which is not corresponding to. That's a back marker. Yes, indeed, Menzel, we've just caught the end of it there, yes. So, Frank Stippler, most unlike Frank Stippler, got caught behind looked like one of the 330 BMWs, and just waited for a moment. That's exactly what you were saying earlier, Bruce, of do you wait, do you be a hero? And he just waited for a second, and Nico Menzel went, well, if you're going to wait, I'm not. And went straight through it. Yeah, right-hand side, so there it is. Blue flag's being waved, the 330 stayed in. I've got to say, it's a left-hander going into a right. The BMW did exactly the right thing and stayed on the left-hand side, and it was Frank Stippler who chose to wait behind and not dive to the right and take the door that was open. I'm not saying it's the wrong thing to do. It's probably better in greasy conditions not to risk it, but Nico Menzel did risk it for a biscuit, in fact, for the race lead, and has done it.
He did, and he was certainly 3/4 of the car over the white line beyond the edge of the circuit, and you don't know what the conditions going to be like over the sort of grass creek curbing at the top, but he managed to get away with that. And by the way, yes, confirmation, car number 144, we saw it, it's the Schnitzelarm racing Mercedes, and when it was brought in by JMO Hartling for the second time, it changed from wet to slick tyres. So maybe they went from slick to wet with the first pit stop at the end of lap 1, and then back the other way. Right, very, very tight at the end of lap 4. It's nose to tail. Last time around, it was the Mustang, car number 6, Frank Stippler, ahead of the number 3 Falco Motorsport Porsche, and it's been flipped over the other way, but the gap much the same. It was 0.7 of a second at the start of the lap. They're just competing, and it's come down 0.4, but the order has been changed. It's not Ford ahead of Mustang. It's now Ford ahead of Mustang. It's not Mustang ahead of 911. It's now 911 ahead of Mustang. 2 cars, very, very similar lap times, doing things in a different way, and that's one of the beauties of GT3 as a formula. It's grown so enormously and for so long. Since 2006, the modern iteration of GT3 was launched, and next year we're going to have a whole load of racing series for the early GT3 cars. 2006 to 2013, plenty to celebrate, and a lot of people have suddenly found a lot of value in a car that was getting dusty at the back of their team garage. So I think a lot of people are scouring the world to find, because they're going to be European 2 series in Europe for GT3 legends, and we'll be racing on the Peter Auto Classic Tour as well, so it's great. No one likes to see a car sitting doing nothing, but these are just, they're such bulletproof cars. They're just, they've proved their mettle, proved their worth, and it's great to have them revived. It's, for a lot of the drivers, it's a bit scary to think that what they raced when they were young are now historic cars.
Tell me about it.
And they're still young.
Let's not go there. New fastest lap by our race leader Nico Menzel at 8:11.676. So the track is getting quicker all the time. What is interesting watching these 2 cars is that I think Menzel's quicker on the technical parts of the circuit. That Falcon Porsche just looks a little bit more agile, a little bit more grounded. It seems to be working slightly better in these slightly treacherous conditions still. What the Mustang that's under Frank Stippler's got is absolute grunt in a straight line. And what I have noticed is it's monster on the brakes. into the corners, which I would not have expected for a big GT3 front-engine car. I'd have thought that would be an Achilles heel of it.
Absolutely.
Whether they last the distance is another question, but you always have that eternal piece of elastic when two cars are chasing one another and one breaks and the other catches up with it, not to be deceived by that. But some of the distances that Stifler's coming back from is like, wow, it looks absolutely fantastic under the brakes. It'd be great if Lucas Gajewski, our pit reporter, could go and have a chat with Frank Stifler. Both of them can speak perfectly fluent English and find out what Frank thinks of the brakes on that GT3 Mustang, because of course he'll then completely flip my comments on the head and say, no, it's rubbish, it's just on power.
Well, just to spite you, really, I suppose.
He's like that. He's like
yeah.
That. No, he's not.
Keeps us straight. No, he's a gentleman.
He's not. He's an absolute gentleman, yes.
Right, just sort of trying to pick up... the start of this race really shook up the order with a few incidents on the opening lap. We then had the Cup 2 Porsche leading outright. That's fallen back a little bit now. Tobias Muller tumbling down the order a little bit. But conditions were very greasy. Still visibility, it's very low-hanging cloud mist, call it what you will. But now we've got 3 SP9 cars at the front of the field. It's Porsche ahead of the 2 Hout Racing Team Mustangs, but it's still slightly slippery offline, so any move you've got to be fairly convinced the car in front has notified you and been aware of you, because if it pushes you slightly out, you get on a bit other people haven't been driving over, and that could be tricky. But those that blinked first, we saw the race-leading Hout Racing Team, the Ford Racing crew, coming out with wet weather tyres for drivers at the end of the opening lap. They didn't come in, others did. It seems to have been the wrong way to have gone. Came out and the track, I thought it wasn't even marginal, but a lot of teams might have thought, you know what, it could be about to get worse, because the weather isn't just what you have now at the Nürburgring, it's what you know or think you know is coming in. May I just say at this point, trees look magnificent around the circuit. Absolutely fabulous autumnal shades here. Meanwhile, on the track, but... you know what it is. They're not out for a drive in the beautiful part of the country in the Eifel forest, but it's certainly occasionally, come on, Snowy, in a racing driver, occasionally you might look up and go, looks rather attractive today.
Well, you do take it all, and the danger is not to take it all and not concentrate on what you're supposed to be doing. One of the slight advantages of a track being in this condition is that obviously it's the same for everybody, but certain cars have different strengths. But there isn't so much of a drying line, so you have a little bit more freedom. You can go off a line, it not be such a problem. When you've got that dry line and it's wet either side, you don't go on that at all, so you've got to be really strict about it, almost like slot car racing. When it's dry, it's fine, until you get marbles. So at the moment, it's kind of, if you're brave, and fortune favours the brave, and we saw that with Nico Menzel, when he had that opportunity when Frank Stifler sat behind the 330, he just went, oh, just wait a second, and Menzel went, no, I'm going straight through in that Porsche. But he knew, he just timed it to perfection, that as when the left-hander, the right opened up, and Menzel could just get on the gas and just fire it at the apex and stop it and get past the car, and Stifler, that certainly got his dander up, didn't it?
Yeah, well, it has. He's now coming back, right on the tail, flashing the lights right under the rear wing of Nico Menzel, who's not really looking backwards at the moment. He's looking forwards. He's trying to work out what is coming next. But the Mustang. I mean, if you had to go, paint the face of an angry racing car, children. Go on. That's what you do. Great big moor on the front of that Mustang. Big twitch at the bottom of the hill on the rise up towards Carousel, and Stifler corrected it, but that lost a bit of his momentum. Then onto the concrete.
A massive amount of lock on the inside of that car catching that. It looks like a little twitch from the outside, from the inside. That's a lot of work, and it's a moment, a definite moment for the driver. We think, oh, but Frank Stifler, that's just day at the office, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. So we just heard from Benjamin Leuchter. We saw his car, the number 22 alternative fuel Max Cruz Racing Audi that qualified so well, qualified third on the grid. We saw that off on the opening lap, and it was at Wipperman, as Snowy pointed out, but for Dominic Fugel through Benjamin Leuchter, the driver still in the pits, who won't get a race today, one feels. Unfortunately spun in the Wipperman area on the first lap and hit the guardrail. Well, unfortunately so. And for those behind, they had to scramble, but everyone on the opening lap, we just commented about how the visibility was poor, the track was going to be greasy, little flurry of drizzle, no more than that, about half an hour before the start of the race. But for everyone, they did the formation lap, but what was it going to be like at racing speed? We soon find out with quite a few spins on the opening lap. However, damage not too much, but actually of the top 5 cars on the grid, about 3 of them ended up with some form of damage.
Well, one of our pitters on that first lap was the 910 GT3 Cup Porsche. of Alex, Klaus or Nicholas Koch. I'm not sure which one is in it. It's one of them. All three got the same surnames. That was one, say, 9-10. That's one of the first. They've just gone on to slicks and a driver change. Meanwhile, at the front, Frank Stipper's got caught up behind the, I'm going to call it a new name, I'm going to call it the Alpha Audi.
Yeah.
Because it's alpha-coloured Audi car. So, but every time I catch that side, that you could, if you basically said, take a racing car and make it look like a 30-year-old 156 Alpha in the livery, it's caught my eye every single time, and I go, Audi, not Alpha. But Frank Stipper got caught up behind that phone, just given Nico Menzel a little bit of a breather for a few moments. I'm sure it won't last for long. They're into the Kleiners carousel now, or Nico Menzel's out of that already, and Frank Stipper just coming out of it as well. So he's got 10 car lengths, but it won't be long. And of course, the Dottinger is where the Mustang will suddenly start to close in again, because it's got the sheer grunt of that Mustang down the straight.
You know what? I mean, it's allowed Fabio Scherer in the second Mustang to get right on the tail of Frank Stipper. Frank lost, I reckon, about 5 seconds in that moment, or the ensuing moments thereafter. So just at the bottom of the hill, coming up towards the carousel, the first carousel, the main carousel. And it was a mighty, mighty save. But again, this circuit is still cool, still slightly damp, still very, very tricky. The Mustangs side by side. In fact, Stippler's just lost ground to Fabio Scherer, who's moved up into second place. And in fact, again, the grunt of the Mustangs, but he's not backing off. No, Stippler's going, no, look, I'm the preeminent driver. Back behind me, first three cars at the end of the straight. The Mustang's really closing up the inside of a BMW that keeps very nicely out of the way. What do you reckon? A second between the top three? I think so.
Sie sagen, es ist nur ein Auto, aber wir sagen, es ist Herzblut, Schweiß und Perfektion. Denn wenn du schraubst, dann zählt jeder Millimeter. Dann bist du in deinem Element. Du willst mehr als nur fahren. Du willst es fühlen. Die volle Kontrolle. Eine optimale Straßenlage. Wir wissen genau, was dich antreibt. Denn wir teilen die gleiche Leidenschaft. Egal ob auf der Straße oder auf der Rennstrecke. Wir sind immer an deiner Seite. Wir sind H&R. Offizieller Partner der Nürburgring Langstrecken Series.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans.
besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen.
Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Well placed in its class, suddenly the outright championship battle could swing their way. And they are, I think, third in class. Oh gosh, they're almost all going to end on the same score. How fantastic is that? Who writes these scripts? Absolutely excellent. So, the clouds are not lifting, nor are the drivers. And that's the point. That's why this lead battle is so good and all the way down the field. The drivers heave that sigh of relief when they get onto the start straight. And it was a brilliant move for Frank Stippler down the inside of Nico Menzel to take the lead in his Ford Mustang. But Menzel just is never say never. He doesn't back off. They turn left at turn 2. Menzel on the inside in the Porsche, but sweeping around the outside goes the white and blue Mustang. Then the sister car, Fabio Scherer, number 9, also tries it. They get to the third corner. And the number 9 Mustang's the one with the slightly tatty rear end after contact. In fact, still slightly surprised, hasn't been called into the pits for that rear left bodywork hanging off, but it doesn't seem to be slowing the drivers. But Menzel, every time you think he's just being pushed back into third place, he fights back into second. Brilliant, brilliant action on the Grand Prix loop. They know that within the next 20 seconds they'll be on the Nordschleife itself and life will become a little bit harder, but fantastic racing.
Well, that section you used to describe as the Mercedes arena, so turns 1, 2 and 3, that's where the Mustang defies all laws of physics, and as I said, is monster on the brakes there. It's incredible, and that's where both Stippler could take advantage of that and Fabio Scherer. It was then Nico Menzel who said, I'll have me a little bit of that back again, when he got out of that arena, got the power down, a little bit more versatile and adaptable through the technical part, the Porsche, and just managed to get one ahead again of Fabio Scherer. But it was only just, it was nip and tuck, and what I did like about that was, you said Menzel didn't give up. Stippler's got the job done. Menzel didn't give up. Fabio Scherer was all for it as well, but he left Menzel room. How much room did he leave him? The width of Porsche. No more, no less, but respectful racing, as in, okay, if you're brave enough to go around the outside, I'll leave you the room for your car. Let's see if you can do it. And okay, you've done it. Fair enough. Respect. You can almost see that between them physically on the track. It's not pushing each other out of the way or running out of road or opening the steering, whatever. It's just decent, respectful racing. And Nico Menzel, I think, is going to retake the lead. He's coming through sideways from Frank Stippler.
Why is he sideways? It's raining. It's now properly raining. This is the heaviest rain. We had a little sprinkle before. If Menzel does not back, his Porsche is twitching left, it's twitching right. He is on a mission. Maybe he's coming in at the end of this lap because we'll get towards the end of the opening hour. Because right now, I think this is the time. This is the crossover moment to come in and change to wet weather tyres, because it's certainly there is now rain on the screens, and you can even see, whenever treated to a rear view, you can see the spray coming off the back of the cars. But Menzel is rocketing clear of his rivals. And looks as only one of the Mustangs in the background. What happened to the number 9 car of Fabio Scherer? He was, bear in mind, the start of the lap, 3 cars covered by under half a second. And Scherer not in the rear view shot. Frank Stippler in second place looks as though he's about 3 or 4 seconds behind, maybe slightly more, but Menzel is absolutely rocketing clear. And again, as you said a while back, on the technical parts of the circuit, which is pretty much all of the Nordschleife, that the Falken Motorsport Porsche just looks supreme, but it's a very, very twitchy ride.
I'm not sure which of those cars I'd rather be in at the moment in these conditions, whether it's which is the trickiest to run. I understand the front engine car a bit better because I've had more experience of those. At the Porsche, I have not enough experience to have driven one of those and comment on it, but Nico Menzel clearly does. Comes out of Galpenkopf onto the Dottinger and down the pit straight. Now the question is, as race leader, will he pit and go? Are the conditions bad enough to warrant a tyre change yet?
I thought there was about a third of a lap ago. As they go along the Dottinger, it doesn't look as damp there.
But that's the point, isn't it? That's the point.
Oh, what's the call? You also, to come in now, again, we can talk a little bit about the timing of your first pit stop and how long that needs to be. It's all fixed according to a chart that still has me awake at night. But how wet is wet? How wet is not quite wet enough? Frank Stippler still hanging on in there. He's actually, again, along the Dotting He closes and closes. The Ford Pony certainly can gallop. I think we're going to see our race leader dive in. Yes, we do. So Nico Menzel has come in. His handling was certainly getting looser and looser, but I would take my hat off to him. That was a fantastic last half lap. Cars along the start-finish straight, windscreen wipers on. This is the point that Frank Stippler goes, either that was a really good decision or I've got 25 kilometres that could become increasingly difficult. But again, who's one of the most important person in the team for any race, any season at Nürburgring Nordschleife? Your team meteorologist. And after a good 20 years of racing around this circuit, you have to feel that Frank Stippler is his own meteorologist in so many ways for the immediate reaction to the track conditions beneath him.
And that's where the phrase teamwork applies so currently, because I was saying a minute ago that I'd be on the radio saying weather check, or weather update, because the team can tell you is it crossing, because it's such a big circuit, is it crossing one corner, which normally could be a third or a half of the circuit. Here it could be a fraction. So it's not worth pitting on such a long lap to do that and getting your strategy entirely out. But we will see. Menzel chose to, I think that was a stellar last lap for Menzel to keep that thing on the road and pull out the distance over Stippler. And I think he put qualifying brain in for that, to get it back, knowing full well that it's coming back to the pit. If you've got to do a stint like that, it's quite a risk. You're operating without a safety net. There, he was just like, right, I'm going to get this back to the pit. It might be a little bit leery, but we'll get it there and job done. So that's going to be it's going to be a driver change, is it not, in that car? So you're going to have Joel Sturm into that, taking over Nico Menzel, number 3 car.
Joel's already strapped in. Bear in mind, Nico's supposed to be driving the number 4, the sister car as well. Busy afternoon for him. So the car at a standstill in the pits, but I touched on the issue of how long your pit stop has to be. If you pit as he has, after 6 racing laps, bear with me on this, 328 seconds. Next time around, when Frank Stippler and the gang come through, their pit stop has to be 23 seconds longer. You go, man, that might not be fair. However, if you make your first pit stop later, it means you'll probably make your final pit stop later, and then that's allowed to be a shorter one. So it sort of makes the field ebb and flow. I tell you one thing that's not ebbing and flowing is our lovely Alpha liveried number 480 Audi has been having nick and tuck with this Hyundai that all race. You keep thinking
all race long, isn't it?
This is a replay. One leads from the other, then that gets swapped over. So having a really good battle, and this is really what it's all about. Brilliant circuit, people to play with, and what a stage on which to be doing that. So right, 480. That is entered by it's Christophe Dupre sharing with Jürgen Nett and Joachim Nett, and the Hyundai 467 is Michael Borer, Gerrit Holzhaus and Stefan Epp. Obviously not all at the same time, but what matters, the mist is descending again on the Grand Prix loop. That seems to be the sort of greyest part of the circuit until you get that return leg. But it's a cracking battle, and it's just great to see that. Actually, every time I look at, I think it's now for 156, and you talk about Gabriele Tarquini, I think about his enormous moment at Knockhill when he went barrel rolling down the hill, and an amazing sequence of photos that followed. Everyone was delighted he was okay. But in terms of sort of when British Touring Car Championship was having one of its peaks, that was sort of definitely one of the moments, wasn't it?
It certainly was. It was pretty memorable. I remember that at the time. That's 30 years ago.
Yeah. Scary. Absolutely. By the way, you know, we talked about the number 22 Audi that's qualified third going off on the opening lap and clipping the barriers. Dominic Fugel at the wheel. We're having reports come through that the Hankook Porsche we saw limping back with the front right wing, not really how it should be. Marcus Seefried was at the wheel, and he had contact with the Audi. So that is what pitched it off. But on the opening lap, it was super close, super greasy, and definitely something that was tricky. Right, important thing. Lead battle in the SP8T class is the number 175 Aston Martin. That was leading at the start of that, which has been passed by the number 155 BMW M4. But the third car in class is the outright overall series leader. So that's gone up a position. Car number 187. It's all about just keeping it neat and tidy, working your way up the order, and yet could be heading towards the championship. You have to feel on a grey day with greasy conditions and rain starting to come in, There are many things that can happen.
Yeah, but that's just changed over again
on.
to the 155 BMW, just been overtaken by the Aston again.
Because
as you were speaking, we know before that, so there was an issue. The 155 BMW was actually weaving a little bit side to side gently, as if there was an issue or something loose, or had it just come out of the pits or not?
Well, it's just come back into the pits.
It's just come back in, that's my point.
Has it got a puncture?
Exactly, or a loose wheel or something.
It took the shortcut, and you're allowed to do that. You're allowed to go around the part of the Grand Prix loop that we use, and instead of then turning left, double left onto the Nordschleife, you can peel into the pits. You don't gain an advantage. In fact, it's a disadvantage to do that. But if you have fancies there's something wrong with your car, you don't want to go into the Nordschleife and lose endless time limping around the remaining 23 or so kilometres. You cut through. It means you have to start the lap all over again, but it's better than any time wasted around the Nordschleife. So at the moment, the whole crew coming, I think it's just a puncture. Left rear puncture.
This is the M4 GT4 Plus line car, number 155, with Richard or Philippe Grisec at the wheel, and it does look like they're changing the left rear only. It's on a set of slicks. Now they're changing the front left as well now, so that might be precaution. So maybe it hadn't just come out of the pits, but it's certainly come back in again. And of course, we remember these GT4 category cars, SB8s. They have the original wheel nuts and hubs. They don't have centre locks like the GT3 cars. You're not allowed air drills and air guns, so you have to use. We see in the garages all the time drills all charged up and ready to go in case one's flat or the wrong socket or it drops off. They often have 2, 3, 4, 5 ready. 5 wheel nuts, off they come, unwind and back on again. But there's and also quite a long. There's a 959 Porsche in. That was most of that's Harley Horton, isn't it?
It is Harley Horton's car. That was the car that
a lot of front left damage. Just before that, we've had, might still be in the pits. I will double check, Bruce. But 904, one of the Muller Motorsport car. It's more tape than paint on the front of that car now. That's been in for quite a while. But Harley Horton, our one-time race leader, is into the pits with significant front left damage.
Yeah, it just want to point out that was in the race lead from its class, because its starting time was after the lead. It was in the second group of cars. And so its elapsed time put it artificially at the top of the charts. On the track, the Cayman was not leading the race. It was at that stage, actually, it was another Cup class car, but a Cup 2 class Porsche 948 driven by Tobias Muller. But the SP9 cars have settled down, but the conditions are changing. It's now full windscreen wiper around the back of the circuit, and I think maybe for Frank Stippler this is not good news. He didn't pit at the end of lap 6. And Nico Menzel did, and I think Menzel's called that right, because
he's had a pit stop as well and changed over to Joel Sturm in that car.
Yeah, but what I'm talking about, Nico Menzel was right to bring it into the pits after 6 laps, whereas Stippler has decided to chance going to 7, which actually would fit timing-wise better into a standard pattern for this race, but this lap is going to be way slow. Well, I think the fastest lap we had in this race, didn't we see 8 minutes 11? Fastest lap in qualifying was a 7 minutes 58, but you know, bear in mind the early laps were greasy. There were also quite a few yellow flags. So it was the one lap that was pretty much green for the front runners that went round. That's where the track was, but it's much slower now.
There are times when I try and catch you out, and after all these years of working with you, I should know just not to even try anymore. It's just
because I catch myself out.
It's a point of exercise. Well, you can do that. That's an own goal. That's fine. But yeah, I can never catch you out. I should know better. But every now and again, I build up like a little coil spring and get brave enough and go, I'm gonna and back down you go. So there you go.
Years of
broadcasting gold.
Yeah, years of being arrogant. Fits beautifully.
I don't think I was that bad, but okay.
Tricky conditions. Easier to get it wrong than to get it right. And in this race, anybody who's had a moment, you can't discount them, because if it just corresponded with you coming in for repairs and they decided, you know what, we'll stick on wet weather tyres right here, right now, it could help. One of the cars that fell very early on, halfway around the opening lap, was the number 4 Porsche, still fighting its way back up the order. Dorian Boccolacci, after that first pit stop, bodywork repairs, started this lap, which is lap number 7 in, get this, 10th position. He would have fallen down to, what, 90th something? We had 96 cars start the race, so pressing on. Very impressive Frenchman, but obviously got caught out, hit the back of the number 9, Fabio Scherer, pole-starting Mustang on the opening lap, as people were just discovering the SP9 class cars didn't seem to have the grip that the Porsche Cup 2 class cars did. Harley Horton now down in the pit lane is probably trying to explain why he had a slightly different livery on his car at the end of his stint, because we saw the front end of his 959 Porsche really rather rubbed.
As it can in these tricky conditions, and then rain started to come a little bit more. tire pressure was, I think, lower than the others. We came into Langstrecken, where it's quite wet at the moment. Hit the brakes nice and early and completely skating. Just about got it slowed down, but into the barrier with the front left. Yeah, it's not what we want, and it's really tricky out there. So let's see what we can do. But there's a bit of damage to obviously the light and the radiator area.
This, by the way, is the thoughts of Harley Horton. Again, just talking about tyre pressure, just going away a little bit. There's changes in the wet conditions, and he'd be very frustrated, the young British racer.
And did that happen on your last lap before coming into the pits?
No, we happened on, I think, lap 5. But because of the fuel pits, we stretched it a few more laps because the car was fine, it was drivable. And then we came in at the earliest opportunity, so we didn't have to do an extra stop.
Right, we had the impression that it was getting worse now in terms of rain on your last lap. What were your impressions?
Well, the last 2 laps was just driving around, getting the heat back into the tyre, because obviously stopping for 10 seconds and being on the grass. The tyres were really cold.
Well, we've got Lucas Gajewski, who we know can speak fluent English, interviewing Harley Horton, who I know can't speak fluent German. But unfortunately, we can't get the volume of that. It would have been good to hear what Harley got to say about the reference marks on that car and quite why it was in the shape it is. What I will do is I'll go old school and I'll message him and see what happens and see how quickly he responds. I've got to say, last weekend when colleague Andrew Marriott and I were covering Estoril Classic for Radio Show Limited, it was the amount of updates I was getting from people, it was absolutely incredible.
Couldn't keep Tom Canning off the line, could you?
Well, no, we couldn't. And others, Jack Layton and Nick Padmore and other people, and Ollie Bryant. I did have to say this on air. Ollie Bryant doesn't just send you a message, he sends you a report.
Very good.
And it's almost like he may as well send me the data, as I said, literally, of the lap. It's absolutely incredible. It's so detailed and so much appreciated as well for the avoidance of doubt.
Not so long ago, in a commentary booth, you would have a moving image and you'd have a timing screen. Now there are so many places you can look. It's great drivers can get in touch, but sometimes you're really enthralled in the battle, commentating away, and notice they've sent you something that would have been pertinent 20 minutes before, but you know, it is away, and we do have many different screens to look at and many different knobs to turn to bring up the volume or not in the case of interviews like that, but it's worth giving it a try. And if you have to strain your ears, I apologise, but we're trying our hardest to get the message. But interesting there was the fact that Harley, you know, I know he would have been working hard in the car, but there he was standing in the pit lane on a cool day with sweat running down his brow. I mean, I know I would, but he'd be a fit young racer. But it just goes to prove how hard it is around the Nordschleife any season. But I think for the drivers today, just not finding the grip that they'd ordinarily have by the bucket load. Can you get grip by the bucket load? Anyhow, we'll go with that one. It's a struggle.
You can, but it's expensive.
Yes, I know. Yeah, plus VAT. Right, other cars diving in and out of the pit. So the Mustangs have come in this time around. So they made their first pit stop. Always have to remember to note this down. After 6 laps, bear in mind, the number 3 Porsche came in. That was Nico Menzel, got out, handed over to Joel Sturm. After 7 laps, the 2 Mustangs in the order of 6 and 9. That was Stippler coming in and Fabio Scherer coming in. They're making their pit stops after 7 laps. That means, just remember I said, their pit stop 23 seconds slower. So don't expect them to come back out and slot onto the tail of that number 3 Porsche. Porsche has shown its hand early on, and I think it was intelligent to do that because the next lap, the last lap for Stippler and Scherer was on much greasier track. It would have been a slower. They've come out of the pits absolutely nose to tail, weaving around as they go up towards the Wiedel chicane, trying to keep some heat, get some heat into these new tyres. Windscreen wiper going on. Stippler's car, who's sideways over the curbing as he comes out of the chicane, just gets it back. His white Mustang ahead of the yellow and blue Mustang, but that was a massive twitch. But wind the clock back to the start of the race, and we saw Stippler not at all happy at the first time of asking when going out after formation lap through, the lights went green around the opening lap. He lost about 4 or 5 positions. Then he came back in the race, worked his way into the lead, but that was nearly the whole lot going out of the window. Big moment, lovely for television, lovely for those involved, those listening. It was an exciting moment, but for Frank, we've seen various twitches from him today. We had the fantastic one at the bottom of the hill, the climb to the carousel. He held that one, but it just goes to show how little grip there is today.
or sorry, less so for the driver. We've got a number of cars off at the moment, which has caused a code 60 now. 504 and 514 from the VT2 rear-wheel drive class, and would you believe they are their teammates as the SRS Team Sorg Rennsport cars 504 and 514. They're both off on the same lap. Whether they're off at the same, but they are at the same point. Yes, at Klosterdal. No, actually, different places. Separate incidents by the look of it. And we've also got 982 off at Hohenrhein as well, which is, when I can find it, it's on my last page. It's literally the last entry. It's 718 Cayman from WNS Motorsport.
Yeah, that's the Cup 3 class.
Yeah.
Right at the end of the lap. You know, that could have been a number of things. It could have been, I've just got to go around the corner. I'm coming in the pits. What do I do when I get in the pits? Just driver thinking about it. Hohenrhein, you know, you can't lose it much later in the lap than Hohenrhein. Right. Just having a little think here. So what we will have in the pits last time around and out with the two Mustangs, also the Juta Racing Audi running very nicely as it does, but it's running in a different class. It's SP9, but the Juta Racing car is in the AM class, and it's having a decent enough run. Second in class, Alexei Veremenko has taken that one over. But this race ebbs and it flows. You have an early first pit stop, and it's a shorter one. However, you're going to be making a final pit stop, your third final planned pit stop, probably a lap earlier. So what you gain in the first pit stop, because yours is mandated to be shorter, you will have to have as a longer final pit stop. But what it does, it's a bit like an accordion. Your race leader who comes in early pulls ahead, and then at the end of the race it goes the opposite way. So don't feel the Mustangs are out of it as yet relative to Joel Sturm in the number 3 Volker Motorsport Porsche. That came in at the end of lap 6. The Mustangs came in at the end of lap 7. They've effectively dropped back more than 20 seconds, but they should gain that later in the race. So as long as they're lapping at similar pace, they'll be together. Anybody who's just come out of the pits is really struggling to get heat in their tyres. Just had a glance in Alexei Veremenko's Audi, and it was a massive twitch, and that's only after 4 corners. I know you don't get heat in very quickly, but normally after you've had a series of tightish corners, that's quite a helping hand. But that was nearly another car being shoveled off into the undergrowth.
Yeah, they come out pre-warmed as well, the tyres. Yeah. They're not at the same temperature as actually driving on the track, but they're up to a decent temperature. Obviously, they're cooled a little bit, being taken out of those blankets, put on the car, going down the pit lane, etc., etc., and the thing comes off the jacks and does all that. So they do drop a bit, and I'm sure there's a factor for that at what actually happens. But water on our windscreens of some of the cars with wipers on almost all the time now. Of course, not the one I'm just talking about, because that wouldn't work at all, would it? But is this rain going to set in or not? I think the weather is going to be the deciding factor on this race.
Yeah, I definitely think so. But also, I think it's a real element, because the point about this...
It's very real if you're driving a car around the Nordschleife. It's very real.
Well, entirely so. And the fact, the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, traditionally 4-hour races, 3 pit stops, you can say end of hour 1, 2 and 3. However, this championship is extraordinary, not just because it's such a brilliant circuit, what an amazing place to go racing, but it's like you go to 10 different circuits across the 10 rounds. You've got the difference of temperature from March through the summer and now into autumn. Wet or dry, or what we have here in between. It's such a challenge. Where else do they race this series? Well, of course they don't. It's all here. It's Nürburgring. But it is something that's just wonderful. But it just means, well, no race is like another one. But also, it sounds really ridiculous to say this, but on a day like this, no lap is like another one. You don't know where the yellow flags are going to be if someone's had an incident. You don't know if it's going to be damper or drier than last time around. You don't know if a car's going to be sideways around the corner in front of you. So many things to contend with. Oh, plus the other 95 rivals on the circuit. So, again, it's just super tricky. But today is one of those days where you could be 99% right and come away empty-handed.
And, of course, remember, it's an open tyre formula as well, so each team can use their own particular make of tyre as they wish, and obviously they stick with it. But obviously the Falcons is pretty obvious what they run, but the Mustangs run on Yokohamas. Others use Michelin, others use Goodyear. We've seen Goodyear Eagle. So it's a team chooses a tyre. It's not a control tyre for the series. So it adds in yet another permutation, another variable that you've all got to take into consideration, because certain tyres will work better in the dry, some will work better in the wet. One manufacturer will make a really good intermediate tyre, which is used occasionally, but when that window arrived, and boy is it helpful. We've got a slow car on the Dottinger.
It's like a Cayman of some sort.
Cayman, doesn't it?
Again, apologise for not identifying them immediately. They're about 1 kilometre away. It's just a very long shot on the camera, but it's probably going at what you'd call quite a pace if you're in a built-up area. But out on a circuit where people can be coming past at 190 miles an hour, it's like slow like a snail. But up the rise it comes. It's still got to go through the kink. But such tricky conditions today. A real head scratcher for a lot of the drivers. Stippler, by the way, well, we'll get the next timing split. 1.6 seconds clear of Fabio Scherer. So the two Hout Racing Team Mustangs together, but they will be behind at the end of this lap, behind the number 3 Joel Sturm driven Falken Motorsport Porter. That pitted a lap earlier. Its pit stop could be 23 seconds shorter, and certainly Sturm, young racer, will not be hanging around. But again, just got to sort of put in the riding clause that if you make your first pit stop early, it's a much shorter pit stop. So when the next load of pit stoppers come in, they will have fallen about 23 seconds further back. How they do on the outlap remains to be seen, because of course it's so influenced, not just about getting heat in your tyres, it's about where you find yellow flags around the circuit. And at the moment, at this point where quite a lot of the front runners are having to not just change to another driver, which is always tricky, Snow, don't you find? When the driver in the pits, they can't gauge how much grip there's going to be. They can only see what's on the screen, and the driver coming in might say, oh, it's a bit slippery. He's not going to name 172 corners, so you never know exactly where it's at its worst, or more to the point, how it was 10 minutes before.
That's right, because of your driver, outgoing driver, will always try and inform the incoming driver, and it's usually their responsibility to do the plugging of the water and the radio and that kind of stuff. But that part of that is the reasoning of that, the methodology is to give that ingoing driver some information, some data. And again, this is another one thing you just have to take into consideration of this track. Other places, it's easy to say that. You can say turn 4, turn 7, and you've probably just given 20% of the circuit is wet or dry or oil or debris or something, whatever factor you need to tell them. Here, as you say, you can say, oh, Flugplatz is, a bit wet. And you're like, well, what help is that to me? Because it's one corner in it's at such a tiny fraction. So it's actually quite hard for the outgoing driver to give relatable, credible information, because you want the team to do well, and that's one of the things I love about sports car racing, is it's a team sport. You all help one another, and that even comes down to how the car's set up as well. You may have, that's where the pro cars, we've got 3 pro cars in the SB9 class this weekend, but you have the way the driver sets up. The 2 pros will probably have a very similar sort of setup, but these other teams will need to drive to the basic, bit like an army, march to the pace of your slowest man. You've got to go with that and drive accordingly. It's no good one driver driving 5 seconds a lap quicker and doing whatever damage to the car. So our 2 Mustangs at the front, just coming over the pit straight. Was there a code 60 there for a minute? Because they suddenly seem to slow down and speed up over the pit straight. But Stippler and Scherer it's having a ding-dong at the front.
Yeah, well,
between one another, teammates.
Well, they came in together, they've come out together. But it's great stuff. But it does seem, and I just cast my mind back to the start of the race, I think the Yokohamas, they are not as effective in cold, wet conditions as the Falken Motorsport Porsches. The rubber underneath them. Falken have stuck with the VLN, which is the predecessor to this, the NLS, same series, different name, through thick and thin. Some years they've run even 2 different manufacturers' cars to get more experience. And the effort they've put in to succeeding and learning the Falken Tyre Company here on the Nordschleife. And bear in mind that just across, when you see the cars going onto the long return straight, the Dottinger Her, if you're given a high shot, you can see the main road that's running just the other side of the hedge, the other side of the barrier. And just on the far side of that is a huge industrial estate. Now, it used to be just open fields, and one of the essences of this circuit being built in the 1920s was to provide employment in a very rural area at a time of a degree of depression. And it's finally worked, because so many manufacturers test almost day in, day out. I slightly exaggerate for emphasis there on the Nordschleife. You see lots of cars mocked up, cars that haven't actually been given an official launch yet, in sort of camo livery, and there's a lot of prestige, whatever class your car is in terms of its real manufacturer rivals. If you've got the fastest time around the Nürburgring Nordschleife, it's some form of bragging right there. So huge, not just the tyre companies, but a lot of motor manufacturers have their bases. A lot of teams have their bases. The place is called Moispath, and literally if you've got a good throwing arm, you can throw a stone from their factories onto the track. Don't try that though.
So it's Tobias Muller, is it not, that leads the race?
Yeah,
he's in the Losh Motorsport number 948.
He's just pitted.
That's a Cup 2 car. It's out actually now as well. So
it's out, and it's still Tobias at the wheel. Yeah, he was the one that was leading the race outright ahead of the SP9 class cars, and eventually as the track dried out, they got past, but he was going great guns. He runs deep, so he's pitted after 8 laps, so he will have a longer first pit stop, and we'll drop him back. But through the course of the race, what we saw from him was some great driving, but it was the way he could keep. It was Nico Menzel, wasn't it, in the number 3 Porsche from Falco Motorsport, could keep him behind. And Menzel was getting more and more desperate to get past, and eventually the Mustangs came through, but then that's all been sorted. And as the rain, it's not heavy rain, and it's not even constant rain. Of course it isn't. It's the Nürburgring Nordschleife. You get a bit here, a bit more there, but it is more often than not, when you see the cars now, it is windscreen wipers on. It's tricky, it's slippery, and it ain't uniform. Hey, that's why we love this circuit.
And it's a constant test. Just when you think you've sorted a corner out or section out or whatever, it's something different on the next part, and it's exhausting, constantly trying to keep up with what is or isn't happening, and whatever coming up next. And no 2 laps, no 2 corners are the same in these sorts of conditions. And this is why I particularly love these races at the end of the year, because just when you think you've settled down, got into an order, there's a routine, there's a pattern, and you think our job's easy, you think their job's easy, and our job talking about what their job is even easier, and then something changes, and it's like, oh, hadn't allowed for that, and suddenly it's just the weather says, I'm going to have a little bit of a play now and just throw down a load of water at the corner, and you can get buckets of water.
And there is just that other factor: yellow flag zones, slow zones. It can fall. You could be chasing someone down. They just go past a point and they throw a slow zone. You might be 10 seconds further down the track. You've got to drop down to the pace. You've got to drop right down. You could have spent 3 laps chasing after this person, gaining half a second here, whatever. And that really does frequently affect this race. Did you get the slow zone on your lap, or did you just happen to be in the pits when it was slow zone, and then when you went out it was all green, meaning there were no slow zones around the circuit, and so you don't have to lift on your out lap and you will gain handfuls of time. But we've got double wave yellows as the cars get towards the end of the Dottinger Höhe, just where the track kicks up towards Tiergarten and Hohenrhein. And we did have a car off a while ago. It was a BMW, wasn't it?
That's what I was talking about, the 2 Mustangs. I thought it wasn't just that they come out of the pits. They were accelerated. They were going slowly down the pit straight, not having come out of the pits to do that, and that's why they got going there again. But you mentioned about that the yellow flags and how it can fall and change a race. You mentioned about Verstappen and Chris Lullum in that race, the last round, and P3 they qualified. Verstappen did it. Verstappen went from P3 to P1, and he pulled out a fantastic lead, and everybody talked about that. And then Chris Lullum was just so unlucky on his next stint that the flags sections and the code 60s worked against him. And I thought some of the media reporting was a little not unfair but inaccurate. It emphasised how well Verstappen had done, and almost as if Lullum hadn't done as well as his teammate. Well, actually, you don't quite get our series. He just got caught out on the flags and the code 60s, and it did take away that through no fault of his own. And I just think he did a stellar job, and I just really do. I think it's exactly what this sport is and what NLS is. It was teamwork, and I think one couldn't have done it without the other, and that works for both of them.
No, entirely, and you saw that at the end when Chris got out, having won the event, that Max came over really appreciative. He understands it, and it's up to the reporters who probably
I'll tell you who does understand it. Max.
Oh, exactly. Yes. Yeah. But it's just when, for a lot of those people who had been the first time experiencing what the NLS was, they probably looked at the result without maybe even watching the race to write their reports or whatever. But maybe they'll just learn. But it is something. It's a very, very complicated event. But I mean, the ebb and flow, according to slow zones or yellow flag areas, it can be enormous around here. And if they think, oh, he was way slow, you're thinking, hold on, bear in mind the lap is about 7 times longer than most circuits. So if you've got various points around a lap where you've got slow zones, of course your lap times can be different. But Max absolutely recognised what Chris Lullum had done. And no wonder he was the one he chose to have racing alongside him. I think that's all you need to know. But it's, you know, for people looking at the NLS for the first time, it's very easy to be confused by things. And the fact of the matter, we've had laps, drivers be going absolutely pressing on, but it could be a minute and a half slower than the fastest lap of the race, simply because track conditions are a bit greasier and slow zones. But if you don't understand what a slow zone is, because you don't have them in other forms of motor racing, then I guess it's slightly harder to understand. But, you know, again, the more you put into learning about how an event like this works, the more you get out of it. But for the teams that do it, they come, the first few ones they do, they'll probably find all sorts of mistakes. Right, now the reason there is such a problem at Hohenrhein is we'd had the number 982 Porsche Cayman off there. That's the WNS Motorsport car. Christoph Krombach, Richard, Sven, Karl Jadexnis and René Herbert damaged the barriers, damaged the car. 982, front end damage, radiators splayed to the side, door off on the left-hand side of the car, on the driver's side. Yeah, quite a lot of bodywork missing off the front, but, you know, as we said, probably on its in lap, but unfortunately didn't get through the final right-left sweeper onto the start-finish straight. It's really very tight corner. As you come up the slope into Hohenrhein, it looks, from many camera angles, many onboard angles, as though the barriers are almost right across the track, but you should be turning to the right, and this one maybe got on the curbs, maybe got shoveled out there by someone else, you just can't tell. But definitely the car is on a flatbed, or was. It's now being lifted above. It's about to be dropped down into the special area by the Sabine Schmidt curve. It's called the corner, the collection zone for knackered cars, and I'm afraid 982 for WS Motorsport.
And it's never a good sign when your car's being picked off the flatbed, and as it lifts up in the air, there's various bits hanging down, radiators and wiring looms and bodywork and carbon. They really should be attached.
The lowest bit should be the tyres.
Exactly, yes. So number 4 Falcon Porsche, Boccolacci into the pits and jumping out. So I'm surprised. Of course, Menzel will be jumping back into this. Has to be.
Yeah, will be, because he's jumped from 3 to 4, and obviously it made it easier for him to do that change. He had a bit more time to wait, because Boccolacci's car came in at the end of the opening lap. Front right bodywork had come off the car, but Boccolacci absolutely thrashed it around the circuit to get it back to be repaired at the end of the opening lap. Was the first car back to the finish line, which was quite extraordinary. Had been fighting for that lead battle. He started the lap in 7th, was finishing it in 3rd. But anyhow, the sister car, meanwhile, with Joel Sturm on board, is herring along the Dottinghoe, so he'll see the lights, so got to back it off when you get to Hohenrhein. He'd have seen that last time around. Into the dip, under the bridge. The track then kicks up to the final corners, double wave yellows in his face as he gets towards Tiergarten. Up the slope, you won't quite see the barrier repair truck ahead of him, but this is where the second sort of flow away. Without this, he'd be flashing past the pit exit about now. He's only just into Hohenrhein, because at a bated pace, he's got to back it right off while the barrier repairs are taking place. Now he gets level with the truck. It's on the left-hand side of the circuit. Still a lot of quick dry dust down there. Clearly the spillage from the 982 Cayman. And then he can accelerate, green flag, and now he can come down the start-finish straight. But will the sister car, by pitting so much later, be out in front? It shouldn't, because it's pit stop being 2 laps later. No, hold on, the end of lap 9. Oh, I wonder how that works, because it made a pit stop at the end of the opening lap, and you're timing your first pit stop. Ah, okay. I have to look at my little chart. I'm not sure I've ever seen a car come in after 1 lap. Your first pit stop could be 216 seconds. Second one is free time. So, more to the point, where I'm trying to go on this, Snow, is which of those Porsches is in the front of the race. It should be number 3, and I think it is just. It should be the one with Joel Sturm on board. However,
I think it's going to be close.
It's going to be close.
Falcon won't mind, of course, because it's another one of their 2 cars. That's all they need. With their cars both at the front, ideally 1 and 2. Doesn't matter which order it is, to be honest. And given that one's had a little bit of damage already and had that wing replaced and whole front end, panel work-wise, say cosmetic, but it is important it's all attached and has lights. Especially in these conditions, you're not allowed to run without the lights. It's one of the rules. In case it suddenly becomes very heavy rain, you can't be running without lighting for obvious reasons. So Stippler and Shearer in line astern in the 2 Hout Mustangs.
Well, hold on, that means they're just changing tyres. They've already had their pit stops. This is back in for a second time. Okay, what's going on?
So
Rain
indeed,
tyres.
Stipper staying on board and
Rain tyres.
going on to wet tyres. Yes, indeed. So what's coming off? Let's just confirm they were. Yes, and they are indeed slicks coming off. So the two Ford Mustangs line astern, both going on to wets. This is. And they've torn that bit of bodywork off the number 9 car. Thankfully, now finally got rid of that. The diffuser's all in place and everything's working there. All the fences and that. A little bit of damage to the wires supporting it. But that's okay. So the aero shouldn't be too much of a problem on that car, and that will count round here in one of these things. And who's going to be first away? They should be on the same stop though, shouldn't they? So they should rejoin in the same order. Stipper's car's dropped. Shearer's car was dropped sooner, and they're telling Shearer to go and get it started. Stipper just walked out, so they are rejoining exactly as they should have done.
They are, but what we have at the moment. Joel Sturm is out. He's just going towards Hatzenbach, and he is on slick tyres. Number 4, which just came in, Dorian Bockel actually handing it to Nico Menzel, is on rain tyres. The Mustangs have come in. They're now on rain tyres. So we're talking multiple pit stops, whereas at this point in the race, we'd normally expect we should be just running between our first pit stop. We're halfway to our second pit stop. But for the front runners, with the exception of the number 3 Falken Motorsport Porsche, they've had 2 pit stops. Okay, slightly different situation for the number 4 car that Menzel's driving now on rain tyres, because that came in at the end of lap 1 for bodywork repairs. Wow, I talked about variables and the timing of your pit stop and how long it could be. The later into the race, the longer your first pit stop. We've got those out of the way. We're now on the second pit stops. But these are simple tyre change ones, but it does mean we've got a pack and slow-moving vehicles on track. There's a flatbed being protected by a course car behind it. And number 3, Falken Motorsport car, Joel Sturm, around the outside. Again, lost a second or two there. These are the moving elements that can really dictate whether you're closing up or losing ground. Variables.
That intervention vehicle moving the car back, the flatbed, is going to help Porsche there in the damp, but of course then he comes into top of, just clears that, the right hander goes into the top of the foxhole, and he's got to open it up and get his foot down again and accelerate down the foxhole, which I've said earlier in the show is a really tricky part of the circuit. Never mind when you're driving it at racing speed, you're in the zone already. When you're picking up from going round a slow vehicle, as in an intervention vehicle, 60k, you're suddenly going to add on 50, 60, 70 kilometres very quickly in damp conditions in a rear-engine Porsche. That's why these guys are paid to do what they do. Joel Sturm doing a fantastic job. And the number 3 Porsche there, getting it completely sideways. He was going down to Goodwood Festival speed, doing a bit of drifting we saw back in the summer there. That was, let's book him up now. Let's get him there.
Get him alongside Jared Dander.
That was the man I was trying to remember, yeah, Jared.
The Neanderthal, this great big Californian showman who was so entertaining to commentate with. But just remember, at this point in the race, Joel Sturm is on slick tyres. His teammate and the 2 Ford Mustang crews are on wet weather tyres. Is it getting wetter, or does Joel think he can hang on? He made the first pit stop after 6 laps. Ideally, it would go to the end of lap 13, do a 7-lap stint, but he's got to make the call. The team's going to be contacting him. What's it like? Is it getting better? Is it getting worse? Right now, it's just seeming to do... It's so marginal whether it's getting better or worse. It's small elements, but it's a question of what we can't see at the moment is how Joel's feeling in the car. How much heat has he got in the tyre? But I tell you what, not a lot. It's moving around so much at an hour. Oof.
Well, what we can see is, what I tell him is that Joel Sturm can cancel his gym membership because he's doing complete cardio workout inside that car. So save yourself a bit of money there, Joel. Fantastic stuff. You've got to remember, he is on slicks. There's a reason Haupt Racing bought not one, but both their cars in simultaneously and put those Mustangs onto wets. So Shearer and Frank Stipper, they did that for a reason. They will have had a lot of input into that. So we've got a white flag on the right as we come down to Bergwerk now for Joel Sturm. This is our race leader, technically, in the number 4 car. Sturm's in the number 3 car, isn't he?
Yeah.
And it's Menzel in the number 4 car now, because he's often in the 3 car, has been in this race. He's just greedy, just wants maximum race time, doesn't he?
It is. You know, what they do with the Falken Motorsport team, they rotate Porsche Works drivers through the course of the season. It's almost
around Nico Menzel, seemingly.
Yes. Yeah. But a lot of them get cycled through, and sometimes they run over a course of a race like this. They run 4 different drivers. They bring 8 drivers with for the two cars, all in preparation of one above all. It's not a round of this championship, but it's very much integrated, which is the race that was the middle of 3 24-hour races in the summer. Le Mans, Nürburgring, Spa, etched on my mind still, but that is hugely prestigious. There's so many drivers, not just the top class cars. Someone has made a real mess of a tyre wall.
Has Joel Sturm got a problem? He's going very, very slowly up to the carousel. He is struggling. I think he's got a problem.
That's not because he's on slicks.
No, that's not he's on slick.
I wonder if he's hit something. I wonder if he's slid off and hit something we didn't quite see on camera.
Double yellows at the carousel as Joel Sturm goes in. I can't see. We might get there's something up there. Is that the 144 Mercedes?
It's the Schnitzelarm Mercedes,
yes,
the GT4 class
on the outside
car.
of the carousel.
It's parked right against the barrier. Well, that's where you end up, isn't it, on the carousel? Right against the barriers at the top.
Yeah, definite problem for our number 3 Falcon Porsche, which is Joel Sturm at the wheel of that.
Because there's not a code 60 that I can see, so he's running at that sort of pace. Now he's picking it up again.
He's picked up pace again, but he wasn't. That was longer. That was longer than. So he's back up to pace again. So was there some kind of alt control delete reset there or something? I did see him sort of putting his hands against his eyes, as it were, from inside the bit of camera footage we got inside the car. It's chronic understeer. He's got about 15 arm turns of lock on there, trying to get that through on the right-hander there. The car just pushing on, and it's ever so slow. He's absolutely pussyfooting around. I'm surprised how much curb he's using, given it's probably a bit more grip on the grass, isn't there, than the track at the moment.
Yeah, pretty much. The grass is wet too, but it's just really tricky for the teams. And I think trickiest of all for Joel Sturm. Still out on slick tyres, still slow course vehicles out ahead of him. He sees the white wave flags, trying to work out how soon is it. It's a bit like on a motorway when they say there's a lane restriction up ahead. How far ahead? You don't know.
Sector 3 for Menzel and the other Falcon car was a 2 minute 17. Sturm was a 2 minute 35.
Yeah.
So something was awry.
Yeah, because again, trying to look at the various screens, I didn't see a slow zone. Lots of areas with fairly short-lived yellow flags, which is fine. And sometimes you get them rolling through. Each time you see it, it's on a higher numbered marshal's post. That's because there's a slow-moving vehicle going around, a course vehicle on the track, and that has to be covered by the yellow flags. But how hard do you dare push?
Well, whatever they pay Joel Sturm is not enough, because he is absolutely working his craft here, and this number 3 Porsche, Falcon Porsche, and it's just twitching in a straight line there. And the only reason he lifts is not to slow down, is to get the back end into line again. That's all. It's just pure physics and dynamics of the car. He's not scared of it. All completely sideways there on left-hander. Sorry, right-hander. I didn't see which part of the circuit it was. We'll look at it in a second. But Joel Sturm there, absolute delight to watch some onboard footage there, and a treat to be able to describe some of that to you. But I think he'll be glad to get out of that car. Well, probably not, actually. Probably drop it, want to stay in it, put it on some tyres underneath him, some tready tyres, and get some grip.
Yeah, maybe he also knows the conditions are improving, or having a message from the team meteorologist. You might be thinking, I've had the hardest of conditions. Either it's going to be fully raining coming up, I wouldn't mind that, or fully dry. But at the moment it's chopping and changing, and again with such a long lap, it's 25 kilometres and more around the Nürburgring Nordschleife when it's combined with at least half of the Grand Prix loop of the Nürburgring. Visibility, it was battleship grey when the cars went out in qualifying, really rather dark. Again, we don't have to remember it's the middle of October. You're high in the mountains here. I mean, the Eifel forest. I can't remember what the altitude of the circuit is at the highest point. I should know that. I have looked it up in the past. But, you do get appreciable weather that you wouldn't get down at sort of sea level. And certainly this is one of the more tricky weekends. I think they'd rather prefer it if it was completely cold or completely warm, completely dry or completely wet. But it isn't. And for all the people concerned...
Oh, come on. You don't want consistency in the season finale?
No, of course you don't. You've got jeopardy. You've got all sorts of other words that end in Y. Joy and disaster.
I can't think of any now. I should be really clever there, and just couldn't. You see me struggling. So number 3, Joel Sturm. What a surprise! He's popped into the pits, and please tell me he puts those.
He earns his keep.
Put himself on some tready tyres underneath him. Whether it'll be a driver change or not, I doubt it.
No, it shouldn't be, because that car made its pit stop after 6 laps, too early yet. 10 laps on the board. Yeah, you don't do a 4-lap stint. 2,034 feet at Her Acht, highest point of the circuit. Thank you very much to our producer, Kerry Cobb. So in metrics, that's about 650 metres, but enough to have different weather to down at river level.
Never ceases to amaze me what Kerry knows.
I know. Phenomenal. Got it to the nearest foot. So Sturm into the pits. You have to presume rain tyres being applied to his car. And he came in from the lead of the race. He will lose the lead. Oh, yes, he should do, because Menzel crossed the line 5 seconds later. So Menzel, yes, he started the race in the number 3 Porsche. Keep on your toes. I'm trying to. He's in the number 4 car. The sister car, he swapped from one to the other. And talking of swapping, very nearly swapped ends up over the curbing and not quite beyond. But I'd say it's easy to exaggerate how many degrees out of true. I think we can safely say that was about 15 to 20 degrees. And when you're over the top of wet curbing, that's more than enough.
That was Nico Menzel just showboating, wasn't it? He did that because he could. Because he knows he's at one with the car, up over the curb. It's a bit higher there, so it's going to push the car back onto the track, so you're not going to fall off over the edge, which is always a danger. You can showboat, but there's a time and a place to do it. Make sure you know where you're showboating and you understand the physics of it, because the time you try to think, I'll just do it for the heck of it, is the time there's a drop the other side and the car swaps engine, you thought, and you don't look so clever then. And it's really popular back at the pit.
That's where you have your overnight bag in the back of the car. And just keep walking the opposite direction. Yeah.
Book yourself an earlier flight.
Just go and live in the forest for the winter. That'll teach you. So really, really tricky conditions. This is a race. We have a smaller grid than the one we have at the start of the day, but the TV director can put his camera anywhere, because there is something happening pretty much at every corner. It's not consistently wet. It's not consistently dry. A few teams have tried to do things differently with their tyres. They've tried to guess. I think the Mustangs, really, number 6 and 9, Frank Stippler, Fabio Scherer, their starting drivers really struggled in the early stages of the race. We had a Porsche Cup 2 class car leading outright. That told you the story you needed. But as the conditions gradually became better, the SP9 cars came through. Both the Falcon Motorsport cars, except one of them had already come in for repairs. That was the number 4 car. Nico Menzel's now in that. He started with number 3, the sister car, led the race. The Mustangs began to come good, but it's super hard in these conditions to be consistent. There are constant moments, still quite a lot of mopping up going on. So some races early in the season, Snow, we had, the top half dozen cars literally running nose to tail throughout the race, often on the same pit stop schedule. Today we've had a real mixture, some by necessity and others just deciding to do things differently, guessing, do we need rain tyres? Do we need them now or in lapse time, or not at all? But the trouble is, it's a moving game. Right, one of our championship challengers, by the way, is in the pits. Sorry, I beg you not. It's the one that did so well early on. Tobias Muller, sharing with Noah Nagelsteak and Carlos Rivas. He was the one who led outright in Cup 2. Sorry, I called him a championship challenger. I was just going to refresh your memory. We've got 3 for the outright championship. We've got 3 crews in 3 different classes. Top of the table before the start of the race with a 4-point margin, 109 points against 105. Ranko Mijatovic and Nick Wustenhaugen. And they're running in the SP8T class in a BMW M4 GT4. Let's have a little look up and down the order. Where is that in its class? At the moment, 3rd in class with Nick Wustenhagen at the wheel. That's probably a good place to be. Better 1st or 2nd, but they do have that 4-point margin. 2nd in the championship, but should be further up the order, should be car number 921. As I say that, either my eyes have been put in... Oh, no, we are. 7th place overall in the pits at the moment. David Jahn at the wheel. And that... Is that another car coming in out of sync to change tyres? Let's have a little look. How many laps is that?
Is that the Müller Motorsport car back in again as well? Or one of them? One more. More than one. That's not the damaged one, because that's got no tape on it at all. Didn't quite catch.
Well, I think that could be David Jahn's car. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah, it came in from 7th. Yeah, gone back out. That's 2nd in the championship. Listed as 3rd in class. Okay. If they both stay... The car I talked about, 187, the BMW, leading the championship, that's 3rd in its class. This one's 3rd in its class. Again, your points are allocated according to how many starters in your class, and there's only 8 cars. Oh, gosh, that closes it right down to nothing. I think it means if they finish as they are, 8 cars in the SP8T class, in which our outright leader is placed, if he finishes third in that, he will get 6 points. Keep with me on this. Cup 2, second place overall, the Mullner Motorsport car we've just seen coming out of the pits with David Young on board. If that finishes third in its class, it should pick up 8 points, which will still leave it 2 points down. And as we speak, as I speak, going through the points, which is quite complicated, the number 4, Falcon Motorsport car. Ah, that's the replay. Got you. Yep.
Nico Menzel going off. Yeah, and I think he might have just caught the rear a little bit on the barrier there, and then tapped the front a tiny bit, but I don't think that's too much of a problem to him at the moment. But it doesn't explain why the number 3 car was going slowly. Number 948, by the way, our cup leader, Carlos Rivas, in the Losch Motorsport car, has unsurprisingly changed to wets as well. Back to your championship, Bruce.
Yeah, one more to go. So what I'm just basically saying, if they finish in the positions they are now, the first 2 cars I mentioned, the number 187 BMW in the SP8T class and the 91 Cup 2 Porsche, it will still be advantage to the 187 crew in their BMW. Now, big question is car number 500. 5 points down on the championship lead, and get this, their class has 10 starters and they're leading their class. If they get 10 points, I carry 3, Billy has 5 buckets and 3 apples, they should just about win the championship, but not quite. I still think the 187 crew has just got enough at the moment. The FK Performance Motorsport BMW, do get back to me later, I'll update you on all of that. I'll try and build a matrix so we can work it out, but the battle at the front of the race, super close. Joel Sturm in the battle with the number 9 Fabio Scherer driven Mustang, got side by side. I thought the number 3 Porsche was about to be fired off into the barriers, but you know what, he's only got ahead. But that was actually the Mustang attacking the number 3 Porsche there in terms of catching it, and Joel Sturm saying you're not coming past me.
Talk about forcing your way through. That was incredible, and we saw how he brought that car back to the pits on slicks. Now he's got some decent compound underneath him and got some grip. It's taken to yet another level.
Certainly has. Right, just got to work it all out. Where is it all going?
Sie sagen, es ist nur ein Auto, aber wir sagen, es ist Herzblut, Schweiß und Perfektion. Denn wenn du schraubst, dann zählt jeder Millimeter. Dann bist du in deinem Element. Du willst mehr als nur fahren. Du willst es fühlen. Die volle Kontrolle. Eine optimale Straßenlage. Wir wissen genau, was dich antreibt. Denn wir teilen die gleiche Leidenschaft. Egal ob auf der Straße oder auf der Rennstrecke. Wir sind immer an deiner Seite. Wir sind H&R. Offizieller Partner der Nürburgring Langstrecken Series.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans.
besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen.
Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Cars tiptoeing out of the final corner. Why do they have to do that? Because there is a rescue truck at the edge of the circuit still, or not rescuing anything, just simply rebuilding the barriers. But conditions still very hazy indeed. Hazy, misty, call it what you will, but it's tricky. Very tricky, and it's not getting easier, it's not getting lighter. But it's still the battle. Falcon Motorsports et al. Against the two Hout Racing Team Ford Racing Mustangs. One is white and blue with American blue racing stripes. The other is blue and yellow, so you can pick them out, but only just. It's a very, very
Swedish colours.
grey day. Swedish, yes. Now, not so long ago, we had a moment. We had Joel Sturm on a massive run, and he got his nose sort of alongside the rear quarters of Fabio Scheerer's number 9 Mustang, and then found his right-hand wheels on the grass.
Do you know what? I think Scheerer saw that in the mirror and just thought, do you know what? Because he then seemed to let him through, which he shouldn't have had that position on, because it hadn't worked for the Porsche. And I think Scheerer saw that coming and thought, I'm keeping out of the way of that. You're going to have a massive moment. And he did, but not the moment he thought. And it was just like, how annoying is that as a driver? You do what is the right thing. You avoid contact. It's a non-contact sport. You keep out of the way. And he gathers it all up and goes through. And you just go, really?
Yeah.
You're just taking the position off me. It should be in the barriers all sideways.
Yeah, I know. It does seem the Falcon Motorsport, the Falcon tyres.
What the hell?
Yeah,
it's on the radio.
But it's a big advantage they have when conditions are at their slipperiest. I mean, the Yokohama Shod Hout Racing Team Mustangs, both drivers, Fabio Scheerer and Frank Stippler, doing an exemplary job, but they're going to get out absolutely drained after this, because they're having to fight really so much harder. And bear in mind the number 3 Porsche, Joel Sturm, was at a setback because it stayed out on slicks longer than its rivals, and with a lap of 25 kilometres around here. That is a long time, a long distance to struggle. And having pulled clear of the Mustang of Fabio Scheerer, sorry, it's Frank Stippler, isn't it? Oh, left him. I mean, in the space of, the blink of, 20 seconds? There's a gap of about 4 seconds between them. The Mustang is absolutely on its tiptoes.
But it's mighty on the straight as well. That's where it catches up again. Just to be sure, to certain, what am I clear on the Fabio Scheerer incident? Well, not incident, overtake. He didn't shut the door.
No,
he didn't shut the door at all. Somebody in a Falcon Porsche forced it wide open, and it was literally the metaphorical salesman's foot in the door. Got it through without any contact. Quite extraordinary piece of driving, and that's about the 3rd or 4th example we've seen this race from him. It's just amazing stuff.
Well, Sturm has got a lot of confidence in that car. Clearly, there's a fair degree. I mean,
are you sure?
You feel his style of delivery, he'd still get your package and lob it over your garden gate. But
you don't want to re-evaluate that or think about it. You're certain he's got some confidence in the car.
No. I meant to say confidence in the car on the grass, because he's been on it quite a lot. Sorry, I didn't finish the sentence.
He's been to the Kevin Estre Racing School, hasn't he?
Pass on the grass. At the start of the race, there was talk of drizzle, mentioned at the far side of the circuit. In fact, we heard reports, some was at Arenberg, and some was the opposite side of the circuit. So basically, almost all of the Nordschleife would have it to some degree or less. Did you put your windscreen wiper on or not? Did you keep it off? Now, the cars almost in entirety around the lap, they're almost on full windscreen wiper usage. Not fast motion, but it's always that thing. How much blade do I use? Do I just let it sit? Do I wipe it? But it's, again, certain points on the circuit, you're out of the trees and you get a bit more rain, and other bits you're within the trees, you don't get as much. Oh, plus you're doing the turning bit as well, aren't you? Going around the Nürburgring. So it's super tricky, but Joel Sturm putting on a fantastic performance, must say, certainly entertaining me.
Well, and myself too. You're watching me shaking my head at this, shaking my head in awe at what Joel Sturm's doing. That when he left the hotel room this morning and chose whatever he was going to wear before his overalls, he put his big boy pants on, and boy is he hustling that Falcon Porsche around. Absolutely incredible in these conditions. Now, we talked about it being changeable. It's again getting wetter and wetter on the pit straight. It's now full rain there, is it not?
No, really.
Oh, Porsche sitting facing the wrong way there. It's the 986 Renazzo Lamborghini. Very, very kindly painted in highlighter yellow for us, so we can see it in these gloomy conditions.
Yeah, and so is the sister car running one of the junior classes. But yeah, very fortunate there. Suddenly find one of the Cup 2 Porsches sitting sideways across the track right ahead of you, but just enough handling to get around it. That was right at the start of the lap. I don't know if the Porsche had just come out of the pits. That quite often happens. Just I want to check what number that one is. It went for a spin. It wasn't 905. It just come out of the pits, was it? Oh, just we cut away. So for the pit crews, they've made it almost to the halfway point in the race, but still sitting looking at their screens in the pit garages, sitting looking most notably at what is coming up weather-wise. It looks as though it's set in for the day of the rest of the day as drizzle. It's just a question of how much and where and when. But what we're seeing is a fantastic drive at the moment from Joel Sturm, really rocketing up the order. I reckon this lap he'll be about 4 or 5 seconds faster than his rivals, but he got close to Stippler, got past Stippler. But Nico Menzel leading the race. Menzel started in the car that Sturm's driving, has jumped across to the number 4 that Dorian Boccolacci had the contact on the opening lap with the back of the yellow and blue Mustang. And just waiting to see at the end of this lap what the gap is between them. Just remember, the number 3 car was sort of out of stint with the others because it came in later to change to wet weather tyres and certainly was compromised. But as soon as the wet weather rubber's gone on board, Joel Sturm has been absolutely flying in the number 3 Falcon Motorsport car.
So, given the company he's in, this is quite a brave statement. But for me at the moment, Joel Sturm is my first nomination for Driver of the Day. As we're just approaching half distance, I'm going to give him half points, so he's half Driver of the Day.
I see what you did. Yeah. Good. Well, we'll store that up and we'll see if someone's better in the second half of the race. That's called Snowy hedging his bets, but we will go with that. Right, I'm still keeping a little lookout on... actually, I'll tell you what, I'll wait until after the next pit stop. So we do a bit... For the bunch of cars, we ought to probably have them in within the next lap. 12, possibly one further lap, 13 laps. But they could go longer. But those that are committed to wet weather tyres, and bear in mind, at this point in the race, they should be approaching their second pit stop. But of the front-running cars, the vast majority, in fact, all of them, have had 2 pit stops. That is because they've had their regular one after 6 or 7 laps, and then a subsequent one to change from slicks to wet weather tyres. And they all have done that, but it was a question of who lost the most time by staying out the longest on slicks, and that of the front runners, that would be the number 3 car, started by Nico Menzel, taken over by Joel Sturm, but the 23-year-old German, that's Sturm, certainly lost out by doing an extra lap before he came in for wet weather tyres. But since then, he has been flying, absolutely rocketing. Lap pace, though, fastest we've seen in this race, I think we recorded was 8 minutes and 11 seconds. Nobody is near that pace at the moment. Last time around, they were lapping in, get this, race leader, Joel Sturm, after 10 laps, sorry, that was a lap before, he did an 11-minute, 13-second lap. So 3 minutes down on the fastest lap before then. That's how tricky it is.
81 just stopped on track there before the loop back on the Grand Prix circuit. It's one of our... Is it one of our Cayman Porsches?
It is. It's in the SP7 class, so it's a little more highly tuned.
Marco Vintinelli, I think, at the wheel of that, but just almost like it had just not facing the wrong way or anything, unless we hadn't seen the spin, but it was just doing an Alt Control Delete restart or whatever, just literally from stationary and rejoin, got going again. So didn't see the preamble to that.
You're quite round. Quite round. You were quite but now you're svelte.
Can we keep that off air?
You were quite right that last time around, if I just reassemble the words, I get the sentence, that Falcon Motorsport didn't compete. And at the moment, Chris Kunker, who's one of the race engineers, is being interviewed because having a race away, what do? All the crew went and worked as marshals on the road. That is such a good touch. Tell you a little story. Long ago, I went over to take a look at the racing, fairly nascent racing scene in India about 30 odd years ago. And what they did there, in the organising club, each year you'd rotate and take a different position the one before. So they got to do all the roles in the hierarchy of the club, and I thought that was such a good idea. As a team, you work far better if you know what the other one's doing. And we always used to be told, you know, you're only as strong as the weakest link in rugby terms, and we knew who the weakest link was. You know, you just support them and you bring them on. You know, but it's the same in anything with moving parts. Yeah. And I think that's a good thing. And I really think for anybody who competes in motorsports, and you sometimes get this when the drivers had a misdemeanor. I remember there was a young German single-seater racer long ago. He'd had far too many accidents and just was considered a little, how should we say, over-ambitious on the track. And they said, right, you're banned from the next round and you're serving as a marshal. You'll go and work as a marshal on the posts. And for a sort of up-and-coming 16-year-old, that was a sort of the slap they needed, but also it would have given them an insight they would never have got otherwise. And I'm a firm believer in giving anybody involved in motor racing a turn on a marshal's post.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in a situation where I've had that put upon me, where we quite literally, I took a particular car into a gravel trap at Barcelona in testing, and it was just before lunch. So the view was, in test, it was quite a big gap in lunch as well because of the restrictions on noise and whatever, so it was something like an hour and a half gap. And the mechanics' view was, why should their lunch time be impinged because of my inability literally a lap before the end of lunch? So it was my job to strip the front splitter off, the splitter, there's only one at the front, get all the gravel out, put it into a neat pile, put it into a box, where it brushes all up and whatever, don't reassemble the car, but this is what you've got to do.
Well, absolutely tip-top. Well, it's been quite a race so far today. You just have to say, nothing is predictable. And when the crews were formed up in their 3 separate grids ready for the start of the race, a message came through before the formation lap. It's drizzling, but not uniform. The cars blasted off. It was a brilliant start to the race, but seemed neat and tidy down to the first corner for our leading group. The 2 Mustangs at the front of the race. With Frankstead, we're almost starting to take a look at Fabio Scherer, who is leading into the first corner, but the number 3 Porsche went around the outside, got into second place. That was Nico Menzel on a charge, but unfortunately there'd been contact between the number 4 Dorian Boccolacci driven car from Volker Motorsport and one of the Mustangs, and its front wing came off, and another car involved in damage was Anku Motorsport Porsche. And for Marco Seefried, he'd hit the back of the the Max Cruiser Racing Audi and put it off on the opening lap. So drivers really struggling, A, to get heat in the tyre, B, to get grip, and then C, there was another issue. Would wet tyres be required? The Ford Motorsport team had its crew out there from Out Racing team with wet weather tyres on the ready. The drivers went no. At this point in the race, we'd had a Cup 2 class Porsche, Tobias Muller at the wheel, leading the race outright. Yep, you heard that straight. But as the temperatures got into the tyres, we started to see the SP9 cars coming through to the front. Championship leader 187 running in the SP8T class, trying to keep it neat and tidy, knowing its 4-point advantage is quite an advantage at this final round for the outright championship title, split across all the classes, and so just keeping a nose clean. But then the battle at the front got tighter and tighter, and the 2 Mustangs on the Yokohama tyres started to get going. At one point we had the top 3 cars, including the number 3 Nico Menzel driven Porsche from Volker Motorsports, covered by, well, a blanket, 2 blankets, half a second on the start-finish straight. But whenever you got to the twisty part of the circuit, it seemed the wetter the conditions, the better it was for the number 3 Volker Motorsport car. Joel Sturm doing the second stint in that car. He stayed out longer than the rivals on slick tyres, but came in for a set of wets and really started to fly and close in on his teammate, Nico Menzel, who'd started the number 3. Handed it over to him, and Menzel then got into number 4, is leading at that point. But we're at the halfway point in this 4-hour race, the final round of 2025. The visibility is, well, absent. Long view down the Döttinger from the end of the lap, and you can just about picture car headlights coming out of the Galgenkopf onto that long back straight. Really tough, but mainly it's the conditions under tyre that's the real issue for the drivers at the moment.
And to think they were only a matter of a couple of minutes over half distance. It's been nothing but exciting all the way through, from the warm-up lap through. Cars diving into the pitch, as you say in your recap there, Bruce. It's can the second half bring more? I think this weather's going to come in further. I think we're going to get more and more rain. It's going to change the conditions. That will make it potentially, if it's more consistent, You were describing a few minutes ago that it's an inconsistent track at the moment, but it will make it more consistent. So not a nightmare, but a challenge for the strategist, certainly. That's what, because you've got this idea how you're going to run the race, and then you say that message at the beginning, whether it to be us or them or weather checks or radars or whatever at the start of the race. Dressel's coming in, and one of the big factors that you mention every time that you can't lose sight of is it's not an ordinary circuit length. It is not 1.5, 2 minutes to make a decision. And okay, we can hold it for a lap, get a feel from your driver, ask your driver, give us a bit of input. Is it better? Is it worsening? You can get an idea of the scale. You can't do that here because A, the lap's so long. We're talking in damp conditions, let's say a 10-minute lap, nowhere near the 8 we should be doing. Plus, you can waste all the time. Plus, because of the topography of the place, the weather can be over 1/3 of it. So the bottom side of the circuit, if you like, on the circuit map can be okay or not, and the other side can be okay or not. And just when you think as the driver you've reported back to your pit and just said, yeah, do you know what, it's okay, this I can manage on these tyres, whatever they may be in front of us, underneath us. 3 corners later, you suddenly go, oh, cancel that. And then you've fed that bit of information in, and then it's actually cancel that, and they're like, well, make your mind up. And that's where they rely on the data that they gather every single meeting and go testing, because they can sit there and go, in this situation, we've got these permutations and whatever, and it comes back to do your job.
And another element within that is the fact that Falken Motorsport, when the conditions are greasy, seem to have the tyre for the day. What happens if we shift to full rain? Will suddenly the Yokohama tyre on the Mustangs be the one to have? But certainly in these mixed conditions, and there are periods when it gets a little bit damper, but look, conditions in terms of visibility, at the start of the race it was a low cloud, then it got lower and lower, but it doesn't seem to have got a whole lot worse. But are we going to get proper rain to go with it? With this low cloud, the track isn't going to dry. And in fact, looking at the branches on the trees, there is no wind to be spoken of, so that's even more reason for the track not to dry. But I'm beginning to wonder if the Mustangs and the Hout Racing crew are going to go, you know what, I think we need proper rain, because certainly in the battle as it is at the moment, it's definitely advantage for Falken Motorsport. And why is that? Because their cars are first and second in the race still. It is a very big lead, by the way, for the number 4 car, Nico Menzel. But that will have to come in sooner for its second regular pit stop, because remember, it pitted once at the end of the first lap, whereas the rivals are out. Right. Now, in terms of regular pit stopping, it looks though the Renazzo Motorsport Lamborghini is coming in. That's been running, well, it's fallen down the order just in the pits, fallen to 15th overall. Okay, I think that's just a regular pit stop. They've got a busy driver lineup in that car. Conditions still super tricky, even at this point in the race, with drivers late in their stints. They're still snaking under braking when they get to the first corner. They want to get the car down the drop towards the apex. They're sailing way past it, but mostly staying within the white lines that demarcate the edge of the circuit. But if you want to swing the tail around in your Porsche Cayman, this is the place to do it, isn't it? The Mercedes arena, but don't try that in the Nordschleife a bit.
You just can't relax in these conditions. In the dry, you can get into or full wet for that matter, you get into a metronomic way, because it's your track conditions are consistent underneath you. You know what to expect, so you can concentrate on drive. You don't have to concentrate on driving the car. You can think about strategy and whatever. And this is what I often say about mental capacity. How much of drivers have got spare? How much of their mental capacity is being used to drive the car? So full wet, okay, let's say it's how many percent. Full dry, same. When it's changeable like this all the time, it's suddenly having that, so it's like having your data used up. All of a sudden you've got less spare for other variables, so you're thinking even harder about how to drive the car, which you don't want to be doing. That should be second nature. You don't then want radio interruptions and whatever. I think we heard a great one that Alonso said in the last Grand Prix, if you talk to me every lap, I'm going to unplug the if you're going to talk to me every lap, I'm going to unplug the radio, as in I know what I'm doing. That becomes an issue. And then your conditions change, and its strategy changes, or you've got slower cars, or and all of a sudden the whole thing can change in a second. When you think you've got it all under control, and you haven't, and that's why we love it.
It is just that and more in so many ways. And what we have to remember is also just cars in any conditions around here can have mechanical problems that would just scupper anything. We've just seen the number 467. It's like Hyundai that we saw having that really good scrap with the pretend to be Alpha Audi. Michael Bora.
If we conflate it, can we call it an Aldi?
An Aldi? You could. Yeah, you could. It wasn't very big. It was
for our British viewers. Yes. Oh dear.
I was conflating my supermarket chains. So, what are we looking at? Let me just explain. 13 laps on the board, and our race, we've got Falken Motorsport Porsches first and second. The gap between them is 1 minute and 6 seconds, night and day. However, let me throw something into that equation. Number 4 car, Nico Menzel on board that one, but that ought to be coming in sooner because it did pit stop at the end of lap 1, pit stop at the after 8 laps after that, so after lap 9. Number 3 stayed out longer on slick tyres. Joel Sturm, driven like a hero, got put on a good lap after his rivals, and I also think his lap was slightly delayed by yellow flag periods and possibly a slow zone. That explains some of the gap to the number 4, the sister car, but they are increasingly dropping those Mustangs further back. 40 seconds near enough is a gap back to Frank Stippler in third after 13 laps, and just waiting for Fabio Scherer to cross the line as well. So the last few laps have been very, very good for the Falken Motorsport cars. Just looking at the respective lap times.
I'm just exactly the same. One in particular, Joel Sturm, who's...
he's 8 seconds faster. I said he'd take about 5 or 6 seconds. That's off race leader Nico Menzel. Nonsense. Best part of 8 seconds he took off.
Yeah, and he's still got the fastest lap of the race, 8:11.6. As has Menzel is second with 8:11.7. So he's 2.1 seconds quicker, obviously in different conditions, but that's the bit to watch now. Some 8 seconds in one lap in these conditions, and somebody needs to tell Joel Sturm that it is raining out there.
Well, he's going to find it harder and harder to see, because I do begin to think that the clouds are becoming lower and lower. It's an autumnal day. Oh dear, that 467 Hyundai limping back to the pits. That's being pushed back into garage. Hopefully they can get back out and see how they go on their Falken rubber. But
you mentioned mechanical stuff. There's no apparent body damage or anything to it, so it's something technical area. There doesn't look like to be a great deal of urgency of doing any work on that. I think that might well be a retirement, Bruce.
Yeah. And in fact, Falken is one of the series sponsors. I think it's actually on Michelin rubber, because it's got Michelin stickers further down. But we will cross that bridge later. Maybe they won't get to cross any more bridges, but over now. But they had a really good battle, attracted lots of TV attention, their battle with the red Audi within their class. But we're looking at, well, we've got an hour and 49 minutes remaining in this 4-hour race, the finale for 2025. And it's been a real head-scratcher, an interesting one. And just waiting to see, can the Mustangs get back in the mix? But they fell 40 seconds down off the second of the 2 Falken Motorsport cars. It's an unusual race. It's unravelling. And I'm just going to have a little look at our 3 outright championship challengers. Car number 187, we've been looking at that all day. That's FK Performance Motorsport BMW M4 GT4, running in the SP8T class. I should find them on the timing screen before I start talking about them. It's running third in class, Nick Bustenhagen at the wheel. That puts it pretty well placed, but there are fewer starters in its class than there are in Cup 2, 3 fewer starters. And so 921, David Jahn was at the wheel. He handed over to Arnie Hofmeister. That is running third in class as well, but will score more points. But if they finish as they are, they both finish third in class, having had a 4-point advantage. The gap between first and second will be down to 1 point for the overall championship. That's all the classes combined as it stands. So Arnie Hofmeister and the gang have got to gain another position to get parity on points. And I'm going to venture away for a moment, Snowy. No, I found them. There we are. The car with third overall in the championship, 6 points down on the championship lead. Sorry, 5 points down, but leading its class is Stahlschmidt's Adrenaline Motorsport BMW. That is running very comfortably in the VT2 rear-wheel drive class, leading its class. If it stays there, it should pick up 10 points. And that will make it really close. I've got another half hour and more to put them in. But they're basically, the gaps will close. And I think that could put the VT2 rear-wheel drive class Adrenaline Motorsport BMW as championship winners. But on a day like this, low cloud, slippery circuit, there is no point sticking one's head out. But you have to say, across the years, Adrenaline Motorsport have won the championship so many times with a car from a junior class. Danny Brink, Philip Lyson, Christopher Ring, that's 2021, 2020, and a similar crew back in 2018. They have a huge amount of success why they're successful. They're very good at running cars in their classes. They're very good at running cars in classes that have a lot of starters. Ergo, you will collect points because you get points according to how many people start. But as it is right now, things are really, really tight. But one slip, one slow zone, all that can change.
It reminds me of the days in Formula One when you were editor of Autosport, and I think one of your colleagues, Nigel Roebuck, said that, and the sun rises and Ayrton Senna is on pole position. It became just the norm. We have the same here. We always talk about who wins the race, and it becomes the second line is, and Adrenaline Motorsport win the championship.
Yeah.
Because you become so used to it, and it's actually doing them a disfavour and a disservice, because they're doing a brilliant job to achieve that and have all those records. And I feel a bit naughty sometimes, a bit guilty for focusing on what's going on at the battle of the front of the Ulsterms and the Falcons and the Stiflers and the Haupt Racing or whatever. But they're going for overall. They're the glory boys. The ones that are putting it all together and making it all happen and getting the championship. The ones that have the certificate on the wall, the trophy at home, saying 1, 2, 3, 4-time champion, not race winners, champions. That's what we should be talking about a little bit more.
Yeah, and
you're very good at that, and I'm not.
Well, I'm not, because I actually thought the Adrenaline Motorsport car would take the lead in the title. It will move to 114 points. Keep that in mind. The Mulner Motorsport Cup 2 car will move to 114 points. That's parity. And FK Performance Motorsport came here with the championship, outright championship lead, will move to 115. However, we've got time of 1 hour and 45 minutes. Okay. It's raining, just. It's been greasy, plenty. Conditions are almost at the crossover point now. And if you see a car with 1 on the door and on the bonnet, they were last year's champions. And it's often, invariably, not a car from the very, very top of the championship. It's running in the M240i Racing Cup class, the BMW class. Market, Vombach, Richney, and they are running around car number 1. You have the honour for the entirety of the next season. Everything else on the entry list is in sort of numerical order, but you get these outliers, but you get to wear the badge of pride, the number 1 on your door for an entire year. It really is an honour, because, I mean, it's easier to muck up than get things right around the Nordschleife, isn't it?
It is. I'm not sure you want I always think that the number's a target. It's Max Cell, it says down the side of the car, and Max Cell 1, and it's in great livery, actually. That sort of palely sort of not quite turquoisey blue, but it's almost checkered, isn't it? Because it's different side to side of the car. So predominantly blue and black on the one side, and predominantly black and blue on the opposite side. So it's different side to side. And to prove the point, what team ran that car last year? Adrenaline Motorsport. So that's running in a class that's normally pretty well supported. Today, only 7 starters in the M240i Racing Cup BMW class, but the cars always look fantastic, I must say. Beautifully presented, and again, you almost have some competition cars created pretty much specifically for this series. And BMW, for a long time, they've sort of rotated through a number of derivations of cars. Some years you have more, but they also go through an evolution as they go. So it's great to see, but they carry 1 on the door. Last year's champions won't be champions this year, but certainly they've had the pride, and for Adrenaline Motorsport, that's why a lot of people come to them. And manufacturers like BMW and Porsches and other brands are available, obviously, but these manufacturers put an awful lot of thought into their customer programs. They're not just they're not just a BMW Green Racing. In this particular case, that's what we're talking about. 330i or an M2 or whatever. It's a road-derived car, but you'll have your body shell will be standard, and primarily your engine and running gear will be pretty standard. That's the whole idea. You will have all your safety devices and requirements put in, so your roll cage, tank, seats, and whatever, and so and so. But it will have its standard dashboard still. You can add in your bits you need to do for timing and pit stops and Lumi rank and in the window that demonstrates the class lead position, the driver, etc. But the trick bits are suspension and tyres, mostly suspension. That's where it's got, and brakes. That's what makes it work a little bit better. But you can it'll be a standard engine with probably a very slightly different map on it. I'll need to look into this properly, but they're not far removed from their road counterparts, which makes them economical to run. So it's the four corners, the bits that are in contact with the road that make it fun. That particular, now it's a different car, having a stop-go penalty at the beginning of our pit stop, right opposite our commentary box, our pit lane, sorry, right opposite our commentary box. So a stop-go penalty of quite some note there.
Yeah, a few were issued a while ago for... Oh, hello. Is that car 500?
It is.
Car 500. This is one that, bear in mind, was third in the outright championship coming to this race, and that has been, I think it was a 45-second stop and go. That has taken them out of the class lead. That could be the clanger of the season for them. Of course, nothing hinges on the final race. You combine 10 rounds across the championship, but will they still be in the lead of their class? I didn't see what their margin was when they reported to the pits, but Stahlschmidt gets to take it out onto the track again. Philip Stahlschmidt showing with Daniel Zilson, Philip Lyson, who's a multiple champion, but that is a very, very big setback for them. They've fallen to second in class.
Yeah.
So that will cost them about a point, and that will drop them a point. So actually, as it stands, they'll be on 113 points. The car that's second in the championship outright, Mullen Motorsport, will be on 114. And if it stays where it is, the FK Performance 187 car from SP8T, their BMW will be 1 point ahead.
So 115, 114 and 113 after 10 rounds.
Yep.
You can't get a better definition of being closer than that, can you? That is extraordinary. And that 45-second stop and go penalty, and that's just what they've said. They've literally driven in, stop-go penalty box, 45 seconds stationary, straight out again. No tyres, nothing else, no calling at their pit box. So that's what they've served, and wise to serve it right now. It's job done. So that way we know what happens on the track at the end of the race. We know exactly what it is. There's nothing to be added on at the end, or suddenly, oh, hang on, they've got 15 seconds, take that off, and you've got to start working it all out. It's not a problem to us, but I always think it's never the best way to finish a race. When cars across the line, people want to know. We want to be able to tell people, you listening, watching, that is the result. And actually, the car that crossed the line first is actually third, because it's good. To me, it just doesn't present well.
No, and also you do get that scenario where after the checkered flag's fallen, suddenly your timing screen seems to go berserk, as cars, as you said, finish sixth, suddenly go down to 10th because a time penalty being applied. And some championships, particularly the longer distance races, you get a lot of the results almost, after about 4 hours of appeals later that night. You really want the cars to be in their realistic position on the track when they take the checkered flag, not just to help us, but to help all the fans who are sitting in the grandstand have been here for hours. They'd like to sort of understand it, but always tricky, particularly on a circuit like this where many incidents can happen. But anyhow, we can get off that hobby horse, we can put it back in the stables. Where we are at the moment, though, 14 laps completed. We had Joel Sturm in the number 3 Falcon Motorsport Porsche catching the sister car for the previous 2 laps. He actually lost a few seconds, so he's 1 minute and 8 seconds down. It's a huge margin, but I would suggest next time around we'll possibly have the start of the flurry back into the pits. Who's going to come in? It's been slightly delayed by all the front-running cars, the 2 Falcon Motorsport Porsches, the 2 Haupt Racing Team Mustangs, having made a second pit stop already. So they came in to have the wet weather tyres put on, which sort of maybe lengthened their stints. But we're going to see who blinks next. Conditions tricky, and I think another penalty is about to be issued, because quickly looking across the timing screens, because what happens, you get so many incidents around the circuit, and on our timing screens on the bottom side, if you go to vln.de, you can pick up a timing screen. You also get a signal of everybody who's gone in and out of the pit. So if you have a penalty and you look away from that screen for literally 30 seconds at a time in the race when people are pitting, the message hits the top of the list and then drops off the bottom of your screen. And Mullen Motorsport kind of a 904. Okay, it's being explained is the teams are given a very clear sheet of paper, and there are lots of boxes on there. That horrible phrase, ticking all the boxes. Luckily, in this case, they've only ticked one, but it still means to a punishment. So they've given a very clear message on the warning, which car number it is, what the offence was, and what the punishment will be. It's then signed by various officials with the time, the date. Well, you know what the date is. It's the 11th of October. And the exact moment at which the penalty was issued. But bear in mind, a lot of races that you suddenly get periods where things are going slightly wrong. And on the opening lap of this race, some people might have been pinged for exceeding track limits or various other offences. But they all have to be dealt with in turn by race control. You do sometimes feel for them. You think their heads must be on, almost rotating. They have so many things to think about in a race. But clarity of thought and speed of getting the messages to the team is always welcome. Because what if you tell your driver to push on because you're 3 seconds behind, and then you find out later the car in front had a 10-second penalty and your driver's gone off in trying to catch up. So, it is about getting the message through clearly and as quickly as possible. But it's not always easy, not on a day like this.
Well, the message has clearly got to Nico Menzel because he's in Sector 3. He's 6 seconds quicker than his teammate Jolstorm in second place in the number 3 Falcon car, and that's a relatively short section as well. In fact, it's a 3 kilometre section. That's all it is.
Yeah, but every time we look at any of the sectors at the moment, any of the sector splits, the Mustangs just are not able to match the Porsches. That is the story of this race. They gave it a really good shot. The Mustangs struggled in the damp conditions at the start of the race. They came back into the mix, but then the rain came on a little bit. It's not been heavy rain at any point in this race, but conditions cold, as you might expect. Not always cold in this point of the autumn in the Eifel Forest, but today it's certainly pretty black. If you're sitting in the grandstands, you probably have, definitely be wearing a jacket, possibly big thick jumper as well. Windscreen wipers always on? No. Even at this race, I think the rain that we've had, particularly in the part of the circuit around Her Acht, which is the highest point of the circuit, if I remember, it was 624 metres, in terms of altitude, then it seems to be raining a little more heavily there. But this is just typical Nürburgring Nordschleife. You never know what you're getting around the next corner.
Yeah, and it's hark back to the summer and the 24-hour race where we had sunshine and barbecues and all sorts of sort of festival atmosphere. You look at this now, it barely seems just a few months ago. What a change in the place.
But that's why I feel it's effectively a race with races at rounds at 10 different circuits, because conditions change so much between the early season ones, the mid-season ones, the end season, and we've seen pretty much every weather condition you can imagine. Bar plagues of raining cats and dogs. We've had everything else across the years, across the seasons, and that is why this is such an enthralling event. Thrown in how difficult the track is, the logistics of calling your pit stops right and tyre changes, getting your tyre changes. I'm not talking about when you come in for a standard stop. I'm talking about, do we need to change from slicks to wet or wets to slicks? And again, the consequence, you just hold off for too long, your driver doesn't get the signal, or you haven't decided to go past the pits, they've got to suffer for 25 kilometres if you've left them on another lap when on the wrong sort of rubber. So many things to knit in. Oh, plus it's multi-class racing, and you have an enormous spread of performance from the very fastest to some that are going as being driven absolutely beautifully. In fact, little Honda Civic Type R in road trim, that's quite quick, but it's in H2, which is, sort of historic class, effectively a road car with a roll cage.
And I can't emphasise enough the fact that it's open tyre formula. So many series across the world have what we call a control tyre, i.e. it's the same tyre, one manufacturer. You have different compounds, obviously you have your slicks and your wets and your intermediates, of course you do, for different conditions. That's a safety issue, but you have what we call a control tyre under that banner. So we've all got the same. It's a level playing field, so it comes down to cars' strengths, weaknesses, teams, drivers' strategies, etc. It's another element of NLS that we have this crazy circuit, crazy number of cars, 8-10 minute laps, crazy weather. You get the pattern here. And by the way, you can run any tyres you want. And by the way, there's 23 classes of cars, and you can run up to 5 drivers per car.
Get away.
Come
That'll
on.
never catch on. Yeah. Right, we've got a Stefan Beloff S. We've got a Code 60 that's been upgraded to a slow zone. So can't tell you who's gone off there. It was a slow zone. Now it's Code 60. So that's what we call a sort of slow zone plus 60 kph, and that's why if ever you catch an image of a car in a zone like that, so particularly when you're on an onboard camera shot, you think, what is wrong with them? However, that is so this incident could be cleared up neat and tidy. And more importantly, safety. That is what we are looking for, and that's what we expect. And the standards are notably high. And with a circuit as complicated and as hard to manage logistics as this one, a circuit with a degree of a free zone of danger, because it's a very tricky circuit. I think the job they do is astonishing, but clear line of signalling absolutely imperative in this. So again, because a lot of corners you can't see really what's around them, you rely on the marshals. If someone has put their cars partly off the track, partly into the barriers, partly sideways across the track, you need to know, you need to be able to slow. And that's just another level of concentration you just cannot afford to be without.
So it's, as we know, it's Nico Menzel in the number 4 Falcon Porsche leading at the moment from his teammate, doing a great job. They are a little bit of onboard once again with Nico Menzel. Yeah, taking it steady, and is he heck? It's he's got wet tyres on, coming up past that Honda Civic you were just describing there, which is basically a road car with a roll cage in, as in that is its correct class. Just coming out to the end of Hatzenbach to go past him. The Honda staying out of the way. I do love it's not part of the regulations, but I do like that such as the level of camaraderie under people in these races, that some of the really slower cars with a massive speed differential, that Honda you've just been seen with our race leader, he knows the Porsche's there, so what does he do? He pops his right-hand indicator on to say, I've seen you and I'm staying here. It's not that I'm moving out of your way, it's just letting that driver know, yeah, I've seen you. He could be going past at 50, 60, 70k quicker. So from a driver point of view, that's quite handy to know that they've seen you, because that's always your biggest fear here. It's not that they do anything mad, it's they may not have seen you, because you can arrive so quickly on the scene, and there are not many straights here where you can see something coming in the mirror. You can be turning in, and you think you've turned into a corner, or you will, and all of a sudden, as we saw earlier, there's a GT3 alongside you. You think, where did that come from?
Oh, is that Nico Menzel again, you think?
Yeah,
or is it Joel Sturm?
If it's on the grass, it'll be Sturm. If it's on the black stuff, it'll be Menzel.
Yeah, so if you're going along the Dottinger Her, which is the long return leg of the circuit, the massively long straight, you might pick up a car coming much faster. But the point is, if someone's lapping 30 seconds of that faster, as you can on a 25-kilometre circuit with cars of enormous performance differential, then you may not see them. They may be coming around a brow, and they have closed in so quickly. Course vehicles out on circuit, looks like more barrier repairs. Again, bottom of the hill before you start the climb up towards the carousel.
That's been ongoing for a long time. That has, yeah. So the Tiergarten one we got sorted, but that one's been going for quite a while there. So there must have been quite some damage. And of course, the problem can be that you can repair the barrier, and if it's not protected by any kind of conveyor belt or whatever, it's, a car's a solid object, the barrier's a solid object, and it hits it pretty hard. It moves the posts, so you can't attach a post to an absolute pile of rubbish, the barrier to rubbish. You've got to rebuild the posting. Screwing the barrier on nuts and bolts is really quite easy. That's the finishing touch. It's like painting something. It's all in the prep, isn't it?
Sadly
Allegedly.
so. Yeah. Have you just slapped it on again? Yeah, I did actually.
Yes.
Sorry about that. Right. I actually sensed that I thought more rain was coming in. I think at, certainly around the carousel and immediately after that, which is one of the highest points on the circuit at Her, it seemed a bit brighter, but as soon as we get back to start-finish straight, the low cloud is still hanging over the circuit. I was going to say we're not out of the woods yet. You know what I mean, but some of the cars still running around the woods quite clearly.
It's out of the woods there.
He's out of the woods, yes, that's coming
straight.
Yeah, Audi and TCR class. Running quietly on its own, out of the woods, onto start-finish straight. But it's been a very tricky day here to get the conditions right. Neither wet nor dry. Moments at which the rain has become a little bit worse, but a lot of it has just been drizzle. And that hasn't made it at all easy. And certainly Falcon Motorsport, for their years of investment in the long-distance races here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, they seem to have got something very right today. Had they got these tyres on, or their dry weather versions earlier in the year, may not have worked. But in these conditions, this temperature, and the greasiness of not being either wet or dry, they seem to have the gear. They're all on wet weather tyres, but certainly it is something that's keeping things very, very tricky for all the drivers. It really is a struggle, but that's part of the challenge. The circuit isn't challenging enough in its own at all. Of course it is. It's incredibly difficult, but certainly today you'd have to say they are getting the job done best. And bear in mind, the number 4 car that's leading the race was the one that limped back in. Didn't know it charged back in at the end of the opening lap, minus its front right wing. Contact with the back of one of the 2 Mustangs that led away from the start of the grid halfway around the lap, and yet still was the first one back round at the end of the lap, but to charge into the pits. That was Dorian Boccolacci. And since then, it's been handed over to Nico Menzel, and they've both been really flying with that car. But I think they will have to have a much longer final pit stop than their rivals, which can have a huge consequence in terms of timings. We'll come to that later, though. We've still got one more round after this, really.
But there were two elements of that pit stop for that number 4 car that you say came in damaged and is now leading. It's modular construction of these types of cars, obviously. The wing, we said, was US, but what was attached to wasn't the problem. The bumper and front end had gone as well, but the main bits of splitter and bits of aero were still there. But such was it organised, the inefficiency of Falcon. As the car came to a halt, one set of mechanics started working on that and pulling the bits off that needed to be got rid of. Immediately behind was a second tier with one guy literally holding the new wing, another guy holding the bonnet. So they were there sort of slightly out, and then it's almost like Venn diagram, to circle out. When you've done that bit, they move out and swap out the next lot. There's no going back and finding the bit, and so it's all there ready because it's all time conscious. And they click it on, and it was almost like Lego, wasn't it? It was all of a sudden the car went out and looked pristine again. You just thought, hang on, have we got the wrong car that lost its wing? Because you just couldn't tell. And lo and behold, here it is in the race lead.
It is absolutely remarkable, but, you know, there will be payback for that. Now, I'll just take a quick look back down the championship challenges. 921, it's a number I bandied around through the course of the race. Mulner Motorsport, it's running 3rd in Cup 2. This is a car that can win the outright title. Hour and 25 minutes remaining. It's 3rd in class, but it's a mountain to climb because they've got to get 36 seconds back to even catch the 48 Losch car that led the class, led the race outright at the start of the race with Tobias Muller. Carlos Rivas is driving that at the moment, but both of them in turn are another 35 seconds back on number 901. Fabio Gross leading that SRS Team Sorg Rennsport. So we might get a flurry into the pits, but for now, all Arnie Hofmeister can do is keep on pressing on his blue, white and black Mulner Motorsport car. 3rd in Cup 2. Just got to count the points, do the maths. Drivers never like to do maths, not in the garage, even less when they're driving out around the circuit. But at the moment,
got strategists for that.
Yeah, exactly. They're not busy in the office. But Fabio Gross is showing with Patrick Gruter could yet end up having a role to play in this race. He's leading the Cup 2 class, and number 921 is 3rd in class, and that would be desperate for something to happen to the 2 cars ahead of it to take maximum points that could just make them the outright champions. However, plenty of racing between now and then.
Well, this weather, I have a feeling, is kind of set in, Bruce, for our final hour and 24 we've to go. So a little bit of way to go yet. So about the length of a Grand Prix to go in our race yet. Here on our final one. I love your description of a series, a championship over 10 circuits, even though it's the same place every time. So it's a great description. It makes you think about that. It is exactly that. Just comparing that how to the 24-hour. Forget the distance, but the weather conditions back in the summer, and then compared to last year's 24-hour, where we couldn't see a thing. But this is set in. We can't see the schloss, can we? At all.
Just about to see my feet. Right. What we?
That's because you're so tall.
Yes, indeed. Head in the clouds. What we had in the summer. 2024 was our commentary position was right opposite the control tower at the entry to the pit lane, and there were points at which we lost sight across the track entirely of the tower. And as Snowy pointed out earlier, there were 2 points on the circuit. It's the 2 tallest points, the pit straight and her act, that were draped in thick cloud. The rest of the circuit was actually bathed in glorious sunshine and bright weather. But we weren't. And the important thing was the rescue vehicles, the helicopters, couldn't come in and out. You always have to have an operational medical helicopter in case of medical emergencies, but also line of sight between the marshal's post and two
medical teams.
Yeah,
for obvious reasons. If one's occupied, you want to continue the race or need to, then you need another one to replace, because you can't run a race without your medical team there.
No. Right. Are we going to see the number 3 Falcon Motorsport car dive in the pits? Not this time. So pressing on, right. It's a question of what they managed to get on board when they changed the cars over to wet weather tyres onto rain tyres. But I think next time around we'll get them diving in. However, we will see. But the gap between first and second, it's gone out again. It's gone out to, well, it was another 6 seconds gained by Nico Menzel in the number 4 Falcon Motorsport car. Bear in mind, he started the car that's giving chase. That's the number 3 car. That was then handed to Joel Sturm. Joel's still on board, and he did some hero laps after that car was finally brought in to put on rain tyres. The rival Mustangs had all, and the race-leading number 4 car had all come in earlier, but having got onto the right tyres at the right time. As I say, that number 3 Falcon Motorsport Porsche runs off the circuit. That's Joel Sturm. Where did that happen? It was the cut-through on the Grand Prix circuit. You start the first part of the Grand Prix circuit, do the first 4 corners, instead of then going down the hill towards the Dunlop hairpin at the bottom, the Dunlop Kercher. You cut right and then complete the Grand Prix loop. But that was running deep into the corner, across the gravel, very close to the tyre wall. Just eventually got the 180-degree right-hander done without hitting anything. But that was a wake-up moment. The track was probably no wetter than before. Might have been just, again, pushing on a little bit more. But the rain, if there is any rain still falling, it's only on the start-finish straight, I would suggest, right now.
Well, Joel Sturm, as he has been all race long, manhandling this number 3 car. And the big twitchy moment going on to the Nordschleife there by the U-turn back, the hairpin back at the Sabine Schmitz curve, and just not wanting to get too close to that barrier there, because you can just kiss one end and the other and put tracking out. And that's, you don't really need that, or drive shafts on a Porsche really quite easily, or radiators at the front. I'm not suggesting he was that close to it, but you don't want to be risking that, and this is the beginning of the lap. Lots of use of the curb, and again, this way you've got to memorize it. People like Joel Sturm and Menzel have. There are some curbs on the left-hand side, mostly are a tiny bit of red and white curbing concrete, and on the right-hand ones, quite a few have a riser behind it, so you can use a bit more of that, and it seems to be that's what you want to do there. A nice bit of exit curb on the way out, which is not too bad. It's loaded on that tyre, over the bridge and up over the rise, keeping off the painted curb at this part of the circuit, a little bit quicker. Hatson back first spot, not so fast there. It's quite simply picking up pace from coming out of the Sabine Schmitz curve, which is really quite slow.
What you always notice with a lap like this, the only place you could possibly relax, but you can't, and I'll explain in a moment, is the dotting O'Hare. Pretty much everywhere else, with maybe a few exceptions, start, finish straight, but someone else might be trying to pass you, or you might be trying to line up a move. And also, after you've left Hatzenbach and Hocheichen, you got the blast, go over Flugplatz, Schredenkreuz, you know, but after that, it becomes more and more complicated, more and more twisty. But it's you get one corner slightly out of sync, and everything else just sort of unravels. It suddenly comes back at you much faster. That is why it's so super difficult, this circuit. Plus, also not playing to the back of the car in front of you that's just slowed down for a slow zone or a code 60, or even just a yellow flag period. And for the front runners in the SP9 class cars, they're coming in much faster. So just one little moment of looking at your controls for something for a nanosecond, and you look up and suddenly, oh, right, okay, we've got to do heavy braking. I can't do that. So it's always super complicated around the circuit. You know what? The drivers wouldn't have it any other way. You can talk a big race if you've done a race on this amazing circuit, but just so mentally taxing, physically too, to an extent. Of course, you know, it is up and down. I now sense the eternal optimist, that is me, is getting brighter, or less dark, should we say.
You think?
I do think. However, that's because the
otherwise. I get that, obviously.
No, exactly. No, I just made it up. But the thing about it is, the exit of the circuit, you know, Herrat, it seems okay. You then finally get onto the Dotting Her. It's not too bad until the point where the clouds come back. When they get to the start-finish straight, that's the second highest point on the circuit, and it seems to be the place where it's raining. We approach halfway down the Dotting, suddenly we're getting raindrops on the windscreen.
Yeah, exactly reverse of what we were saying just a few laps ago, that the pit straight was clear, the rest of it, so that cost 1/3, one half of the circuit, the weather moving across. So it's going to, pit straight is going to be the issue now coming up, but yeah, so the wipers on as cars come up to Houreiken at the end of the lap. I can't remember what was the cause of the barrier repairs at the carousel, because that's taken an internal amount of time.
They've now cleared it. The bottom of the hill, I can't remember. At the top of the hill, it was the 144 Schnitzel Mercedes.
That, but the bottom of the hill, and the Clostertoll.
Yeah, lost in the mist of time, I'm afraid.
It must have done a fair amount of damage for them to take this long to putting it right, because that's been there for a very long time, that code 60. Hopefully, as we get towards our last hour or so to go, we've got 1 hour 17 minutes to go.
Right. At that juncture, I'm suddenly starting to think it's looking quite good for the number 921 crew. They came here second in the championship, the outright championship. Arnie Hofmeister and Tim Scheerbarth have been the constants in that, constant drivers. Because they're third in their class, but you should get more points than those in the other classes. And it's 187 is second in its class, and 500 is second in its class. And if I talk numbers, let me explain what and who they are. Car number 500, Adrenaline Motorsport BMW 330i. That's running in BT2 rear-wheel drive. The number 921 Porsche is in the Porsche Cup 2 class. That's Mühlner Motorsport. And number 187 FK Performance Motorsport BMW M4 GT4 running in SP8T. So many different sorts of classes. Really, where they place in the race outright is irrelevant. It's where they place relative to their class competitors that will dictate how many points they score. So complicated. It's as if it's not complicated enough, an event like this with weather that is certainly trying. But at the moment, even at the darkest parts of the circuit, it does appear it's hanging low cloud rather than the rain that's falling. If the wipers are on occasionally, that's probably because you're running immediately behind someone who's running over the curbs and kicking up the spray.
Yeah, it's a proper autumnal day, is it not, here at, you mentioned about the lovely colours in the trees a bit earlier on. We'll see less of that now because there's too much mist and fog around.
Yeah.
I don't think we'll get any restriction on the end of the race. I think we'll get to the end of this okay. But you never know. It's the Nordschleife. Mother Nature has a way of controlling it completely.
I know, and it's that classic thing. It's you're standing in a commentary box somewhere at a circuit. You go, actually, the weather's clearing up, but what you don't realise is behind your commentary box, the sky is Bible black, and will bring weather with it accordingly or not. And so many times you think something's coming in and it blows past, and that's very much a feature of the Nürburgring. You stand high on the hill, looking out over the fantastic Eifel forest, and you can see a lot of rain clouds frequently, and storm clouds coming in from the west. Thanks very much, Spa-Francorchamps. They're passed over there. You're coming your way, but
only 60k away, isn't it?
Only 60k, and we've definitely been doing races where you suddenly get reports flashing in saying, "Oh, it's absolutely awash at Spa." You go, "Okay, that'll be enough to come here as well."
Oh, great, thanks.
Yes,
yeah.
The race was going so well.
So, despite we had those amazing GT3 Cup 2 cars at the front earlier on, that was because it was those filtering conditions. I was just seeing number 3 going off again, but of course that's a replay from our director there. Thank you very much. So 2 Falcon Porsches is at the front, 2 Mustangs in 3rd and 4th, Menzel, Sturm, Stippler and Shearer in that order. The top 3 cars being the only pros, and they're fair enough there. Now Menzel's just pitted, actually. Nico Menzel brings the number 4 leading Falcon Porsche into the pits.
Well, that's fine. That's a 7-lap stint. That's absolutely on the money, one would suggest. And it does mean that's the 3rd pit stop for that car, because of course they had the extra pit stop to stick it onto wet weather tyres, onto rain tyres. Now Sturm, he would have done his next pit stop a bit later. In fact, I haven't noticed that one down, but I'd expect the Mustangs to come in on this lap as well. They're running 3rd and 4th. Frank Stippler, Fabio Scherer, 6 ahead of 9. Does that give Stippler time to drive anything else in this race? He does like to drive other things, but actually, in fairness,
because he was down to drive the Audi as well, wasn't he?
He was the Juta racing car, and that is still going. Selv, that's Selv inverted commas. Many people race with pseudonyms here. But number 4 in the pits. Does that mean Menzel will get out? Boccolacci will get in? Or Boccolacci?
Yes, already done.
Yes, he's done that. So he's going to... Menzel's out because he's got another appointment. He's going to be back into the number 3 Porsche from Joel Sturm to take that through to the end of the race. Boccolacci will take this one through to the end. Busy cinching his belts tighter and tighter. Just the little twitches, nervous twitches. We all have them. You know, you can imagine golfers have their little yips standing on the starting tee. Swimmers on the starting blocks, athletes, you know, their heels high in the air and their bottoms up and ready to sprint off down the track from those starting blocks. But everyone has a little twitch. It's all just a focusing element. But what a task ahead to focus on. Boccolacci thinking, well, I've already had an incident out on track on the opening lap. I chased back, I gained loads of positions, but what's it going to be like when I pull out of the pit lane to go down towards turn 1? Luckily, at that point on the circuit, it's very wide indeed. There's lots of runoff as well. So if you go wide, embarrassed, but not in the barriers. It's really when you get out of the Nordschleife itself, about 9 corners later.
So our number 6 P3 car, which is Frank Stippler in the Haupt Racing Mustang, the leading Mustang of the two, is on the Dottinger Höhe now. It will be coming through the kink very shortly. Our race leader, Nico Menzel, is back in the... Well, sorry, the car is back out on the track, and it's Dorian Boccolacci that has taken that over again. So just coming up to Tiergarten Höhe is the number 3 car. Sorry, position 3 car, number 6 car.
What is it like?
Who hasn't pitted?
Well, Sturm's going to be coming in next time around, one feels. Just enough time for Nico Menzel to have a cup of tea, having got out the number 4, and then swap across to that one. But that would also fit time-wise in terms of when those pit stops should be made. So
now he has, sorry, my track has just updated. I think the number 6 Frank Stippler driven car has indeed got pitted. Yeah, sorry, my little tracker it showed it going past and then it went back again and reset. So I don't think Frank Stippler turned around and reversed up the track or turned it round at a U-turn. I think the tracker didn't quite catch up. I'm gonna rely on that bit of intel.
Okay, what we can tell you is the number 4 Porsche is back onto the circuit. Dorian Boccolacci, the driver who started it, then Nico Menzel did the middle part of the race, but Menzel's got a busy dance card, if you will. He's hopped out of that. And we wait for the number 3, the sister car from Falcon Motorsports, coming next time around. Remember, the gap between them was, what did he get up to? About 1 minute and 15 seconds. So you definitely have to say the advantage is in the hands of the number 4 car. But it's by pitting for your final pit stop a little bit later, that gives you a chance for a shorter final pit stop. And then the gaps can swing. But you'd have to say the number 3 has a major advantage over number 4. Number 4, the damage done on that collision on the opening lap into the back of one of the 2 Out Racing Team Mustangs, in for repairs, and that has cost. But in between both of the Falcon Motorsport cars, but I would say particularly the number 4 car have looked number 3 car have looked very, very good indeed.
So our other Haupt Racing Mustang into the pits as well. That's Shearer, and then the number 9 car. That's Fabio Shearer has brought that in as well. Was he going to swap over to? There's either Patrick Assenheimer or Dennis Fetzer in that car.
Well, they've been running on because the way it's this race has fallen. They didn't want to. It was probably planned as a double stint for Fabio Shearer, and then 2 individual stints over the next half of the race. But because he had to stay out longer, because they came in, scrambled in to do a pit stop, a change on to rain tyres, they've kept him in to do sort of effectively 2.5 stints. So it may well be the other driver would do 1.5 stints. And in fact, we're getting close to the point where someone could just do 1 more. They come in at the end of this lap, they could take it through to the finish. So it may well be Dennis Fetzer. Patrick Assenheimer doesn't get to race that the car of which we speak, which is the number 9 Haupt Racing Team Mustang.
So a new camera shot for you, which I'm going to try and describe, which is really low down on somewhere on the front end of this number 4 Porsche of Dorian Boccolacci. The famous turquoise paint, livery. Bit of bodywork damage there on the number 9.
More bodywork damage, because that was the left rear corner, but it was actually in front of the left rear wheel, and it's clearly clipped a little bit of undergrowth, and it's just a wedge between 2 panels on the car. The bodywork behind that got damaged on the opening lap of the race. That has been repaired in a subsequent pit stop, but door mirror attached, but clearly a bit of contact further back down the left-hand flank of that yellow and blue Mustang from the Haupt Racing Team. Vincent Kolb has departed in the sister car, number 6. The number 9 is back on the deck. Now, who's on board? Is it Patrick Assenheimer or Dennis Fetzer? They're having to sit in the pits, waiting. They've got a countdown clock in their car. Cuckoo, 5 seconds to go. And driver not allowed to go too soon because we keep seeing punishments. Actually, today hasn't been too bad as yet in terms of penalties. But one of the cars that got hit was one of the 3 crews that came here gunning for the outright championship. Adrenaline Motorsport BMW car number 500. It was 45 seconds at a standstill, and you're not allowed to do that, then serve your pit stop. You have to come in subsequently for your next pit stop, so that would have hurt. 45 seconds at a standstill, plus pit in to pit out as well, so you can wave goodbye to way over a minute in that. That would have been potentially something of large consequence. So let it all settle down, and one would think next time around we will have the number 3 coming in, Joel Sturb. He's had a major stint in that, but certainly he was the one who was on the dry weather tyres for a lap longer than his rivals, and I think that was a really painful lap. But he drove beautifully thereafter, but that certainly was very tricky indeed for Joel Sturb.
And for the first time in a very long time, with just over an hour, in fact 1 hour and 6 minutes to go, we've gone back to full course green, Bruce. So no code 60s, nothing else. It's all nice and it's a clean racetrack. Well, it's not, is it? Because it's a very greasy racetrack.
Entirely so. I'm just looking at the screen waiting for the next yellow flag notification.
Can he finish his sentence before it comes up?
Well, so far so good. Right, stop and go for car number 410. That's not one of our front runners, so but still those penalties will be coming, so it's always super, super tricky. Still, that low cloud will not burn away. I was convinced a short while ago it was, but still the darkest part of the circuit, as it has been from the outset, has been the area of the Grand Prix track when you drop down below the paddock and then you get to the point where it goes double left over the bridge onto Sabine Schmidt's curve. That's been the foggiest part of the circuit. Not fog, just low cloud. Been really, really murky today. Not too surprising. It is October. You can have fabulous weather or not. Today we've ticked the box for or not, I'm afraid. Certainly hasn't spoiled the racing. It's just made it really, really tricky.
Sie sagen, es ist nur ein Auto, aber wir sagen, es ist Herzblut, Schweiß und Perfektion. Denn wenn du schraubst, dann zählt jeder Millimeter. Dann bist du in deinem Element. Du willst mehr als nur fahren. Du willst es fühlen. Die volle Kontrolle. Eine optimale Straßenlage. Wir wissen genau, was dich antreibt. Denn wir teilen die gleiche Leidenschaft. Egal ob auf der Straße oder auf der Rennstrecke. Wir sind immer an deiner Seite. Wir sind H&R. Offizieller Partner der Nürburgring Langstrecken Serie.
Falkenreifen.
Hol dir jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans.
besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen.
Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
So, just over an hour remains, and in the pit lane, most of the crews can probably work out that the ball is going to land on the side of the net for Falcon Motorsport. Which of their cars is going to take victory today? You'd have to say it will be the number 3 entry, because they haven't had the problems. They had setbacks in that they stayed out longer on wet weather tyres than their rivals, but they came in a lap later, 25 kilometres later, and that should surely be enough for Joel Sturm, who did a Trojan's job, handing it back to the driver who got him to lead the race early on, Nico Menzel, and it could be coming their way. Maybe having a race off has been very good for them. Can't tell really, can you? But certainly they weren't racing last time out in NLS 9. Back for the finale. This is the 10th and final round, and it looks so the team on the Falcon tyres, who put so much work into the Nürburgring and the long distance races, it looks so it's going their way. However, snowy.
Well, one hour to go. As you said, the final bit, we've had 2 busy hours. I'm going to call it a quiet hour, a settling down hour. I think they're all wrapping up to the final bit now for the final hour to go, which is literally just going to tick over in a matter of 20 seconds. So right on cue, that's going to take our number 3 Nico Menzel driven Falcon Motorsports Porsche 911 out of the pits, and indeed he does, right on cue with exactly 1 hour to go.
Right, he came in from a lead. It got up to about just over 1 minute and 10 seconds. His pit stop will have been 23 seconds longer than his rivals. And so that will all be... Sorry, his one would be shorter than his rivals because it came in after them. So that will close the gap, but it's going to be a 1-2, surely, for Falcon Motorsports.
Well, yes, and those Cup 2 cars, quite extraordinary. So we've got the 2 Falcon Motorsport Porsches at the front, the 2 Mustangs 3rd and 4th, and then we get into GT3 Cup cars, Cup 2, sorry, my apologies. Rivas is in 5th place, Müller Motorsport in 6th, Gulden in Ring Racing in 7th, SRS, Team Zorg Rennsport are... Yes?
Yeah, no, the important thing there is that the Hofmeister car, 921, Arnie Hofmeister, second, really to make itself unassailable in the overall championship, needs to get into the lead of the class. Just to save doing the maths. The gap has really come down to Carlos Rivas' car, the 48 Bosch Motorsport car that Tobias Müller did a brilliant job at the start of the race, leading out right, because I'm going to see next time around what the difference is between them. In fact, in terms of lap pace, they're almost identical, within 0.6 of a second around the 25-kilometre lap. But the gap has definitely come down. It's down to 34 seconds. It should be enough to defend, but certainly 921, Müller Motorsport, white and blue, racing in the championship for years and years, needs to get into the lead of the class, just to keep the maths simple, and then it might take the overall title. It'll take the class title. It's got enough points in the Cup 2 Porsche Cup class, but you don't just go racing to win your class. It's a nice thing. If you can get an outright championship, if you can get the one on your door for the following year, well, that's an honour too. So they'll be chasing very, very hard indeed, but they'd really rather be leading their class, because that would just make the job much more simple.
No, we never stop learning, and something I've never seen before is the 506. It's the one I'm about to describe is I've never seen. It happens to involve the 506 GT tyre motorsport car, BMW 330i from the VT2 rear-wheel drive class. Only one driver listed for that, Carmen Krav. I can't believe they're doing 4 hours, but you never know. I'm not sure that's allowed, actually. But anyway, you mentioned the graveyard area where the cars of deceased parrots go and park. Well, that was just coming out of there at some speed, past a flatbed and rejoining the track, which is the other side of the barrier that should be in Smith's curve. Now, whether they've run wide and we've just caught a little bit of footage of that. I don't know, but I've never seen a car being driven through there. They are taken there to die, basically.
So
the cars, that is.
Effectively, the reports of my demise have been gravely overstated, or some similar mangling of that quote. I am not dead yet.
Exactly. Yes, it's like the proverbial Norwegian blue parrot, isn't it? Muttered up to the bars and boom. You need to be of a certain age and of a certain nationality to understand that, but people will be writing in, I'm sure.
Given the wrong address.
Beautiful plumage.
Mailbag week, yes. Mailbag week chock full. Right.
Yes.
You know, in any race as complicated as this, because of the different timing of the laps of the pit stop, the different lengths of the pit stops, the start of the race, the end of the race, and the differing weather, and also where slow zones fall. Is it in front of your car, so you have to serve it and limp around, or have you just got ahead and you can suddenly build a big advantage over a chasing rival? All that has to be sorted out. Plus, as the final round of the 2025 Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, there is still a lot to be considered in the classes. We came here with the crew of the 187 BMW, with two of its drivers, Ranko Mijatovic and Nick Wustenhagen, leading their class, but leading the championship outright. And to keep the maths simple, it'd be really rather good for them to get into the lead of their class. And much like the 921 Cup 2 Porsche that's chasing it down in the championship, they're both second in their classes. Need someone cleverer than me to do the maths, because nothing is often what it seems. And the other car in the title battle was car number 500. However, we saw it take that 45-second pit stop. And you know what? Pit stop, stop and go penalty. Guess what? That's also second in its class. But it's only a few seconds, literally, behind a sister car from Adrenaline Motorsport. And maybe those positions might change. But actually, just having a quick look to see how their respective previous laps were. The other one included being in the pits. I think Daniel Zils has just come out, so yeah, that time was a whole lot longer, but it may yet get into the lead of its class. Oh, a mathematician's delight.
Well, Carlos Rivas in the number 948 Losch Motorsport entry. In Cup 2, as you said, Hofmeister in the Müller Motorsport car right behind it needs to catch him, does he not? And that is 7, a bit too much of a gap at the moment.
It is. They're also, last time I checked, last time around, they set lap times within half a second of each other. There's no gain.
No ebb and flow, is there?
But I said, just looking, anytime you need to check what's happening on the circuit, you always want to look to see what's hitting the windscreen. On a day like this, it's been in and out, but at the moment, I'd suggest as dry as it's been since the start of the race, which probably makes it a lot easier. Good news that, just double checking, we had the Schnitzelarm Mercedes back in the race, and it's just gone flashing past, and looks so, unless there were two, but I'm fairly sure there was just the one in the SP8T class.
It is, it's on the pit straight.
Yeah, SR Motorsport. Okay. Obviously that was someone that should have been running at the front end of its class, and I think early on it was. Bear in mind, SP8T is the class that the outright championship leader, Ranko Mijatovic and Nick Wustenhagen, car 187 are in, so that one, having fallen down the running, has been a helping hand to them.
There it is for us, the Schnitzelarm 144 black and yellow car that had its issues earlier on, and that was a car that came in and pitted very early. I think actually on one of the cars on the end of the first lap, came in and went on to wet, then had an issue, stopped at the end of the carousel on the outside. Not a connection with the barriers, that wasn't the barrier pair, that was the beginning of the run up to the carousel at Klostotol. So this was the 144 Schnitzelarm Mercedes parked at the top on the right hand side. They obviously got it back and it's rejoined the race. Some considerable time down, but at least it's back in the race.
Well, we've seen this a lot over the years, because, you know, if there's a problem, it's fixable. You've probably got one or two drivers who haven't even had a go in the race, so you might as well get the car back out, and it's all prepped for the following year, and also a chance to just display your team in the car. And so many classes here as well. You've always got drivers, you know, looking to find the form and the finance to move up to a higher performance class, but it really is, you know, you can cut your cloth according to what you can afford in terms of machinery. But the GT4 class, which runs here as SP8, SP8T, really, really popular, and that's grown. And I talked earlier about how TCR, for example, sort of dropped away. A lot of people look at other classes, with something like GT4 class car, you've got so many other championships you can race it in as well. So you could have a car that can compete in the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series and equally be competing in the ADAC GT4 Series. You could be competing in the European GT4 Series, etc., etc. And that is the sort of currency at maybe GT3 is the sort of ultimate of the GT cars, and of course that's the secondary class in the World Endurance Championship. You can compete in the European Le Mans Series, you can, so on and so forth. You can race pretty much anywhere, and GT4's tucked in behind it. And for example, this weekend it's the final round of the GT World Challenge in Barcelona. You've got a field of 60 cars in the endurance round. It's a 3-hour round, and that is a lot of GT3 cars. And then I think it was about 48 cars in GT4, so that's a big paddock you need just to fit those two classes in. But again, and you see the sort of the bounce back from that, those sort of cars, GT3s, GT4s. That's why there are more of those on this grid than there used to be 5 or 6 years ago.
Yeah, it's great to see them out there. It's grown enormously. These amazing cars, the GT3 cars, as you say, very much the top level, but also that's they're so expensive to run. That's the problem. The proper GT3 cars, whereas a GT4 car is the happy hunting ground for, dare I say, the amateur driver, but the gentleman driver, that's somebody that's successful and takes it quite seriously. And you don't tend to have, I don't like the phrase amateur, you don't really have amateur drivers like we used to have years ago, where it's have a go. It's people that take it very seriously and come and buy some decent cars, and they're still not small amounts of money, nor are they to run. So you need to invest in them properly. But it is, the jump from GT4 to GT3 is quantum. It's massive, and that's why the pro teams run those. But if you notice, as we notice, many a time, I was talking to the listeners there, not you, Bruce, but there's a lot of top running GT4 teams might run 1, maybe 2 cars, but they might run 2 or 3 GT4 cars as well, for people that they can then bring on through. It's like a kind of a feeder series. You can start on this different level, cut your teeth, bit back to what we were saying about harking back to the license, getting it, understanding it, cut your teeth on it, learn it, and then you know, if you've got the funds, you can be promoting. There's something smoking there, like a tyre lockup, which is very, no, that's got to be engine. It can't be a tyre lockup on a wet track.
Yeah. No, it's a Porsche Cayman, which is absolutely, couldn't quite see. It's been just whistled past, but first we saw a puff of smoke and a cloud of smoke. Couldn't see a car round the corner. A camera car went past, kind of 150, one of the BMW M4s. Went past, but the other one limping home. Not going to get to the end of the race, may get to the end of the lap, but bit of oil on a greasy track shouldn't cause any problem to anyone.
Well, I said things would happen in the last hour, didn't I?
Yeah. Okay, but let's just talk about the gap between first and second. It's Falcon Motorsport from Falcon Motorsport, we know that. Dorian Boccalacci, he came back out a lap before the sister car was handed out. He took the car over, number 4, from Nico Menzel. Menzel then waited. Number 3 came in a lap later, would have had a shorter pit stop, and that's why the gap's come down from, what was it, a minute and 15? It's come down by almost the requisite amount, but it's Menzel now in the number 3, so he could be first and second, couldn't he, in this race? He's driving both the Falcon Motorsport cars, but the second place car, with Menzel on board, 58 sequends down at the end of the previous lap.
I never thought of that angle. I was thinking earlier,
he'd have to be quite busy on the podium, wouldn't he?
He could then win the race in either car, but you're quite right, he could be first and second in the same race. That's try explaining that to somebody that doesn't quite understand it. How? Well, he's driven both cars.
Yeah. How? He'll have to be very quick on the podium. He'll have to have get the photographers on slow, long exposure, and nip from one side to the other. You know, from the second place step up onto the top one.
So it's like you're at that old school photograph. You had the long panoramic cameras in the 70s, and you'd run from one end to the other and try and get yourself in the school photo twice. I did manage to achieve it once. Only just, but right.
Finally getting a little bit brighter.
The Porsche that was smoking, by the way, was the Schmickler Performance 950 718 Cayman.
Oh dear. Car 500 was one of our 3 championship challenges. It was running in the VT2 rear-wheel drive class, and about an hour ago I reckoned its chances were very good, but it's had the 45-second stop-and-go penalty, and now it's got the black and orange disc warning flag. So that has waiting to see any punishment coming their way, but black and orange doesn't mean you have to report back into the pits. So I think we can strike that one. It was running second in its class. All of the three crews challenging for the outright title, running second in their class, but 45-second stop and go, and then an extra visit to the pits, I'm afraid. Surely that's taken it away from them.
If you're new to NLS or indeed any kind of racing, a black flag with the orange circle on, was often referred to in the paddock colloquially as the meatball flag, because it looks like a meatball, is for something technically wrong with your car that you may not be aware of. So it could be something like fuel's coming out of it, or there's a piece of bodywork loose, or there's a piece of exhaust hanging underneath, or something that you may or may not be aware of, but is deemed dangerous to continue and must be brought to the pit box and rectified.
Well, what we're getting here is it says check timekeeping transponder, no signal. So how is that a danger to anyone else? Could you explain that?
Because it was not a danger to anybody else, but it's a requirement that your transponder must absolutely work for the organisers, because you might then speed through a code 60 area and not be punishable, etc. So you've got to have that working. It is a requirement, I'm afraid. And it's also very frustrating because it's a technical issue that you've got no control over. The team, all the drivers, you're issued a transponder. If that fails, that's galling. If that fails, and you have to cost time in the pits to do that.
Well, I think one can say, and then there were two rather than three. 187 came here with the championship lead, the outright championship lead. That is in the pits. It's having to be pushed backwards because another BMW is near at hand. That's having to be pushed out of the way. This is Ranko Mijatovic and Nick Wustenhagen. I think it'd be Ranko going out to finish the race because came here with high hopes. They've kept their nose pretty clean. Nick Wustenhagen out of the car. Can't see if he's happy or not. He's still got his helmet on. But they had Reinhold Renger to help them in the early stages of the race.
Very Mika Hakkinen style crash.
It is, isn't it?
Colours, yes.
Shades of blue, descending order. White on top. Nice, clean helmet design.
Little thing, yeah, it's quite nice to see for a change. Little thing I spotted there with the two cars you seem to push back there. The GT4 car we were describing being one down from GT3, if you like. We spec GT3 cars, air jacks, central centre lock wheels on air guns, all very quick and speedy. GT4 drops down a level. You've still got air jacks, but you have a 4 or 5 stud, whatever the manufacturer was, wheel with battery operated guns to take them off. The car is being pushed away from was a 330 that's also on 5 or 4 studs, but it's not even allowed air jacks. It's got a trolley jack underneath it. So these tiers, if you like, of things that make all the difference for pit stops, etc. So you've got to get a trolley jack out and get it under the right position and jack the car up and not be pushing it if it's a rotten floor, pushing it up. And I'm going back to my days of early cars, but you get my point. It's so much more labour intensive to do that rather than just plug in an airline, bosh, the car's up in the air for you, as long as it all works.
There is that, but it's just the thought of getting your quick lift at the right place. Just not getting it in the wrong place. And so for a lot of the teams, their final pit stop, not of the race, but of the season will be underway. And just to confirm, 187 came here with the outright championship lead. It started by Reinhold Renger, then followed by Nick Wustenhagen, who did the lion's share, and out with just under 3/4 of an hour remaining in this 4-hour finale. It's Ranko Mijatovic racing on a Swiss license. And he comes out and goes, what happened to the view? Well, there isn't much of a view. It's very, very cloudy and hanging cloud over the start-finish straight. And get off the Grand Prix loop, and the visibility just improves a little bit. But Mijatovic being very cautious indeed on his outlap. We've seen a lot of people hanging it out over the curbing and having spins. He's got to the point where he turns left and left again on the Sabine Schmitz curves and gets onto the Nordschleife itself, where everything gets very narrow indeed. But he didn't feel as though he's needed to push on too hard early on and become a bit of a hero. So sensible approach. Even the best, even the Frank Stiplers and the other front runners, Fabio Scherer, particularly in the Mustangs when they were on their outlaps in the pits, the first few corners, the tail was wanting to work its way ahead of the nose of the car, and even the very best having to hang on. It's been very, very tricky conditions for the championship finale, but so far majority of the teams so good. But you have to say advantage Falco Motorsport today. They seem to have had the right tyres that's combined with their Porsches to do the right job. And just waiting for another lap to go on the board. It's the number 4 car, Dorian Boccolacci, leading the way He took over from Nico Menzel, and you know what? He's also leading Nico Menzel because Menzel's doing double duty. He started in 3 with the middle section of the race in car number 4, and he's gone back to the sister car number 3, waited for him to cross the start-finish line to complete lap 20, and I'll see what the margin was. It was 50-something seconds last time around. And it seems like an age waiting for that timing beam to be broken. Waiting for Nico Menzel to come through. Still waiting. That's what 50-plus seconds seems like when you're looking at a timing screen, looking at your moving image screen to see how that gap has gone. Has it increased or has it come down? But, right, 50, well, almost no change out of a minute. So let's call it a minute. 59.853 seconds, the gap between Boccolacci and the number 4 Falcon Motorsport and number 3 Nico Menzel sister car. A lot of smoke in one of the team garages.
That's the 950 that was coming back smoking.
Ah, okay, yes. Slow as smoke.
It still is.
Yes, now it's even slower as smoke. It's not moving. It's the Schmickler Motorsport. Okay, that's what you were talking about. Yep.
So they're working on. There's somebody that opened the rear deck, and somebody's got a mechanic sitting in there, quite literally sitting on the rear wing, the rear apron, looking there. It could be something quite simple as a hose or an oil pipe, something that was spraying oil onto the exhaust. As long as it doesn't take it all out of the engine, it's not the end of the world. They appear to be attempting to get the 950 back into the race.
Yeah, well, why not? Why not, indeed?
Season finale, end of term, why not, indeed?
Right, I've been looking at the gap between Carlos Rivas, who's leading Cup 2 in 5th place overall, and David Yarn. David in car number 921 is gunning for the outright title, but the gap has actually increased between them. It was about 34 seconds, and it's about 53 seconds now, so that is probably making the maths a little bit easier. Up front, though, there's nothing the two Mustangs from the Hout Racing team can do about the pace of the Falcon Motorsports cars. When things were greasy, the Falcon tyres clearly worked absolutely beautifully there. But just remember, the 911 GT3R has been running for a long time with evolutions and stuff. The Ford Mustang is still the new kid on the block, second full season, and certainly Hout Racing team in the last handful of months have been getting a bit of a grip on it. Car looks great, sounds even better, but of course it was a handful when it started. They all are.
It's quick, but it's not fully developed. That's not to say it's underdeveloped. It's not fully developed. I think it's got potential to come. They'll work on that car over the winter, and it's. I'm sure in 2026 it'll be an even stronger contender, and it's up at the front anyway. They'll line it. They'll work on the areas where it's not quite quick yet. But a Porsche 911 GT3 run by any of your decent top teams, it's a known entity. It does what it says on the tin. You know it's going to. It's really down to you as a team how you run it and how your drivers drive it.
Yeah, I mean, it's been built on the back of other cars that have been built before it, isn't it? It hasn't wandered a great distance away. Of course, the Ford Mustang, you know, it's still very, very short in years. And you normally expect, maybe if you're lucky, the second year of a car hitting GT3, you might pick up a win. Third year is when you start aiming for titles, and maybe even year number 4. But this is a rotation, and not all the manufacturers have their new car in the same year, so you get the sort of staggered effect. But just great to have so much manufacturer variety in GT3. That's something that really is such a feature of it. Gosh, just looking in that Cup 2 battle, there was a 15-second difference between Carlos Rivas and David Yarn. There must have been something interrupting David Yarn in the 921, because if you put them side by side, I'd put my money every time on David. So he's been very quick across, well, the years, sort of decades really. But so again, this is something we have to keep emphasising. Around the full lap of the Nordschleife, you can get points where you've got waved yellow flags, you've got points where, various points, you have a slow zone, and it might only be in place for a short period of time. But if it catches one driver and not the driver they're hunting down, then that really can swing a race battle very, very swiftly indeed, with no blame attached to either drivers or either side of it. You're either lucky or unlucky, and you hope across the course of a season you come up sort of evens. Some years you probably get ahead of the curve, but you know, in this final round it does seem as though the last lap, or the previous lap for David Yarn, was not a helping hand in hunting down the overall title.
So Carlos Rivas in our 948 5th place car. There's a bit of on-ball there. It's going to come across the line. He pits immediately. So that's, but it's some 52 seconds to Jan in the Müller Motorsport car right behind at 921. And when do they owe us a pit stop?
You know, I think they do.
I think they do, yes.
Because, yeah, I think what's happened is the Rivas car, it's had its 2 stops, which is standard at this point in the race. This should be your 3rd stop, which they're just doing now. So I think they basically guessed right. They didn't have to have an extra pit stop to change onto the correct sort of tyre. When I say that, I mean rain tyres versus slicks. So I think that's why the Rivas car... But bear in mind, this was the car that led the race outright in the early laps, with Tobias Müller doing such a great job. But I think they didn't fumble it. They committed to wet weather tyres when the change was made. They didn't put a second set of slicks on and then have to come in and rectify, which a lot of the outright front runners did. And it does seem as though the 921 car, driven now by David Jan, has had that 3rd pit stop already, but needs to come in next time around, I would think. It would be a shorter pit stop for them, but they won't be clawing back 54 seconds, I don't think.
So the Müller car's not long left the pit, hasn't it, if I'm right? Only about 5 minutes or so ago, I would say.
The Müller car is sitting in the pits right now because it's the car that Carlos Rivas has brought in. I don't know if we've seen Noah Nagelsdijk in it, but Tobias Müller was a driver. But I'm sure he did a double stint.
No, Rivas is in the Losch car.
Oh, Mullner. I thought you said Müller.
No.
Mullner Motorsport,
Müller
David
car.
Jan car. No,
Yeah.
that's the one I'm discussing.
Yes.
It's due to come in.
Yes, Müller and Müllner. Simple mistake. I need to get my enunciation better.
Right, so this point in the race is a minute between 1st and 2nd. That is very, very unusual in Nürburgring Langstrecken races. Yes, the top field of top class of cars not as packed as we get at the start of the season. In fact, probably a third of the number. We often get more than 20. Today we've got fewer, but it's been an enthralling battle. But we started this race with the mention, as the cars sat on the grid before their formation lap, a little bit of damp was occurring out on the circuit, a little bit of drizzle at a couple of corners. The drivers got to get a chance to look at it on the formation lap. It then got worse, but not worse enough to bring them in for wet weather tyres, not to start with, but it was a question of when they made that change. Did they make it before or after their first pit stop? When I say after, that means they didn't decide to go onto wet weather tyres. They put them on a second set of slicks, and then they paid the price. Had to come in all over again. But the one that really got set back by that was number 3. He went for an extra lap on slick tyres on an increasingly damp circuit. And that is why Nico Menzel's car, of course this is both, is so far behind the sister car. A best part of a minute down after 20 laps. And 21 laps will be completed relatively soon by Dorian Boccolacci in a car he shares with Nico Menzel. Did you know this was the same name as the driver in number 3?
It's extraordinary, isn't it? Yeah. I think Nico Menzel's probably driven 80% of this race.
Yeah, but by the end, he'll have effectively been out of the car for 3/4 of a lap, nearly a lap, because that was while he was waiting, having got out of the number 4, that's now back in the hands of Dorian Boccolacci, for the sister car that was also again to be coming in a lap later anyhow. So he had enough time. The lap around here at the moment is about 10 minutes in these greasy conditions, 9.5 minutes. That gave him enough time to shuffle to the garage next door and get ready.
Noah Nagelsdijk it is that's jumped into the Müllner. No, sorry, I've done it again, haven't I? Jumped into the Losch Motorsport car, number 948. That's back out on track with a change of driver. So that should be that's its final stop. It should be.
Yeah, it's always
leading the class, obviously.
Always a sigh of relief, isn't it, for the pit crews? Well, we think we've now done with that pit stop business for the year, but you never know if someone's going to come back in. What's the weather going to do? Well, it's not set fair. It's just set grey. The visibility being poor. It's neither been wet, properly wet, nor dry, but it was enough for wet weather tyres to be the ones to have. I think a lot of the crews expected, having fitted them, the rain would become heavier. But it was never a great deal more than drizzle, and that's made it complicated. But in those mixed conditions, there's been no doubting the form of the Falken Motorsport tyre has been supreme, and that's why its Porsches are 1st and 2nd, 4 ahead of 3 at the moment. Dorian Boccolacci ahead of Nico Menzel, but Menzel also shared the number 4 car, so he's going to have a claim on 1st and 2nd positions on the final podium of 2025. But
presumably he gets both trophies.
You guess so, yeah. Yeah, so just waiting to see what... I mean, their lap times last time around were separated by a second, but there's no way that Nico Menzel in what, if we've got just over under 30, just over half an hour, is going to claw back the best part of a minute. And he hasn't yet crossed the line to start lap 22. As I say that, he does. 1 minute and 10 seconds. So, in fact, he's actually lost time there. Yeah, his lap time. Well, in fact, his last lap was exactly 10 seconds slower than Menzel. That's why than Boccolacci. But job well done, and it's remarkable to think that at the end of the opening lap, the first car back to the pits and into the pits at the end of lap 1 was number 4 Porsche with a damaged front wing, missing, and secondary pit stop for Nick. What was that for Menzel? He came in on lap 17, and after lap 21, he's in again. I need to take a look to see what happened in that pit stop. I wasn't looking at the images to check anything in the pits. I thought they were through to the end of the race.
We didn't see. No, you're quite right, Bruce. We didn't see anything. We just cut to that car coming out because it was quite right by the director that it was a second place car. But I'm not sure why it came in at all.
No, nor am I. But that would also explain why it was 10 seconds later, because deceleration to come into the pits and cross the finish line. So he might have been closing in slightly, but that gap will have gone out to, well, when he was coming to a standstill before he even stopped. For what? Was it a puncture? Certainly it was a very short pit stop, but it was enough to drop him even further back. But such has been the advantage the Falken Motorsport cars. Might need to look at the tracker map in the Grand Prix loop, but I'm fairly sure he's still far enough ahead of Vincent Kolb, the number 6 Mustang, as they go out of the Mercedes arena, to still be in second place overall. That was a surprise, that coming in.
Well, Kolb is just coming into Flansgarden, so got a fair way to go at the moment, and number 3 car obviously just left the pits. And number 4 race leader is up at just come out of Arenberg up to Foxhole.
There you have it, half an hour to go. Falken Motorsport first and second with their Porsches. It's a grey day, but the sun is shining in the world of Falken Motorsport. First and second, don't yet know why. There was a final run into the pits. There was just over half an hour to go from the number 3 car. It was back in second place. Nico Menzel did 4 laps, came back in. So wasn't expecting that. However, they're still clear of the Mustangs. That's what we know.
Sie sagen, es ist nur ein Auto, aber wir sagen, es ist Herzblut, Schweiß und Perfektion. Denn wenn du schraubst, dann zählt jeder Millimeter. Dann bist du in deinem Element. Du willst mehr als nur fahren. Du willst es fühlen. Die volle Kontrolle. Eine optimale Straßenlage. Wir wissen genau, was dich antreibt. Denn wir teilen die gleiche Leidenschaft. Egal ob auf der Straße oder auf der Rennstrecke. Wir sind immer an deiner Seite. Wir sind H&R. Offizieller Partner der Nürburgring Langstrecken Serie.
Falkenreifen.
dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans.
besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen.
Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
It's not raining, it's the Nürburgring. Well, that's good, but I tell you what, right now, Dorian Boccolacci stretching his legs, doesn't even have to. Snowy, he's sitting on the lead, it's 25 minutes, 26 minutes. A lead of over a minute, it's going to be about 1 minute and 30 seconds, I think, because the sister car, the number 3, Nico Menzel, came in for a pit stop. Seemed a very quick one, but even in and out of the pit, you're going to squander, what, 45 seconds?
Yes, I'm just thinking. I'm trying to think when we last had a gap of that much. 130. That's.
Yeah, it could be more than that actually. Just waiting for the end of this lap. Yeah. But yeah, I know, quite extraordinary. But you know, I'm just keep saying that at the middle point in the race, they were covered by half a second between the top 3, and the one that was out of the mix is the one that's leading the race. That's the number 4 car. Let's recap. Into the pits at the end of the opening lap, missing front right wing. The bodywork from above the headlight and behind the headlight, that had been loosened in the contact with the back of the number 9 Mustang on the opening lap, halfway around, hit a curb, flew off, and that was probably a good advantage, because then pressing on without fear of it blowing in anyone's face, all the way back to the pits, got the bodywork changed, went back out, probably dropped down to about 80th position at the end of the opening lap, probably just about got out ahead of the 3rd grouping of cars, and then Boccolacci fought back, handed over to Nico Menzel. Brilliant stints from him in the middle of the race, but found themselves with a lead, quite frankly, they wouldn't have expected.
And again? Is it again?
No, that's the sister car. That's Dorian Boccolacci.
Dorian Boccolacci, yes, okay, sorry.
So let's do the maths on that. Okay, he's done a 6-lap stint. Maybe he felt, they couldn't get to the finish. He wasn't going to do, we've got time for 3 more laps. He wasn't going to do a 9-lap stint, so he had to come in. So that means the Mustangs, by my maths, will have to come in as well. 6 and 9, so suddenly the number 3 is back in the equation. But this pit stop, I think, of course, will be... well, let's just wait and see. But slick tyres going back on. Okay. And just remember that the closer to the end of the race that you pit, the shorter your pit stop. But come what may, he's not going to squander suddenly best part of 1.5 minutes there. So Dorian Boccolacci back out into the leaders. When I say back out, not yet. He's still trundling along towards pit exit, just coming up to the green light.
Yeah, Nico Menzel's on the dotting of her, not even at Tiergarten yet, but I was noting that there was a little bit of in-car footage of Dorian Boccolacci there, coming down the dotting of her, about 240k, and he casually reaches into, I thought he was tightening his belt or whatever, he just reached in and got his drink tube, picked it up and put it back into his crash helmet at 240k, whilst watching other traffic and catching up with them. It's like, yeah, cool customer.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he's Porsche got him on his books very quickly. He was a major star in karting, and seemed to take to car racing with great aplomb. Started in French Formula 4, stepped up to European Formula 3, but quite a while ago now he crossed over to cars with roofs, tried Formula 2, and then had his toe in the water 2019, and he's been doing a great job since. But for all these drivers, they can compete all around the world. You could be competing in the GT World Challenge Asia, you could be in GT World Challenge America, Europe, but you really have to fill your diary, and a lot of the top drivers in GT3 could be racing pretty much every weekend of the year with time off for good behaviour, but they do clock up the air miles.
The additional stop we had for Menzel, was that to put it on slicks, do you think?
Yeah, I can only... No, but I think he had to come in anyhow. Because,
okay.
No, well, this one's on slicks, Boccolacci, and I can only presume, because we didn't see the close-up.
Yeah, I'm just
but the rain has stopped. It stopped several laps ago. But now what happens when you go out on slicks? You want a bit of heat in them, and straight out of the pits and straight on at the first corner. Dorian Boccolacci covers it up. Oh, right, not as quite as much grip there without any temperature in my tyres. So many times today we've seen drivers coming out of the pits and just around the Grand Prix loop. They only do half of the Grand Prix loop, getting it very loose indeed. It's been a real problem. We heard from the Ford drivers in the Mustangs at the start, they couldn't get heat into their tyres on the formation lap. And when we see the drivers the caliber of Frank Stippler having to let Porsche Cup 2 class cars go past on the opening lap, falling from second at the start down the order to about 6th position, but kept his cool, kept his calm, avoided the accidents around him, and worked his way back to the sharp end of the field, challenging for the lead of the race, taking the lead of the race. But then, since then, it's all been about the Falco Motorsport Porsches. Just seem to have the behaviour, the car behaviour, even though we saw them going over the grass and beyond. But that comes from confidence in the hands of Gerald Sturm and Nico Menzel in the middle stage of the race. But since then, it just has suited them down to the ground, and you can have no complaints. Falco Motorsport, more than a decade fighting out for glory in the series. And bear in mind, when they were putting two-car teams together, sometimes with two manufacturers, remember they ran BMW one year with their M6 and Porsches, if the competition wasn't as great, and you stand back and compare year on year, and the NLS just keeps rising and rising. The caliber, not just in the top class, in the Cup 2 class, the Cup 3 class, the M240i class, so many different ways you can come and play, but each year the standard rises and rises. So, you know, full marks the championship, and any win is much more hard fought now. Yes, the start of the year, Snowy, we have much bigger fields at the top end, bigger all round. We have 150 cars coming out to play the early season, but for a lot of those people it's about building up to Nürburgring 24 hours, and then the rest of the season it's even building towards the following year's NLS, isn't it? They build towards what's always going to be a higher target, and just had confirmation the number 3 Nico Menzel driven car did come in for slicks, as we presumed but couldn't confirm at the time.
So 20 minutes to go, and our championship, I can't even say it, championship positions are, you predicted 115, 114 and 113.
Yeah, well that's changed, because
that's out the window, of course.
Well, it sort of had, because I thought for number 500 entry, which is the third place of those crews, that's the Adrenaline Motorsport BMW 330i, running in VT2 rear-wheel drive category. I thought their punishments would make them plummet.
And in fact, had the 45-second stop and go, didn't it?
Yeah,
yes.
And then there was this other question mark, and I'll tell you what, in the space of the last lap, I think they've had to come in and serve a penalty, because they've disappeared from my first timing page, which means they're further down the order, because they were leading the class. And you know what? They're still leading the class, 44th overall. Let me just double check that my screen is updated. I need to flick it round one more time. I think this last lap has been a problem for them, because somehow they were still leading the class. I sense there was a penalty still to serve, and they've fallen to third in class. They've just served that penalty, so I think we can put a line through them. So it comes down to the Cup 2 class Porsche. That's car number 921, with a start of this race a 4-point deficit.
That's a Müllner car.
That's the Müllner, not the Muller.
Yes.
The Muller Light. And 187, running in a different class, not in Cup 2, but SP8T. Ranko Mijatovic, Nick Wustenhagen and Reinhold Renger. And they, in 187, sort of are third in class. It's not been good the last handful of laps, so I'm thinking it's suddenly looking very strong for 921. It's second in its class, but will that be enough in their Müllner Motorsport Cup 2 Porsche? Tell you what, I'll leave it to see who gets to the end. Different classes aiming for one title. It's always something that's a bit of a mix. For a lot of the drivers in this championship, they'd love to win the title outright, score the most points in their class most frequently. It's about racing your classmates, though, isn't it? Those in class, it's very easy to focus on the SP9 class. They're the fastest cars, and see where they end up today. But that one's become quite simple. It was super close. Now it's not. Falco Motorsport Porsches 1 and 2. Gap between them after those pit stops, 1 minute and 22 seconds. That's not going to change with under 20 minutes remaining. But one person is maybe not going to get to the end of the race. Driver of car number 400. It's by the Heuchmers. It's a Porsche 911.
Schmickler. That's a Schmickler car. Tom saw Christian Huyken in that, and as you say, that's the first corner.
It is turn
Swap
one.
10 just gone in, and it's done the inevitable, got it in gear, and beat itself, dug itself in even further. So that should be just towed out. There's a lot of runoff over there, as we described before, in a big area of beach, which it's found. Hasn't quite found the. Lucky the tide was out, but it's not too far in. It's gone in. It's gone in sideways, which is obviously just locked up the rear and sent it in.
Well, some of the closest moments there have been people coming out of the pits, going down to the first corner and just being on the wrong tyres, and maybe they thought, hey, we've got a set of slicks that'll be quicker for the last couple of laps, let's whack those on. And you never know, but a little unfortunate there to end your season possibly.
Yeah, we saw Joel Sturm doing exactly the same, but just of the vital part being missing the gravel.
Yeah.
Not actually getting into it. So, well, shouldn't cause. It's going to be obviously a yellow flag, which it is. It's actually Marshall Post 4, Hooghaken, turn 1. Flags. Now we've got the 175. That's the Aston.
Yeah, that's been going really well. That was leading its class with a driver called Alboreto, not spelled quite the same in inverted commas as Michele Alboreto. Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin, also off at turn 1, but that's almost just gone diagonally across the gravel trap. So it was turned into the corner and something just completely outbraked itself right through the depth of the gravel trap, across all the bumps because it's been raked across the angle of travel, but nose into the tyre wall. Driver's still on board, but that's very unfortunate indeed for Alboreto and the gang. Again, late in the season, late in the final race of the season. Do not relax, things can still happen. And again, I think it's people with late pit stops onto new sort of tyres, possibly a driver who's just getting in for the first or second stint of their race and off into the gravel. Hey,
old thing, tyre drivers make mistakes, but it's the complete opposite of the Porsche there, and the Aston couldn't have got further off if you've tried. Porsche just dropped itself into the first bit. The Aston's got itself right up to the conveyor belting. So just coming up to 15 minutes to go of our 2025 season. It's hard to imagine saying that already.
I know. We start the season full of hope. We still end it with, then the number 400 Porsche for the Huykemers has been extracted from the gravel. That was the one that had a half spin, but the Aston Martin just went directly across the gravel, no deviation of angle. So I don't know if there was a mechanical problem that stopped it from turning, but good to see that the 400 doesn't end its season waiting for the race to end in the gravel at the first corner. And again, run by Schmickler Performance Engineering. What we get in the NLS is a lot of teams running a lot of cars in quite a few classes, because you've got real preparation experts, and also if you're bringing a whole big truck and all your mechanics, you can split it across a number of cars. It helps pay the bills. And don't forget, championship like the NLS, we do get a lot of drivers not doing the whole season. Some might start the season, only have the money for the first few races. There really is a sort of a cycle of people driving for various teams, and also people just trying cars from a different class, maybe trying to work out what they want to compete in next year, or convince their friends to come and join them. And so you do see an awful lot of people running a group of cars, and that expertise also, we talked about the rule book earlier, understanding how the championship works, how the penalties work, and so on and so forth. So get an experienced team, and it really is a huge support network for you. We do see a lot of cars in individual garages. 5 or 6 cars can be piled into one. The garages at Nürburgring are very deep as well, and certainly at the 24 hours it becomes a real fight to walk through the garages. But
and never feels like there's enough space around to do your job properly. You get sort of GT3 cars are, the physicality of them. They've got a massive footprint as opposed to the cars that are pretty well more road based. You go and stand next to it. I mean, I've taken friends along to meetings before. They've never seen these cars. They see it on TV and go, oh, it's a Porsche, it's a Mercedes. They relate to it. Then they see it for the first time in the flesh and they go, oh. Didn't realise it was so big. It's like, yes, it's all those stretched arches and the wings and bits, and it suddenly it looks like whatever it's based on. But I always think when you get into, especially the 24-hour garage, it's so busy there, that you say you get 6 cars in there, and it's like they're trying to run, a bit of string lines, we call it, the plumb lines, corner weights and stuff, and people, they must hate all the spectators wanting to come in and see them. Some do have little ropes across and guards, and you get in with a media pass or whatever, but it's don't kick it over, don't knock it over, because when you're setting up, it's precise. And there's never enough space to work around them, I think, as opposed to some of the other garages. When you go to Le Mans or something, there's so much space.
Yeah, exactly. And as a journalist and a commentator, you sort of want to get in and have a look, but you just don't want to impinge upon the working space of the crews. It's
you
small
want the
enough
story
to
without being barred, don't you?
Yeah.
It's that balancing act.
Yeah, you want to see what the state of the car is without causing it. Right.
Yes.
So, Last lap, here we go. Dorian Boccolacci, 9 minutes 15. That was 55 seconds slower than Nico Menzel. But of course, he was in the pits. That included the start of the lap in the pits. But what we have is a gap after 23 laps of 28 seconds, first to second. Boccolacci will have that one covered, you can be sure. But it just goes to show the ebb and flow through the course of an LLS race. This one has been very atypical because there was a flurry of drivers coming in. Vast majority of the field, they decided to go out to their second stint on slicks. Did a lap, sometimes two. It's like, that ain't happening. We're coming in for rain tires. So that sort of rather threw the pattern. And the one that lost out in that sequence was the number 3 Falcon Motorsport car. Extra lap when conditions were at their wettest. Joel Sturm did a fantastic job, but that really, really cost them. And since then, they've been fighting back. But the sister car, conversely, had a problem halfway around the opening lap. Bodywork falling off after contact with one of the 2 Mustangs. That is leading the race. It could have been so different from both the cases, both the causes, but come what may, Falcon Motorsports were the class act. And they will be coming home first and second, which is exactly the same finishing positions as Nico Menzel. He's got a foot in either car, and he's coming home in second place on the track, but he's also the other driver in the... did I see a... slowed right down. I think I saw a red... Is it, we had a red flag?
No, it's a yellow flag for the cars off at turn 1 because the Aston, the 175 Aston, the Porsche has been recovered. The 175 Aston is now being dragged back out onto the track. So that's just a yellow on the pit wall there.
I thought, the reason I jumped, I apologise for scaring people, particularly those trying to close in on a championship victory, I thought I saw a great big warning board above the pits in red. I'll have a look next time. It's probably a sponsor's logo or something. Right, the Mustang's still pressing on, but all is not been too good for them in the race. They struggled when it was greasy at the start. As the track dried out, they became good. Vincent Kolb, he's 4 minutes a bit behind the second of those 2 Falcon Motorsport Porsches. It ended up being close in the middle, but thereafter it's been all about the Falcon Motorsport cars. And Patrick Assenheimer is only a few seconds behind him, only 3 seconds further back. In fact, as one turns towards turn 2, the second of the Mustangs is only turning out of turn 1. Patrick Assenheimer trying his best to close in. Let's have a little comparison of their last lap times. I think it's been good for the chasing. 5 seconds gained by Assenheimer, so maybe he'll get onto the podium. At the moment, it's the white number 6 Mustang with the blue stripes over its nose and the roof and down to the tail, but it's the yellow and blue car in the background, tail hanging out. Patrick Assenheimer, so much success. Quite a few years ago now, really, his big successes on the Nürburgring Nordschleife in the LLS. Well, it was mainly when it was the VLN, which was the predecessor. We just changed the letters, the acronym, but Patrick carried on. But he's definitely fancying it in the Ravenol livery car, getting up and seeing if he can get on, at least on the podium. I mean, he was prolific in terms of podiums and wins in this championship. 5 years of NLS now. This is our 5th year, unbelievably. Is it? Yep. I mean, I was a young lad when I started.
Yes. Well, no, you went off and did DNLS.
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tucked to it like a duck to water. You did.
Well, it was brilliant. If you don't know we're telling you what the NLS. You're listening about the NLS, but we had the DNLS. That was during COVID. It was the digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. And I tell you what, it was so good. The graphics were a country kilometre, as we say in this part of the world, ahead of any other digital racing series. But the fact they did that on the longest track of the lot, and the graphics were so sensational. Honestly, after 5 minutes, I forgot I was commentating on a sim race.
Well, but also, you were a convert very early on.
Well, because it was so good, but it was also what was extra special was the fact that you could, someone's crashed, and then the director would just automatically, digitally produce 5 different angles of where the car went off, but never why.
Yeah, so VLN, the predecessor, ended in 2019. People still call it that, quite amazingly. So
I know.
VLN, what's it called now? People still say that.
Yeah,
but 5 years in me. But some people haven't adapted to it.
But you still have to remember, if you look into the website, it's vln.de. So that hasn't changed. It's got a foot in the past. Foot in the past. But in a nice way, I'd say.
History.
Yeah. Right, 23 laps on the board. In fact, considering the conditions, a number of slow zones have been, we've certainly done races in the dry when we've had large chunks of the track under slow zone. For a long time we had repairs at the final corner, barrier repairs. That slowed them down through that sequence, but apart from that, it's been running very nicely indeed. So we'll probably get, what have we got left? 7 minutes 40. Where is our race leader? Dorian Boccolacci. He's 28 seconds clear of the sister car of Nico Menzel. And we will presumably... Where are they on the circuit, Snow? Where would you...
I was just looking for that, and just coming up to Tiergarten for our race leader.
Okay, so they'll get. We should get 25 laps in this race. So that is a good number. There's many a time in drier conditions we don't get above 24. So it goes to show maybe the fact that early in the season we have, you know, almost half the number in the field again. That would increase the chance of incident and barrier repairs around the circuit, which definitely slow things down. But that's going to be a good number to finish the season on, 25 laps.
Yeah, almost bang on 7 minutes across line. It was actually 6:59 for our race leader, number 4, Dorian Boccolacci, who was still having a thing twitching under braking and under power going out of turn 1 as well. So he's still not hanging around. And here is the number 3 car, the second place, Nico Menzel, just coming down the pit straight now. So that's the difference. It's effectively the pit straight visually. And this should, by my understanding, be the final lap.
Yeah, absolutely. So this, unless they break the lap record and go round in, as you say, 7 minutes flat.
The dry lap record, yes.
Dry lap record. Gap's come down, actually came down slightly, down to 25.5 seconds. So there's no way Nico Menzel can claw that back. But their time's getting closer to fastest lap of the race. Still slightly tricky. The fastest lap of the race, 8 minutes 11. The lap that time round for Nico Menzel, 8 minutes 25. If you think that's ridiculous, why are you talking about that being close? Just remember, this circuit is about, let's be kind, let's call it 5 times as long as an average lap. So suddenly those 7 seconds become 1.2 in terms of if you divide it, really. But it's a masterclass from Falco Motorsports. Long-standing supporters of the VLN. This series, it begat the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. But today, excellent driving from Nico Menzel, Dorian Boccolacci and Joel Sturm. All had their moments when the track was at its very greasiest and trickiest, but clearly the right tyres on the right car on a day where you can imagine the Mustangs probably wanted it to be full wet or full dry, but the bit in between didn't help them. It hurt them, but they pressed on, and when the track was drying out, they were in the mix, but thereafter, not at all, because where was their car strong? On the straights. Don't need to do much cornering on the straights, but not so good on the twisty bits, and that's where Falco Motorsport just had the right rubber for those Porsches.
We can never predict the outcome of a 4-hour race at this place, and certainly not at this time of year, but I did say early on, you certainly, one thing you can absolutely count on is you cannot discount the Falcon cars. I didn't expect them to be 1-2 necessarily, but you know they're going to be in there fighting for it. When the car that is now leading, as you've said, had that bodywork damage very early on, collecting the back of the Mustang and didn't take both out, but just did the bodywork damage. I did think that was game over for a podium.
Oh, 100%.
Never mind. Yeah, I thought it would be in the top 10, but I thought, that's off the podium, never mind a win. And here it is still, well, about to win. I won't jinx it because it's on its last lap now.
Right. I think, well, I don't think, it is the final lap of the season for car number 187. Is it heading for outright championship victory? Ranko Mijatovic has moved it from 3rd in class, that's SP8T, up into 2nd. Was he given a helping hand by the 175 Aston Martin going off? I think he might well have been, but anyhow, you take whatever opportunities come your way. Reinhold Renger brought on board this weekend to give him a helping hand. He certainly gave him a really good start in the race, and Mijatovic bring it home, building on the work of Nick Wustenhagen in the middle pit. Great, lovely livery on that car. Ravenol, it's a black, yellow and blue BMW. And it looks very tidy indeed. It's an M4 GT4 class car, so this could be raced in all sorts of other championships, and just looks lovely, actually. Diagonal yellow and blue stripes,
just
flashes
works, doesn't it?
over the top of what effectively is a black car, but it's little bits of blue and yellow on the nose and other details, but very tidy race livery. And again, a lot of the manufacturers and the leading suppliers like Ravenol, you know, they've been around for a long time. They've got a very strong brand image, and that's something that's good. It looks great on TV as well. For Nick Wustenhagen and the gang, the final lap it may be, but it could be a long final lap, but luckily it is thumbs up from them, because the rain that threatened, the rain that flirted with the race today, largely for the last hour or so, it's been away. It's gone back to slick running. And a few crews, they had to jump one way, jump the other. They'd like to do these races with 4-hour races with just the 3 pit stops, but vast majority of the crews have ended up on 4. And that's because they had to guess and then guess again as the weather changed. And a lot of them, they just had to hang on until the final pit stop, get the slick tyres back on, take it through to the finish of the race. And you know what? It's actually beginning to finally brighten up. That's left it a bit late, haven't you now? Right, the clouds that hung over the circuit, but certainly the trees looking a little bit brighter and the shades of sort of amber through to gold. Beautiful place to be with all the forests, the Eifel forest here, but certainly the cloud that's hung low over the high points of the circuit, the drizzle that's been through, seems to have gone away a little bit now, but it's all about Falken Motorsport. Whatever Nico Menzel does as he chases home the race leader, he knows he is a race leader because his car is leading. His car is second at the moment. The car that he started in is did the middle stint of the race, and I beg your pardon. Number 4 car, Dorian Boccolacci, is taking it out to finish, but Menzel did the middle stint in that, so he's going to have a first and second, a really unusual feature of any race in any championship, but it can happen here at the Nürburgring in the Langstrecken Series, and by golly, it's about to. Frank Stippler would have hoped he'd have good results in 2 cars. As it is, he's going to have to make do with coming home 3rd overall in one of his cars, and the other car he was supposed to be racing, the Juta Racing, he's going to be, what's he going to be? He's going to be 3rd and 9th. There's a little bit of difference. That's an unusual element. 2 drivers finishing in the top 10 in different cars.
I'm not aware of how much seat time he had in the Juta car, though.
He may not have been in, actually. I haven't really been watching.
No.
But he's in it now. So
he's in it now. It must be at the very end, because it says his name on the bar.
Well, he did a double stint in the Mustang, and it was slightly longer because they came in. Oh, hold on. Suddenly the class...
That's a 948
class leader in Cup 2 has slid off. Bit of rain on its screen. Is that does a slip off? He's running across the grass. Is this suddenly going to flick the outright champ?
It is.
He's getting back on.
No, he's not.
But has he been passed? Has he been passed by 921? David Yarn was 10.5 seconds down. We may see him flash past any moment now, and that could suddenly... That could wipe the smile off Nick Wustenhagen's face. He's in the 187 car in a different class, but leading the championship outright. But at the moment, is he just looking for somewhere to park? I would have thought by now he'd have rejoined the circuit.
I think he's going to have to stop it.
I think
it is. He's stopping it. He's stopping it. It's out.
We're saying that 12 seconds until the checkered flag could fall. That means 4 hours are being completed, and suddenly, head in hands for Noel Nagelsieg. Oh, that is awful for him, but it's very, very good news for Mühlner Motorsport, who must have thought we gave it our best shot to win the championship outright. The balance swung behind a car from another class, also running second in its own category, but now we're leading ours. Quick.
Well, 921,
reach for the calculator,
is on the Dottinger Haar already.
There you go then. So that will swap around. God, there isn't a sport like this. It's never over until it's over. Quite extraordinary.
10 races, as you say, 10 different circuits because of the conditions. 4-hour races, 6-hour races, and we have 12 seconds to go and there's a change. Unbelievable. So Falken Motorsport, Dorian Boccolacci it is, it's leading in the number 4 car coming down the Dottinger Haar for the final time in 2025. Can't believe I'm saying that.
No, quite extraordinary. I'm sorry, just suddenly having to flick to a timing screen, just check if there are any penalties coming, but they are, but not for the front-running drivers. So job very, very well done indeed. 3 corners to go for Dorian Boccolacci, and the French racer sitting on a margin of about 25 seconds at the middle point of this lap, but he's not at the middle point of the lap.
The 921 Mühlner car's crossed the line. Our race leader hasn't, so the Mühlner car's got to complete another lap.
Okay, but he's got ahead of the car that's not completing any more miles, which is the 948. So yeah, as long as he doesn't have a problem on this lap.
Yes.
Yeah.
As in, it's not over yet.
He's in the class lead, but it's at a poison chalice. So the checkered flag falls, the lights are flashing, and Dorian Boccolacci finishes the 2025 season in style. Falken Motorsport first, within about 20-odd seconds. Yeah, just coming through Tiergarten into Hohenrhein. Windscreen wiper on, just a quick flick. That's for the cameras, of course. Comes Nico Menzel. He has come first and second in this race. He brings home the number 3 in second place. He's very happy with that. The margin 22 seconds at the end, so it came down slightly on that lap. But Falken Motorsport, Well, what a tidy, tidy race for them. First and second, and the best of the rest, the Ford Mustangs from the Hout Racing team, will be third and fourth. They were running very close at the start of the lap. Vincent Kolb only just ahead of Patrick Assenheimer. We'll keep an eye who's going to come through in third place. Will it be 6? Will it be 9? Well, at the end of the race, just trying to work out what happened to the 948 Porsche.
Ran wide.
Leading the Cup 2 class,
ran
wide, ran along the barrier, left-hand side of the car, bang, bang, bang. And I would think that probably broke the steering. And that's why he struggled to get back to the track, and that has parked up, and it means into the lead of the Cup 2 class will be David Yard. And bear in mind, he was second in the championship. Will that have a bearing? Will that have given him enough of a margin to overhaul the car that came here with the outright points lead, car number 187? Don't know as yet. Marshall's letting off coloured flares, only so we can see where they are, of course, in this very gloomy day at the Nürburgring. But for them, that's probably the end of a season, and obviously we never go racing without Marshalls, and they enjoy this enormously. But, you know, we have to take our hat off. They do a phenomenal job. And today would have been a grim, grey, greasy day, but it was a day of great intrigue, and it's great to see the way they applaud the people who are their heroes, the people who go out and put on the show.
Yeah, so it was on the downhill approach of Wipperman that the 948 finally stopped and just ran out of track. He was trying to keep it going down the grass, but there's that little error with sort of some seconds to go of the final lap, running wide, clattering into the barriers, and it was a double slap. Unfortunately, it was the front left and then the rear as well, and that didn't do it any good. And number 4 there, Dorian Buccolazzi, just trundling down the grass on 2 wheels for the sake of it.
Yeah,
going across
because he can.
He's doing some on the other side as well. I know what he's doing. Ride height.
So, still waiting to tell you who comes home in third place overall. So far clear with a Falco Motorsport Porsches. Dorian Buccolazzi ahead of Nico Menzel. Remember, the gap was 22 seconds between them. He is being flagged towards Parc Fermé, and still waiting for the Ford Mustangs to come through. Just quickly refreshing my screen to check they still haven't completed lap number 25. But will it be Vincent Kolb or will it be Patrick Assenheimer? Will it be 6? Will it be 9? Can't tell you yet, but they're that far behind. Stayed in the mix, but middle point in the race, I'm going to say it again, as the number 4 Falco Motorsport car has gone round the back of the pits and is now back into pit lane, followed by the sister car with Nico Menzel. They will be at Parc Fermé beneath the podium, still waiting for Kolb and Assenheimer. Or did they not get onto that final lap? There's a point. They should have done, though. They were only a minute back, weren't they? Also.
So there's our first Falcon car in already, P1, and literally seconds behind it is its teammate, sister car, Nico Menzel, as you say. What time have we seen in-car footage today and not seen Nico Menzel's helmet at some point? Very distinctive, yellow and blue. Well,
Falco Motorsport, there's the dream shot for them, and just positioned beneath the podium. And as we say that, the clouds droop a little bit more, so just that little flurry where we thought, yes, it's picking up, they've got clear. And just waiting to see he who thinks that he has won a championship, because we have the overall title to consider. And flashing his lights all the way along the Dottingher, it's the 187 crew. They came here with a points lead. Now, I'm just not going to be 100% on this, because they certainly led by 4 points coming into this, but they were second in their class.
They seem to know,
at the start of this lap. But do they know that the car that was challenging from the Cup 2 class, 921, Mulner Motorsport Porsche 911, has now moved into the lead of its class? But certainly in the mind of Ranko Mijatovic, he's going to take the checkered flag now, and will he be celebrating in style? Certainly second place in his class. That was won by the number 150, another BMW, driven very nicely to finish, Manuel Metzger. But the applause ringing it out, you can hear it. I think they've done the maths. Hopefully they've got a good mathematician in the team, and certainly for 187 FK Performance Motorsport BMW, they seem to have taken the 2025 title.
Well, as is traditional, they have the tube of gold foil to spray onto the track as winners of the championship. I just hope they are right and it's not 921 after all that as well.
Yeah, they didn't put the notebooks down. They're on to the final lap. What could possibly go wrong? But there is no doubting the outcome of today's race. And it was a victory for Dorian Buccolazzi and Nico Menzel ahead of Nico Menzel and Joel Sturm. Nico double timing today in the nicest way possible, 2 timing and getting away with it. And the Mustangs It's still 6 ahead of 9. It's still Vincent Kolb ahead of Patrick Assenheimer along the Dottinger Hohe. Through the left-hand kink they come, but it's still Kolb hanging on. He was at the start of the lap. He was just under 3 seconds clear. The yellow and blue Mustang is much, much closer, but you're not going to do it if you're not ahead into Hohenrhein. Sideways, almost chucking off in Hohenrhein, goes the number 6 white and blue Mustang, but rescued there from oblivion. Vincent Kolb gets it done, takes 3rd place, gap between them eventually. Well, they were best part of 6 minutes down on the race-winning Porsche. They were separated by under a second, 0.6 of a second between them. Kolb hang on, but that could have been the ultimate embarrassment.
Couldn't it just? Yes. Very, very near. Nice to start. A bit of showboating there. I'm sure he knew exactly what he was doing.
So that was entertaining. I think eventually 0.6 of a second between the pair of them, or there or thereabouts. But they gave it their best shot. They didn't have seemingly the tyre performance today. But just remember, the Ford Mustang still early in its development cycle. It has had a win in the NLS this season, and I'm sure more will be coming in the years ahead. But today there was no answer to the expertise of Falken Motorsport. Clearly the Falken rubber developed over many years. They must have reached through their back catalogue, worked out what's good when it's 6 degrees and greasy, and it clearly worked for them and their Porsches today. And it feels as though it's 8 minutes past 4 in the afternoon. It's so dark. You do feel it's almost time to put the cars away for winter or go to warmer climes. But the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series for 2025 is over. It's provided huge number of thrills and spills and excitement, and certainly having Max Verstappen coming to play not once but twice. Once in a junior league car as he got his accreditation, and then to pop up in a Ferrari with Chris Lulham 2 weekends ago while his fellow Formula 1 racers were doing whatever they were doing in a weekend off. He was having more fun than they were, and he blitzed it, and that's put a whole new crowd of people watching this championship. Maybe some people who are going, you know what, I want to go and race in that series in the years ahead. The circuit does its own talking. It is a phenomenal series, and it's also one you could enter at all sorts of different levels, and you can bring your mates along if they've got a racing license. But obviously once you get towards the upper classes, you have to have, you know, a lot of races under your belt. But for a lot of people, they didn't even believe this was a real circuit when we were racing during COVID, and they might have picked up the digital NLS. It very much is a real circuit, and it's one with weather, and that was something that was a real factor today.
I think that was one of the most amazing things, that it was a belief because of that digital series, not just in COVID, when we all went that way and went online so much more and everything was done that way, that you had a whole generation of people that we had time to watch and do these things, and they heard you talking about it with John and stuff, and it was like, oh wow, but they thought it was digitally created.
You would.
And then to say that it was actually, oh no, this is a real circuit, and people are like, no, don't be silly. No, you can only do that in the virtual world. Like, no, this is a representation. It is a simulation of. I think the thing about Verstappen and that is that having him in a series like this, it's a win-win. Not just for him and Chris Lulham, but it brings it to a new audience, as you say.
Right, I'm still trying to do the maths. I've got my shoes and socks off because the Müller Motorsport car, 5th overall, forget that, importantly has won the Cup 2 class. Remember, it went on to this final lap, 2nd in class, thinking, oh, it's going to go the way of the 187 crew from the SP8T crew, but suddenly having 948 that Noel Nagelsteig just slid off. You say it was just around Wipperman, and that was super cruel, but it suddenly gave a class victory and a whole heap more points to Müller Motorsport. And it just goes to prove that this late, the final round, the final lap, things can still change on the Nordschleife. It's a long lap, it's a tricky lap. The weather made it very, very difficult indeed. And even the very best we saw coming out of the pits and running straight on at the first corner, no grip in their tyres. Tricky today.
You mentioned it's never over until it's over. There might be penalties and things to affect things at the end of the race. There is a car that's under investigation for causing a collision. It's the 921 Müller car.
Get away.
Doesn't mean to say it's been applied yet, but it is under investigation.
Now, just remember, we started today with 96 cars in practice, 92 started the race. Plenty of cars to look at and plenty of offences also, or possible indiscretions or misdemeanors that can be considered by race control. So plenty to consider, and yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on all of that. But Nick Wustenhagen has got the smile of a champion, and he's being interviewed. So it does seem the 187 crew from SP8T have got the job done. Yeah, the fist is raised, but that was super tight. And how he thought, yeah, I've just got to relax, the car's got to go around the final lap, and then suddenly seeing the points balance almost being overturned. from a car from another class being given the lead in its own particular category. But Wustenhagen absolutely delighted. But just extraordinary. You have, as we say, the 10 rounds. You have the different weather conditions. You have wet, you have dry, you have cold, you have warm. And you can still have someone else's error helping you or hindering you. They could suddenly, a car from another class could take you out of the race. And suddenly when all is looking set fair, you've done 3 hours and 50 minutes of racing and it gets taken away. But Nick Wustenhagen, it's not been taken away from him. So the mechanics on the pit wall didn't throw the gold confetti for no reason at all. And again, it's a building block in a young driver's career, Snow. If you get a title like this, nobody backs into a title win in the NLS. So across the course of a season, they've done a good job.
We talked about digital NLS and real-time world and that kind of stuff, and it's no greater measure of that is that I've just had a notification on my phone from on the X platform, or Twitter as I still call it, from Nürburgring themselves, announcing the results of the last race of the season already. We haven't even interviewed the winning driver yet.
It's a long lap. There's plenty of time.
But it's up on the, well, he's not, he's in the pot Ferme already. But we've already got the result announced by the circuit themselves. So obviously somebody's there obviously typing into all that, and they just, when it happens, just go click, send. There you go. Brilliant.
It's the way to do it. Obviously, there may be some further moments, but right now, great to see the joy on the face of Nick Wustenhagen's teammate, Ranko Mijatovic. Swiss driver and a German driver. You have many multinational lineups, but, you know, young drivers in a BMW on a circuit that makes you work. It really squeaks your pips, or pips your squeaks. I never know which way around that goes. But they've got the job done. And I tell you what, at the end of a day like this, by the time they get into their road cars to leave this evening, it's going to be almost fully dark here. The sky is settling upon them. But walk into Parc Ferme, Porsche, Mustang. But today, as hard as the Hout Racing team pressed on towards the finish of the race, it wasn't their day today. It wasn't for lack of trying, but certainly for the crew, there was nothing they could do about the pace of Falken Motorsport with their Porsches.
Well, no, but Frank Stippler there was in his blue and yellow Ford overalls, despite driving the white and blue car and the Audi. So he's got the wrong overalls, different cars. He just can't make his mind up, can he? He just drives so many cars. He's in such demand. It's which overalls am I supposed to wear today? Who owns me today? What's my branding?
Yeah, it's when you leave early in the morning, you can't see, and you haven't turned the bedroom light on, just reach in and get a race suit, wrong race suit. But no, again, that was of the sister car, chopped and changed through the season, but certainly in terms of bringing the car on, you know, you can just imagine how much use, particularly for his experience of the Nordschleife that Frank is. You know, he may have more candles on his cake, as we say in the world of charity, and but that expertise, it doesn't go away. Plus the pace is still very much there. You look at the number of pole positions Frank has taken in recent years in the NLS, and that tells its story. It doesn't matter for him if it's an Audi or anything else. He'll just get in and drive the wheels off it. But he keeps it on the island. Very important on a day like this.
And again, we're extolling the virtues of somebody like Verstappen coming and racing cars here from Formula One world. Frank Stippler goes across to historic racing and races Ferraris and Alfa Romeos and all sorts of things with a lot less grip and a lot less power, and goes. And why does he do it? Because he enjoys it, because he's a racer at heart, and it's brilliant to see.
No, it really is, entirely so. And maybe on his weekends off he can do Formula One. I don't know, just a thought. Go the other way. But, you know, for the drivers who were driving those Falken Motorsport Porsches, well, it was a joy. But they really were pushed in the middle stage of the race. Nico Menzel, next closest thing to 4 hours of racing. Drove the car that came first and the car that came second. Greedy, perhaps, but no, not at all. It was all part of the programme from Falken Motorsport. Shared the car that won with Dorian Boccolacci, the car that came second with Joel Sturm. Eventually 22 seconds between them. But just remember, there was that extra lap that Joel had to do when he was still on slick tyres and the rivals had come in, including the other car from Falken Motorsport, and that would have not been exquisite. So he kept it on the island, only just, but for Dorian Boccolacci and the gang, it's one in the bag. But it's really, it's like a pat on the back for the good guys of the NLS, because Falken Motorsport have been through this with this long distance series, through thick and thin. And at the moment, it's very much at a high point, and I can't wait for the start of 2026 because there'll be even more people. But for young Joel Sturm, again, that was some stripes on his arm for his performance today. Certainly these conditions were very tricky. But
well, he entertained us, didn't he?
Yeah, well, he did. He did. Thank you. You know, shows the car isn't only just quick on the track; it's quick on the grass as well. And Frank Stippler being chased around the paddock, and he's got Vincent Kolb because they took third place overall. But it was really tight. That opening lap was quite something, with a few moments, a bit of contact, not including Frank's car. But to see him being cautious at the start, that was a wise head, most certainly. And Vincent Kolb, with the save of the day, I think we could say, into the final corner of the final lap, put his Mustang in his fight to hold on to third place. Very sideways indeed, but when you get it sideways in the first part, the second part's coming very soon thereafter. But
comes on you very quickly.
It certainly does. Patrick Assenheim, eventually, as I said, finished 0.6 of a second down in fourth place. The Ford Mustangs, though, pressing on. Not the ultimate car today, but every race you do in a different weather condition sets you up strong for that next year. You're learning all the time.
Well, Frank Stippler and Vincent Kolb looking very smiley, as they should be. They haven't got the top step of the podium, nor indeed the second, but very, very happy with their results today. Some good work done in tricky conditions, and just general development of that Mustang for Ford Performance. It just gets better and better. You say it's won a race this year. It's really in its first proper year of racing, I would say, arguably. I know it's been out a bit longer than that, but I would say it's arguably its first full year of competition against its peers in various events, and it's more than washed its face, hasn't it? It's won a race. To be honest, I would say it's on the right trajectory in its first full year. Yeah, I'd say so. And it also makes it an absolutely awesome rumble, whether it's racing this side of the Atlantic or the other. And that always gets a mark from the crews. But today belonged to Falcon Motorsport with their Porsches. It was grey, it was greasy. There was an incursion of rain, but not the whole way around the circuit. It is the Nordschleife after all. And it was a tricky one. But at the end, best part of 6 minutes clear. Our race-winning car of Dorian Boccolacci. Car number 4 shared with Nico Menzel, who did double duty, and he also came home in the second-place car, brought it to the finish, sharing with Joel Sturm. 4 ahead of 3, Falcon Motorsport Porsche ahead of Falcon Motorsport Porsche. Ford with the best of the rest. But the outright championship for 2025 went to a crew who came home in 22nd position, but importantly, they were second in their class. And Ranko Mijatovic brought it home. Reinhold Renger started the race, and Nick Bustenhagen did the bit in the middle. FK Performance Motorsport down in 22nd, second in class, but they take the overall title. But today it was Boccolacci and Menzel, as we run down the results table. 22 seconds clear of the fellow Porsche from Falcon Motorsport, from Nico Menzel in that one as well, plus Joel Sturm. Third place and fourth, covered by just 0.6 of a second, but nearly 6 minutes down on the race-winning car with the two Mustangs. Vincent Kolb, Frank Stippler just hanging on ahead of Patrick Assenheim and Fabio Scherer. We didn't get to see Dennis Fetzer because of the way the race fell in that number 9 car. Top in the 911 GT3 Cup class, that's Cup 2. They won their class overall today, but it wasn't to be enough to take the overall title. Hofmeister, Jahn and Scheerbarth. 5th overall, great run for them, but the car that looked set to win the Cup 2 class went out with just a lap to go, clattered along the barriers. Number 948, it led the race outright. They will be feeling very sore and sorry for themselves. Only 5 cars on the lead lap, best of the rest, also in Cup 2. It was car number 901, Grutter and Fabio Grosser, and another car that has been very nicely driven in the Pro-Am class of SP9. 7th overall, Frank Stippler in that one with a driver pseudonym is Self and Alexei Veremenko. 7th overall, another class represented. SP7, 8th place overall. Oberheim, Mimois and Goodman in their Porsche 718 Cayman. SP9, Am went to Nana, Breuer and Dieter Schmidtmann. That's the Renazzo Motorsport team Lamborghini. Good to have a Lamborghini in there. And top in SP Pro was Goulden and Henrici, 10th place overall. But today, absolutely, the final round of the year absolutely belonged to Falcon Motorsport with their 2 Porsches, first and second, by nearly 6 minutes. But just remember, at the midpoint of the race, top 3 cars were covered by half a second. Second half of the race, the sun shone on them, didn't shine on anyone else. It was a very grey day, misty day, drizzly day, but they came out not just on top, far, far on top. So they'll go into the winter going, yeah, we finished in massive style. Yeah, as you said, it just proved the Falcon Porsches how well they can run in changeable conditions, and that's where they cemented that result, didn't they? In that, literally the first half of the race. And I said the third hour slowed it down a bit, and then it came back again towards the end.
Right, another crew that picks up a good result today, just looking down through the class, is SP8T. We know the overall title winner came from that class, but winning that class today, car number 150. We saw it a fair bit during the course of the race, but that was because it was keeping things neat and tidy. Jimmy Broadbent, Steve Brown, Sheridan and Manuel Metzger, a very strong crew to get into that one. So Misha Sheridan, the third driver in that crew, and they won SP8T, 15th overall. And again, look down the timing sheets, you always have this incredible mix of classes. A TCR car coming very nicely within the top 20. Gorian, Mavlentov, Fitka and Brink, who is one of the former champions, outright champion in this series. They don't all race in the top class. In fact, people who win the title outright very seldom come from the top class. But it's about accruing points across the entirety of the season. 10 rounds. And as I joked earlier, it's effectively 10 different circuits because weather conditions can really, really change the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And again, anybody who can win their championship class across the 10 races, well, they've done very well indeed because it's a fearsome circuit and it really sorts the wheat from the chaff, I think we'll say, if we go all agricultural. But today, though, the absolute wheat was Falcon Motorsport with their Porsches. And you have to say, Snow, today they put on a masterclass of reading the conditions, gauging when to change from slicks to wets, and so on and so forth.
Despite shunting into one of the Mustangs at the beginning of the race.
Details, man.
Sorry to be a pedant, but you know the second place car must think, well, hang on, how can they do that? Have a wing and body repair and still go and win and beat us?
Well, the thing one has to remember, and
I know you've got the same driver in both cars at one point.
Exactly, but the fact of the matter is the first car, despite damage 3/4 of the way around the opening lap, the first car back to the pits or to the pit straight was that number 4 Porsche, racing back, largely helped by that front wing having come off the car entirely so that Dorian Bockel actually could press on, not fearful of it coming off thereafter. But a season so full of difference, despite all the races, of course, it's the Nürburgring Series being on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. It is a different beast. I mean, it was referred to as the green hell because it's tricky. Today, it was green and gold hell, of course, because we are deep into autumn here in the Eifel Forest. And for a lot of drivers, it will have been the culmination of a season, maybe a culmination of their time racing for a particular team or in a particular class. But for a lot of them, it's onward and upward, and certainly with the boost in popularity of the championship and awareness of this amazing series with Max Verstappen coming to play a few weeks ago, you can be fairly sure, if not next year, the year after. It doesn't always happen. You get your plans lined up really quickly. We will have more people from more and more countries coming to play in this because it is such a good advertisement for itself and for racing and for multi-class racing. And again, put a camera in the car and it just looks brilliant because this circuit is and will be in time eternal, just the most extraordinary stretch of racing tarmac.
Well, when you can draw somebody of his caliber and status to a series like that, it tells you everything. And that's what that's going to do is, quite apart from his results, which have been pretty impressive so far, is it's going to make people think, well, what's his attraction? Why is he doing that? What's so special about that? It's going to make people look at it. And they said that's going to trickle down. Well, if it's good enough for him, it's good enough for us. Let's have a go, and it becomes a sort of hidden gem, if you like, which is absolutely great. It can only bring to it. What I would like to see is himself and some others come and do this, but come and do the 24-hour.
That's past their bedtime, isn't it? Why not? Why not? But bear in mind that Max Verstappen has been told off before for competing in sim racing during the Grand Prix weekend. Yes. But he can do it standing on his head. So, but again, the season has been fabulous. The season has been so diverse. We've had loads of different manufacturers winning at the top end, but winning through the various classes as well. And of course, you've got the one-make classes like Cup 2 for 911 GT3 Cup Porsches. You've got the Cup 3 for the Caymans. You've got the BMW M240i with its own class of racing. And there is something for everyone. But at the very front end, the shiny end, the SP9 top-class cars, they're the ones that draw the eye. And today, the eye was most definitely drawn to SP9. So that is that for 2025. Do join us again in 2026. The Cup will have been refilled with cars and drivers and sponsors and enthusiasm. It will have been given a big shake, and we'll start all over again in March next year. We've thoroughly enjoyed covering this for Radio Show Limited, and hope you'll listen again come 2026. Goodbye from Peter Snowden and from me, Bruce Jones.
Verstappen war schnell, aber beim Öffnen der Champagner oder Sektflasche, da war er nicht ganz so schnell. Ist aber völlig egal. Heute die Jungs, die werden es hinbekommen, werden